Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. This one is way early. Normally I'm either asleep or maybe I'll be trying to, catch up on some games. But I decided to do a live stream because there were quite a few videos that got on my nerves. And I decided to do a live stream that chances are nobody's going to see. And so this is the best time to actually do it. Because then, people can happen to catch up on it later and things of that sort. So, as the title clearly states, whoops, that was actually supposed to be do men, you know, want. I'm not sure why I typed as mean, which is crazy. Let me just actually fix that as I'm currently live at the moment. So I gotta love live streams. Anything can happen, right? So the title is clearly fixed. It says, "Do men want slash like nice women?" Right. So I want to go over several videos. Oh snap! We got Gail up here. Yo, what is up, Gail? What you doing up right now? I thought you were like sleep or something like that. That's crazy. What is up, Gail? What is up? What is up? What is up? So we're going to go over several videos of a variety of sources, and we're going to hear the opinions of women, and we're going to look at the presentation. And I want to note that some, if not all, of the videos at one time or another will be placed on the channel as standard content. So you'll be able to catch it. All right, Gail, no problem. I'm up as well too. So hey, we both up in here. So let's take a look at the first video.
I'm gonna say what the I want to say. If you don't like it, get the around me. If a female thinks they need a man, you're miserable. Cause you don't need you need yourself.
Okay. Okay.
You don't think that? Do you think your mother need a man?
I do. I do.
For what?
For everything. I mean, it makes it easier. Life.
You think females need men?
Yes.
I could use my rose and get my nut off. I never needed a man.
But everything is not about sex, though.
Everything not money-wise. I'm a whole pharmacy technician. I get money. Man's money. I have a whole salary out here. I don't need no man. Men don't do but you over. Take your life. Beat out you. Kill you maybe. Come on now. Real men. Let me find a real man in the city.
So do you ever plan to get married to a man? Or like, are you with a man?
Yes,
Or
I want to get married. I do want to get married.
So you would say the same thing to your husband?
I'm blunt. I'm very honest. I'm straightforward. I'm straightforward. I'm blunt. I'm going to say what the I want to say. If you don't like it, get the around me. I'm very aggressive. And my husband going to know I'm aggressive. My husband going to love me. Because I'm so straightforward and real. No nigga like no friendly ass.
So I just want to pull it back here, right? The reason why this dude is smiling is because he knows that this is going to be priceless and great content that is just going to bring more and more light to whatever platform he has. And that smile is correct. There was no reason at any and all. I want to know to a lot of people, right? You can look at this dude. This is not the type of dude that's going to swing on a woman, put hands directly on a woman, verbally, talk, whatnot, or whatever, directly to her, right? So the reason again that this one is so aggressive directly towards him is because she knows the type that he is. Right? Tippy talking about go to bed. Nah, Tippy, we're not going to sleep. What's up, Tippy? Good morning. Good morning, Tippy. So right, he's not the type to specifically do that directly with her. Right. So she's gonna act this type of way. Yo, what's up, Bushido? What is up, Bushido? And what is up, Cave? What is going on? What is going on? So she knows what type of dude that this is, right? So she's going to act with this masculine, aggressive type of nature. I would have loved for them to actually pan back because in my mind, as aggressive that she was talking, I really felt as though that she had both of her fists like clenched because she kept moving back and forth into the 2 feet. Like, again, this is not even like 2 feet space in between both of them. She's way too close. And the main thing that I like to frame this as is that if this was two men talking, I want you to understand somebody will be fighting. No guy is going to allow a man to specifically be moving in an erratic type of way or trying to reposition himself or walk back on him, and you're talking this aggressive, somebody swinging. So when a lot of women try to say that, oh, men just like hitting on, no, no, we give, like I said, look at this video, men give a lot of women grace, and women don't even understand the type of patience that it takes in order not to feel a certain type of way when this type of energy is coming. Because like I said, I don't know how she moving. She could have a weapon directly on her. She could have a knife, anything of the sort. I can safely say she's the type of woman that will start swinging on a man in an argument. The moment in time that the dude even looks like he's going to like disagree or raise his voice, she's the one swinging. I promise you that. I promise you, in every relationship, she was the one swinging on a man. It wasn't the other way around. And she's sitting up there talking about like, and this is the other type of thing that I try to point out here. How do you point out all of this hatred? You say that men are killers towards women, that men be out here doing the robbery. You basically painted men as the most negative of negative. You said that you don't even need a man for sex because you got your sex toys and all this other type of stuff. You said you don't need a money because you're a pharmacist. You got a whole salary, right? So you are everything all in one. But then when he got you with the question, he was like, do you have a man or do you want to get married? Then she kind of calmed her tone down. She was like, yeah, I want to be married. But then she revved back up. I'm like, how do you expect to get married with an attitude like that? You're aggressive with a dude that you've never even seen or even been in a relationship with. And this is just a street interview. This dude, I want to remind everybody, this man never said anything disrespectful or even came at her sideways. But she was doing all of this cussing, all of this masculine energy, all this getting into his face, getting into his personal space, repositioning herself. Like, yo, it was way too much. It was way too much. Like within her, I highly see a very violent individual. Like no man needs to be around her. Like she said, she don't need a man for nothing, but she want to get married. What? Ma'am, you are dubbed a lesbian. You are Team Wonder Woman. You are from Lesbos. That is the only team another woman needs to deal with you. If you want to get violent, go out there and get violent with another woman. Don't sit up there and decide that you want to have all of this energy and then you want to start swinging on a man. Nah, because now you're trying to sit up there and put him in a predicament that he can't get out of. Nope, nope. Bring all of that to a woman. There's enough larger women out here, stronger women out here that you can bring that energy to that you would not even make it. Like I said, there's female UFC fighters. I promise you, she wouldn't have the energy. She'll calm that down real quick. Female boxers, she'll calm that down real quick. But like I said, when she knows that it's a guy that's not going to put hands or swing directly on her, this is the type of attitude that they get. This is the personality that they get. Like I said, there's no reason for her to be amping herself up. This dude is not dangerous. Like, what you amp yourself up for? Do you really see this dude as a threat? You really deem him as a danger? Like I said, all of the negative stuff that you said about men, why are you even entertaining a conversation with a man? Because we're the ones going after you, right? We're the ones like every single waking moment, we're just waiting to sit up there and take the life of a black woman. We're just waiting, like right now. Like I'm sitting here, talking to y'all, but I'm just sitting up here waiting to take the life of a black woman. Like, come on, dog. Like what is this? Like this is clownery at its finest, but yet people don't want to call us out. People don't want to call us out. And then folks want to make it seem as though that men are the problem when you got women out here like this. Nah, dude, you just got people like this. She's bringing up all of these what ifs. She didn't state one thing that she's been through in order for her to be like this. She said men do this and this and this and this. She didn't say any of those were a part of her life or the instances of why it is that she quote unquote loves, loathes or hates men. Like that's crazy to me. That is crazy. Oh, somebody saying play the video. I got you. We're gonna play that video directly for you in the background, in the shadow realm. That's what we're gonna do though. You're not about to be trying to direct nothing up in here. Let me tell you something. You can catch that the replay of that video, when you hit that back button. That's what you can do. This woman, Gail. I can't take you nowhere. Can't take Gail nowhere. That's crazy. That is crazy. Tippy said, "My bad, Seji." No. You good, Tippy? Mm-mm. No, you're good. Like I said, it's early in the morning. I got time. I ain't had no coffee either because I got to get some stuff in my coffee machine. Yeah, nah. Mm-mm. I got time to be packing people up today. It's early in the morning. I'm not about to try to like overly raise my voice. Nah, nah, nah. We not doing that. Mm-mm. But I will sit up there and pack people up. Can't sit up there. Can't take Gail nowhere. Let me tell you something. Yo, what is up? What is it? Rare Evans. What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? So now we're going to go to another conversation. And this is a conversation that was trending. I'm not sure if some of you guys may have like Twitter or X, whichever you want to sit up there and call it. But this young woman had an opinion on what was her name? Daphne Jones, whatever, whoever the Asian woman was that was, I think 50s girl at one point, and then she was over there with Diddy and everything of the sort, right? So we're going to listen to her opinion because I made sure to cut this a certain way so that you can see what it is that she's talking about, right? And I'm going to try my best to allow the video to play in its totality without me interrupting the video. But let's get into it.
Reason Daphne Joy, or whatever her name was able to get on that podcast with Cam.
The latter.
Does size matter?
Does size matter? Yeah.
This is Daphne.
Whoa. Gee. What? I'm waiting.
I would say that I genuinely feel that it's all about the motion in the ocean, 100%. And there are so many different ways that you can pleasure your partner if you don't feel so well endowed. And yeah, it's okay. Size is not the end all of be all, is my honest and truthful answer.
Okay.
How about for you?
Whoa. Oh no!
Gotta keep it funky,
no,
right?
No! I can't! Hell no! Get that out of there! No, Daphne, what are we doing? What's happening right here?
You said this was funky.
Yeah, but
Friday.
no,
Okay.
that's poisonous.
This is Funky Friday.
Listen, this car drives one way. This is a one-way street. You feel what I'm saying? This is no back and forth, no offense, defense. No. I see where you was trying to go, but this is where it's like redirecting.
Yeah. Just want to give you some pulse in your
No.
blood. Rev up your engine a bit.
No. No, we don't need no red. We don't need no, I'm straight. Literally and figuratively, like.
Yeah. I'm just joking.
No, she dead serious.
And talk about her perfect date and all what the else she want in a man and blah, blah, blah. And everybody talk about how desirable as a woman she is, even though she was messing with Diddy, even though she was on camera getting by another man while he watched. It's because long as you're the preference, do not care if you're like, they act like they hate so much, but they really love her, especially when it's their preference. But don't get twisted. The way they pedestalize these, the higher they go up, the harder they fall. These are the same they exploit and turn into baby mamas. But you know why Daphne Joy will forever continue to pander to black men the way that she has been and always will be? Because the black men are the only ones that will ever want her. After some shit like that, after some shit like dealing with Diddy and doing all this extra shit, he could never go back to the Asian community. And black men have low racial self-esteem, so they say like, oh, she's classy.
Here we go.
Oh, she's this, she's that. This is a professional. No, she a regular. Like, anybody with eyes could see that is a sham. That fake classy she doing is a sham. That's a trashy. And then for her to be able to get on the podcast and talk about what her perfect date is, and it's literally Netflix and chill. You know black men love Netflix and chill. You know, she know just what to say to get there. You know what? The same way that black men fetishize these women is the same way that these women fetishize black men. That's why it works out perfectly. But don't let men fool you. They don't have a problem with you. Just can't be a black woman. You just can't be a pretty black woman. You just can't be a successful black woman. It's black women that haven't done anything close to what the he's done. And they get a worse rep.
Here we go.
Like, Megan Thee Stallion hasn't done for real, but just date and be a young woman that knows that she's a bad. And then people have just been crucifying her just for that, just for dating. Do you think Meg could get on a podcast with Cam and talk about Netflix and chill and getting oiled up and putting the AC on and that's her perfect date without crucifying her even some more? But they talking about how feminine Daphne is. What the feminine about attacky? Like, I can't call her cheap because at least she had her price on point, but that's a tacky. But you know what? She gotta go where she'll be loved at, and she will always be loved with the black men. So I guess she gotta continue pandering to them. It's working.
So this is what I want people to understand. So let me put it in a different way, and this is from the understanding of a man, right? She basically is trying to state that she wants black women who are doing the same thing that Daphne did, or whatever else. She wants them to be pedestalized and deemed as attractive and everything of the sort. And I'm like, that's a bit weird. Because didn't we already say that black women are tired of being sexualized and hypersexualized by way of black men, because black women have stated that black men have always held and had the image of black women, right? We've been just oppressing black women. We've been putting black women in slavery. We've been manhandling them and forcing them to sexualize and hypersexualize themselves, right? And it wasn't up until recent times, as black women will say, that they've been free and able to now freely just sexualize and hypersexualize and pedestalize that sexuality for the world to see. I'm trying to figure out, why is this even a fight? I'm trying to figure out, why is she so mad about this? Because let me go back and directly to the video with Cam and this woman here, right? So she wanted to sit up there and say that this whole thing with like men and women like this. Men have not, in a sense, hated women like this. Men have disliked the women who have messed it up for the others directly out there that know business, right? So I put it to, if y'all old enough to know, if you know who Superhead is, or Karen Steffens. Karen Steffens was one of the first ones, the video vixens, who came out and wanted to start telling all the business of the industry for whatever reason. Again, it was money making opportunity. She wanted to be the martyr. She wanted to be the first of the first to sit up there and do it. She is the queen of it. She is the queen. She is the mother. She is the holy trinity of basically doing that, right? And then what ended up happening is that after every other woman was able to see that, oh, she was able to make money. She came out with a book. She was, paraded, all around. People were giving her all types of celebrity, her flowers. All the other women were like, yo, I want to do the same thing too. I want to be just like Superhead. I want to be just like Steph and Karen's. And that's what they started doing. This is how we got to this point. So it used to be to the point where if a consenting male adult and a consenting female adult came to an agreement, it don't matter if it was money or whatever it is, and they were like, hey, this is what we're going to sit up there and do, or this is how we're going to move. That's what it was. And it was stated in private. You didn't need NDAs. You didn't need to put money behind it in order to make sure that people weren't going to talk about private business, right? Closed door business. Now you're at a moment in time where all of these women is like, I don't care about none of that. I'm about to sit up there and go get a bag. I'm about to, be telling everybody's business and rah, 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 and all this other type of, stuff. This is another reason why she's directly on this podcast. Because what's happening here is that you're seeing, number one, a woman that's not sitting up there acting like all masculine. She ain't rah, rah, rah. She's not sitting up there cussing. She ain't doing this, acting ratchet and all this other type of stuff that you normally sit up there and see. She's playing the game. Like I said, Cam and the other rich dudes know what it is. It's game and game. She knows the game. She knows that men, in order to get to men, she has to put on the whole feminine persona and all this other type of stuff. She knows in order to get through these doors where money and everything else is involved, she can't be coming through there like a man. She can't be acting masculine. She can't be acting ratchet. She can't be doing all this rah, rah, rah. And again, she knows how to shut up. I don't really know technically any or much other than what other people have stated. I don't really know any or much from her own mouth of what it is that she's done with everybody else or the secrets that she holds. That's why, again, a lot of men don't have a problem with her. That's the whole main thing. It's not specifically because of her race. It's because she knows how to shut up. She's not going to be sitting up here talking. She's, again, like the lady said, like, oh, she's going to sit up there and cater to the black man. Yeah, those are the ones that are basically that can conduct business. Yeah, she's going to sit up there and cater to whoever is interested. That's what a lot of women who are about business is going to sit up there and do. They're going to cater to that population. Didn't Derek Jackson sit up there and cater to black women? All right. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, these are two, Cam Newton and Daphne, those are two business people. And they're at a business meeting. That's the conversation. And for her, hold on, let me go back to the ratchet one. For her to get up on here and try to make it seem like she's fighting tooth and nail to have black women view the exact same way. I'm like, isn't that taking 1,000 steps back? Because let me pull it back just in case people don't remember. Nelly had a video way back in the 2000s, if you're old enough to remember. It was called Tip Drill. And there was two versions. You had the severe edited version, and then you had the 3 a.m. BET uncut version. Shout out to BET uncut. It raised a lot of men during those times. It raised a lot of boys in the manhood, right? So if you watch the uncut video of Tip Drill, that was the one that everybody loved. People were even watching that directly in high school. What ended up happening during that time is that it was a lot of backlash, and only specifically, it wasn't from women in general, it was from black women. Black women were like, yo, we don't like how Nelly was treating black women, how they're getting deemed and seen, and how he's sliding credit cards, through their cleavage and their backsides. Like, do you understand and know what women had to go through with slavery to get here, and all the things that women had to sit up there, the women's suffrage? They started bringing all of this other type of stuff in there. But I want to note that those women were strippers. Those are not ordinary women, college degree, educated, high echelon, alpha, omega, super rainbow plus edition sorority type of women. Those were women who were exotic dancers, who were strippers, and they got paid handsomely for being directly in that video. I just want everybody to understand that. But for whatever reason, standard issue black women wanted to get mad as if that was them. But it wasn't them. They were at home doing whatever it is that they were doing. And the women that is out here working were out there working. And that's what they were doing during that video. And they probably also was doing some other stuff that wasn't even filmed, right? So what happened with the rap industry, they was like, yo, we ain't trying to hear all of this noise directly from black women. It's like, all right, cool. We hear you. You say that you're getting disrespected. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to start phasing y'all out of a lot of these videos in order to let you know that we heard you and we understand and we see you, right? So then what happened? They started putting in women that did not care. They would easily just take in that place. They're not going to complain. They're going to get their money. They're going to make their money, and they're going to move on, or they're going to decide to, be on the next call for another rap video, right? So you started seeing these Latins, you started seeing these Cubans, you started seeing these Dominican, these Spanish, these Asian. You started seeing everybody else but Black American women. Do you know what was the next complaint from Black American women? They were like, yo, what's up with all of this? Where's the representation? Where's the black women at in a lot of these videos? Like, this is what we're talking about with these black men. Like, you don't even love us. You hate yourselves. You don't even want to put the image of a darker complected black woman or just any black woman in general in these videos. You want to pedestalize and fetishize all these other women out here, and you don't even want to look at your own women in that light. But you just sat up there and told us that you didn't like the Tip Drill video and that we needed to, in a sense, phase you out to get you up out of there because we were disrespecting your image. We heard and we listened. The rappers heard and they listened. The music industry heard and listened. And they were like, all right, we got you. We're going to sit up there and put that directly to the side. And then we're going to implement other women that don't have any problems. And they're going to get paid and they're going to get the money. They're going to get the representation. And then you can just chill on the side and just do what you do. And then when that happened, now you're worried about lack of representation. Dog, no, you did this to yourself. You did this 100% to yourself. This is what people tend to forget when we talk about the representation of black women directly in a lot of these industries, especially rap and music videos. Black women were the only ones to complain about how it is that they were being sexualized, hypersexualized, and pedestalized. And they considered all of that to be a negative. So again, everybody moved on. They were like, all right, we're getting you up out of here. And we're dealing with other people that don't mind being sexualized, hypersexualized, and pedestalized for how it is that their body, what it is that they do, and how it is that they move. And it was still an L. It was still an L. Like, this don't make no sense. This don't make no type of sense. Like I said, if you listen, you lose. If you do the right thing, you still lose. Like, come on, dog. And like I said, this clown directly up here, she's trying to sit up there and advocate for black women to get seen and deemed as worthy and put in a place where this Daphne Joy person is. What? You want black women to be seen in that same light? That's the most stupidest thing I ever heard in my life. Like, didn't y'all sit up there and say y'all came from the whole thing of like Sarah Bartman, Hottentot Venus, and I did a video directly on that eons ago. How it is that she was pedestalized and hypersexualized. They had these circuses, these human circuses, where she was made to show off her body directly to the highest bidders and everything of the sort. Her body was on full display, both in life and afterlife. So I'm like, I'm a little bit confused on how it is that we get here, where you're talking about that now you want to be put back on that pedestal when you were just left off of that pedestal. Like, yo, this is what I be talking about. Like, people don't be knowing what they're talking about, dog. Like, people just do not know what they want in life. It's like either you want to be sexualized or you don't want to be sexualized. But it's like if we can't sit up there and do that with our own women and we do it with other women, then we got to come back and then what supposedly cater to you somehow or some type of like respectful way. Like there's no respectful way to sit up there and do it realistically. Like, if somebody's being sexualized or hypersexualized, there's not in a sense a tasteful or respectful way to sit up there and do it. No matter how you want to put it, you could put it as art or whatever it is. It's still like I'm just going to sit up and it's still not like respectful. People are still going to be having like these hidden thoughts and all this other type of stuff. So again, it's still in a sense negative, right? But I don't know. Like I said, it's crazy. Caesar said, "Rip to King magazine." Yeah, I had one. I had one issue of King Mag. You know what? Let me tell you something. I think it was another one called SSX or whatever. It was another bathing suit like magazine where it had black women on the front cover. The 2000s was the era where black women were at the most on the front cover of a lot of magazines. Kings was one of them. Like the black women there, every single time they looked beautiful, every single time. But like I said, even that became a problem because black women were complaining. So, like I said, in a lot of instances, when it deals with black women having representation out here in forms of media, black women were the ones that destroyed all of that. So this is why you got the white, this is why you got the Asian, this is why you got everybody else that's on magazine covers and being represented as attractive or this type of beauty or men lusting directly after them, because they don't mind it. They're okay with it. Black American women's like, nah, we don't want that, we don't want that, we don't want that. But then now when black men don't get a chance to actually see what different types of black women in a sense look like in that view, it's like they're going to shift their eyes and their gaze to somewhere else. Like it's crazy out here. It is 100% crazy out here. Mm-mm-mm. It is wild out here. Somebody said, what is this topic? Did I find the incel corner of YouTube? I mean, I guess. I mean, what have I been called so far? I've been called an incel. I've been called anti-black woman, um, anti-black. I mean, whatever you can, fathom or come directly up with. I'm pretty sure I've been called that. And still to this day, I've been waiting for people to 100% prove that point, and it still just hasn't happened. And all of my content is directly up there, unless it's something that YouTube did. But other than that, all of the content and live streams are relatively up there for reach, pretty much. But yeah, like I said, if you think this is the incel side of YouTube, I guess. I guess. But like I said, this whole thing where she's trying to make this argument where she wants black women to be seen in the same light as a Daphne Joy is nonsensical and crazy. But again, you have women on X that were egging this whole thing on as if it was a positive thing. It's not. She doesn't have a point. She tried to also condemn black men and be like, "Oh, black men are anti-black. They're anti, black women." Who said that? Who said that? And then you're sitting up here saying that black men are just fetishizing her, what, because she's Asian? So black men are, and again, I want to point this out. Anytime that black men are attracted to somebody who is not a black woman, automatically is deemed as a fetishization. Basically stating that black men, it is impossible for a black man to be infatuated or to love, like, or to see another woman as attractive unless it has to do with the fetish. And I'm like, that's weird. I'm like, so what is it in the reverse? If it's a black woman and she sees a man of another race, it's always love. Come on, dog. Like, this is what I'll be talking about. Like this whole type of like nonsense. And then she went the whole route of talking about bringing up Meg Thee Stallion. I'm like, okay, all right, brother. I'm like, you got it. You 100% got it. You 100% got it. Cave said, I think she's Filipino. You talking about Dav? I mean, that's still Asian. It's still Asian. It is still Asian. Sonny said, I worked for Hype Magazine. You are correct. Oh, yo, Sonny, that is dope. Yo, that's why I set up there. Well, I know you said you probably would do like a type of podcast type of thing. But yo, you got like insider information on, stuff like that, like working on magazines and everything of the sort. Like, yo, you should think about, putting some stuff out there. Like I said, TikTok is the easiest place to do it. Like I said, you can be faceless, have a whole different name and everything. Like I said, it's just a thought, brother. Just a thought. Let me see what else we got. Somebody said you'll never think about this again. I'm a little bit confused on that one. Sonny said white men would be just as attentive to women if the women were children. That's crazy. That's crazy. Somebody said just make 20K a month. I'm highly confused on that. I'm not even sure where like 20K a month even came from. So now we're going to go directly to the next video, and I'm going to just sit up there and preface this and sit up there and state that this is one of the rare few times that a woman will say that you will ever able to hear. I can't get my words right. It's early in the morning, right? My excuse for today. This is one of the rare few times that you're going to be able to hear a woman stay directly on task, right? And I'm going to explain why that is after this video.
You see this right here? This is what I mean by social media is getting to y'all heads. That false illusion of beauty, the beauty standards, y'all changing y'all whole face. Y'all changing how y'all look. The new trend and the new aesthetic is called facial balancing. If nothing drastic happened to your face where you need cosmetic surgery, why are you fixing your whole entire face? Y'all just fixing your face to look like these white women, morphing into plastic Barbies. Y'all are looking like transgender women. You see how Mellow Rax, you see how she transformed her whole face? Ma, you was beautiful. It was nothing wrong with your face. Why do you feel like you need to facial balance your whole face? Why do you feel like you need that? That's called insecurities. You're not happy with your original face. You're not happy with your original outlook. This is why you have to do cosmetic surgery. And these are the same females that get up on this app and call themselves bad. Oh, these want to be me. These want to look like me. Meanwhile, you want to look like the next plastic. Where did you get your inspiration from to where you want to reconstruct your whole look and your whole face? She went from looking like herself to a version of Megan Fox in one of them. It's okay to have your natural features. It's okay to love your natural self. And I'm going to say it again. It's the influence of social media. It's the baddie aesthetic. You're not happy with yourselves. It is a form of witchcraft. It is a form of sorcery. You're creating an illusion of yourself that you know you don't look like. You're under a spell. You think that you look better. I have body dysmorphia and I have face dysmorphia. Because once you fix this, oh my God, I gotta fix that. I gotta fix this. Oh no, this is not right. Oh, I gotta fix my lip. Oh, one side of my lip is puffier. Oh, I gotta fill it in with... You will never be satisfied because the enemy is playing on your insecurities. The enemy knows what you deeply don't like about yourself. And every time you look inside the mirror, the devil is sending you tormenting thoughts about how you look. It's nothing wrong with how you look, sweetheart. You are beautiful. You are beautiful in the image that God created you to be in. It's okay not to look like these other females. These other females that you are looking up to are suffering just like you. That's why they're fixing themselves, because they don't like their natural features. They are battling with their minds, are battling with themselves. Go to God. Jesus saves. Love yourself. If you don't know how to love yourself, ask God to teach you.
Right. And the reason why I was saying that this is one of the rare few women who stayed on topic, not at any point in time through 100% of her video, of her rebuttal to those women doing plastic surgery, did she ever sit up there and blame black men for anything. Normally what tends to happen with a lot of these conversations that I've showcased on here is that somebody will pull through and be like, well, black men made black women feel insecure about themselves because of X, Y, and Z. Because they're over here chasing this, they're over here chasing that, they're over here amping this up, they're over here amping that up. Like when it dealt with like the BBLs, there were fields of black women that was like, yeah, the reason that black women are getting them is because black men are just amping up all of these women that got these fake bodies. So in response, black women are like, all right, we got to do this in order to get, love directly from black. We never said that. We never said that. We never said that. We never said that. And I want to just preface this by saying that in a lot of instances, the black women who want to always blame black men, they're looking at the types of black men that more than likely they would like to be with, but could never actually get or actually be with. And in their minds, they think that, okay, well, maybe if I fit in and I make my body like this other woman, then maybe that rich guy, that rapper, that NFL player, whatever it is, maybe he'll see me and maybe I can be next in line. No, sweetheart, that's not how that works. It's not how that works. Like I said, you got a lot of women out here that want to live through or be other women so that they can have and live that life. Instead of them trying to build and find and experience their own life, they're looking on social media, living through other women and imagine themselves and picturing themselves through the point of view of that woman. And I'm like, but sweetheart, you can never be that woman. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And this also goes to the effect when it deals with for black men out there. I've stated 99 different times. It doesn't matter how beautiful you tell a black woman that she is. It doesn't matter what type of positive comments that you have directly for her. At the end of the day, the worst enemy mentally for a woman is herself, because she will have on repeat the most negative things, the most abhorrent things to tell another person, but she's telling that to herself internally. So you can sit up there and say 10 times a day that, yo, baby, I think you beautiful. I love you. I care about you. It's like everything is fine directly about you, like the tiger stripes, all of this other type of stuff. And in the mirror, when she's looking at herself, either clothed or half clothed, she's like, yo, I'm ugly. I don't like this. I don't like that. I would never date a person like me. I would never find myself attractive if I was a guy. Da da da. Like, this is what they're saying to themselves every single day, tearing themselves down. So it's like it doesn't matter how many times that you say this directly to a black woman. It don't matter. She's going to say everything to cancel that out. She's going to say that all the time, every single day, to cancel that out. There's nothing that you can do realistically as a man in order to like repair or fix that. That's internal working that she can only press the stop button on that, because she's the one that made the tape, played the tape, and built the recorder and built the speakers. There's nothing that you can sit up and do. Trust me. I've been through it too many times to count, and it's never worked out well. So, like I said before, shout out to her 100% for staying directly on task and letting women know, like, hey, you got to stop the nonsense. You got body dysmorphia because of you. You view yourself as unattractive because of you. I don't see men every single day in real life going around calling black women ugly 24/7, 365. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Now, what does exist is that black women will be on these platforms and they'll go through social media. And then what the algorithm will do is that they will sit up there and show the few black men that's out there saying like some crazy type of stuff directly towards or at black women. They'll make sure to just like layer those videos. And then from that perception of that algorithm through those black women's point of view on TikTok, IG, and YouTube, their perception is like, oh, this is all black men directly out here. This is how they move, and this is how they sit up there and talk to us every single day. And no, it's not. I go to markets and I see black men and women every single day. Go to the store, black women every single day. Go to the mall, black women and black men directly out there. I do not see black men out here just looking for a black woman. Oh yeah, let me find a black woman I can sit up there and call ugly today. Let me be a colorist and a texturist today. Let me see how I can sit up there and tear down a black. There's not fields of black dudes on corners just sitting up there just waiting. Like, yo, like I said, when you have like folks out here explaining this type of stuff, they really make it seem like black dudes are just out here on the prowl every single day, just trying to figure out a way to destroy black women. And that is just not the case. It's not the case. Like I said, you got so many people that actually live in real life, but they would rather believe the internet versus real life, which is crazy to me. They really think that the internet stuff is actually reality. It's diabolical. Like I said, too many people want to live in a fantasy. And a lot of people, they make the fantasies of which they want to live in. and then they package and repackage and then title a book and then they ship that fantasy off to other people. And this is how you get these large flocks of folks believing this type of thing when it deals with black men out here. But yet people don't want to deal with home first. And that's why I respect the video of this woman here, because she was like, hey, we're starting with home first. We're not worried about the external stuff. We're starting with home first. Because like I said, even growing up, you can listen to little girls sit up there and say themselves, and this is without any type of boys, this is without any type of men. They will tell themselves that they are ugly. And then the mother got to come in there, or the aunt or the grandmother, like, yo, baby, why would you sit up there and say that you're ugly? And they were like, oh, because of this, because I don't look like this girl. I don't look like this Barbie doll. I don't look like this girl that I see in this magazine. I don't look like this actress. I don't look like none of the women in my family. Like I said, it don't have nothing to do with guys. So I ain't trying to hear none of that nonsense about here. I'm not trying to hear none of this nonsense because I've seen this with my own two eyes. Like I said, there's no men that had to do nothing with it. There's no little brothers out there. There's no interactions with little boys out here that had to do with any of that situation. That was just her internally. So if that's a young girl internally, what do you think happens to women when they get older? All of that internalized hate, body dysmorphia, and I don't like myself, that's going to grow into a larger monster. But like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing because nobody ever wants to be responsible for their own thoughts. The ways in which that they move. Nobody wants to be responsible for their own energy. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It is diabolical. 100%. This man sat up there and said that women are ugly. That's why they need me. You now, out of all the times that people have sat up there and said that I'm like anti-woman and whatnot, that's the most anti-woman comment I've ever seen in my life. And that's not even me trying to cater. Like that just sounds like ridiculous. That just sounds ridiculous. Like I said, listening to what you just typed, because I'm hearing it directly in my voice as I read it. You got to be the type of dude that does not get the type of attention that you desire from women. That's all I'm saying. Well, let me just highlight this real quick. You have to be that type, because I'm like, what's even a point? Like what's like this is why I be sitting up there saying to a lot of these other folks, I'm like, people just be saying stuff to like really try to get some type of attention, like the attention that they desire, because they can't get it the normal way. They decide to go the negative route in order to try to still get that same attention, even though it's not the same. Right. But they're like, hey, attention is attention. So I'll sit up there and take it. That don't even make no type of sense. And it's like, it's crazy when you'll sit up there and say that women are ugly, but 9 times out of 10, it comes from profiles of guys that will never sit up there and show their picture. It comes from guys suffering from like ED. It comes from, guys who got like a pot belly, like the fattest pig on the planet. That's like out of shape, balding, back hair. Like you can't even sit up there and touch your tippy toes. You can't even do proper exercises. You can't even climb a rope properly. Like this is the type of stuff that I be talking about. Like it don't even make any type of sense. I'm like, dog, if you really feel, in my opinion, right? If you really feel that way, then you need to go and the desired effect from what I'm looking at. If you're going to sit up there and say women are ugly, so then you must, in reverse, you must find men attractive. And like I said, hey, shout out to the to the gay community. Ain't no hate in my blood. Do what you do. It's 2026. Said you ain't judging. But like I said, a lot of people just need to sit up there and be honest. It's the same way that when women come out here and they start hate bashing on men, I'm like, okay, you're a lesbian. Like I said, I look at the exact same way. If you got men out here sitting up there talking about women are ugly, so in reverse, you find men to be beautiful. So you must be a part of another community. You just don't want to be honest about it. Just don't want to be honest. Like that's crazy to me. Like you sitting up here like saying some stuff that don't even need to be said. Like there's not even women in this comment section sitting up there like attacking like men. Like what are we even doing out here? And like I said, this ain't to pander to nobody because I don't even care about that. Everybody knows that. I do not care. I do not care. This is not a pandering channel. Trust me. It is not. Like I said, that's crazy. Then you got, what is it? Blaze said most women are ugly without makeup. It's true thing. You ain't gotta be gay. Nah. like I said before, you got women that are just naturally beautiful. I don't know where y'all be like where do y'all be at in life? Like what women are you in like the Caucasus? Like where are you specifically at? Like you in the Caucasus Mountains somewhere, like in some caves? Like what women are you looking at in the general population where you just step out every single day and you be like, yeah, all these women out here. Where are you at? Where like what is even happening out here? And people call me an incel. That's crazy. Yo, that is diabolical. That is diabolical. You said the West Coast. So you don't got no women that's attractive at all. At all. At all, really. Okay. Like I said, I don't know what community you specifically grew up in, but maybe you need to change your surroundings. Because like I said, I grew up born and raised in Detroit. I can't sit up there. Never in my life could I sit up there and say, like, yeah, all women out here, like, they just ugly. They just no, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. And like I said, I grew up in a time before makeup, so I know what it is that I'm talking about. Like I said before, the most like even going back to high school, the most that black girls would even sit up there and wear was like lip gloss. That's it. They would have like some lip gloss or maybe like some light oil directly, on their face to keep their skin like hydrated and everything in a sense. But they weren't even really out there wearing makeup. And they looked good. Like I tried to come to school dressed every day. As soon as I got some money, I'm about to let me go get some twists real quick. Let me get my hair braided. Let me wear my Christmas or my birthday clothes. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how y'all be moving. I don't know where y'all be at, how y'all be moving, where specifically you're looking directly towards. It sounds like to me you need to sit up there and move around. You just need to move around. Like I said, I keep trying to tell people that, but nobody ever wants to do that. Just saying. Like I said, I don't know what's up with people. You say you've been in a relationship for 5 years. A relationship with who? Is that with a man or a woman? And like I said, I'm honestly, I'm not trying to be disrespectful because you came up here and you basically, let me go back up to the comment. You said most women are ugly without makeup. And I think you had something before that, or I might be thinking about the other guy. But yeah, y'all up here like talking crazy. Yeah, you said natural raw beauty isn't everywhere. Like I said, I don't know where you be looking. You said women with no makeup is raw beauty is greater than makeup. Okay, I can agree. Like I said, I'm the type of person. I've always stated that I would rather have a woman in her natural versus in makeup because I know how you are. I know how you look. I'm not dealing with some made up, preface. I'm not going to be shocked, or anything of the sort. But again, as I stated before, I'm like, dog, if you sitting up here, so obviously if you're on the West Coast and you stated that women on the West Coast are ugly, so obviously you found somebody who is attractive on the West Coast, which then means what you said before, it doesn't really have legs to it because you were able to spot somebody. You're able to spot somebody, just saying. Like, that's crazy. Somebody said you just now realize women are ugly, and see, that's what I be talking about. Bro, brother, you got high cholesterol and ED. Let's just start there. High cholesterol, ED, and you're probably on your way to a heart attack. Let's start there. High cholesterol, ED, possibly balding. High cholesterol, ED, possibly balding, and you can't get the attention from the women that you realistically want. Because it's like, the craziest part is that the guys that actually have the looks to actually just get women, they're out there doing it. They're not talking bad about women online. It's the dudes that can't get women at all that are running their mouths, that are hiding behind the screen, that are faceless, that have no profile pics, and of course, no recent profile pics of up to date, such as like yesterday, last week, last month. It's like it's easy to sit up there and sit behind the screen and to sit up there and say that women are unattractive when don't nobody know what it is that you look like. It's easy to sit up there and do that. It's easy to sit up there and do that. It's easy to do that. It's easy to do that, brother. Now I gotta go. Hold on. You said, is that how I sleep at night? You said, ha ha ha. You're defending ratchet ghetto black women. What else did you say? You said, I'm trying to find all these comments. Females be having their dad's chins, their butt chins. Dun dun dun. Let me explain something to you. How about this? Because I don't actually suffer from ED. If I look down, my dick hangs over my balls and my stomach ain't blocking it. I can clearly see. So we can start there. We can sit up there and start there. So when I'm basically having a conversation talking about somebody suffering from ED, more than likely being overweight, not really, attractive looking, not getting the attention that they desire directly from women, you're the person I'm talking about, along with the very first guy that sat up there and came up and started talking like crazy about women as well too. Like I said, it don't even make sense. It don't even make sense. Like I can look down right now and I can see what my dick looks like, and I'm sitting down, so I'm a little bit confused. I'm highly confused, actually. Like this is crazy. Like this is 100% crazy. Like I said before, if you were actually the man that you say that you are, you wouldn't be out here talking about women in a negative light. You would be actually out there getting them. Just saying. Just saying. So somebody said that gay dudes care about seeing their own dick. Who said that? What? What type of logic is that? That doesn't even make any type of sense. First of all, let me make you understand something. Hold on. Who is this? Who is this? Kevin? Hold on. Let me make you understand something. Out of all of the instances that any of this videography, when it deals with the entertainment industry, movies, flicks, occurs, there are more white boys out there that are in the room with other white boys that are having skin to skin contact than they are directly with the woman that is in the room. That would be gay, right? But being able to see yourself when you look down, because there's no type of fat such as a oversized stomach like a whale or a pig. I'm not understanding. Like for me, I feel blessed to be able to and just look down and be able to see myself, and I don't got like 200 pounds of a stomach just like hanging directly over, or in some instances 600 pounds, right? Because they got the show, what is it, My 600 pound or My 1,000 pound life, where you got these big dudes and their stomach is to their kneecaps. You ain't never seen yourself since like Christmas at the age of 3, and you probably still weren't seeing yourself. So I was like, I'm a little bit confused. Like that's crazy. Hold on, you said my feelings are not facts. Me looking down is not feelings. That's reality. So what are you talking about? I'm living in reality at this as I'm talking to you right now. As I'm talking to you right now, I'm living in reality. As clear as my voice is on this plane of existence, that's the reality that I live directly in. It has nothing to do with feelings. A lot of men suffering from obesity and ED, that is a reality. Matter of fact, let me see something real quick. Let me, because we got to go there. Um, let's see here. Mm-mm-mm. So let's see here. Approximately 22% of non-Hispanic white men over the age of 40 in America. Millions of individuals suffer from moderate or severe erectile dysfunction, or ED. Prevalence is strongly tied to age, rising from roughly 5% of men in their 20s and 30s to over 70% of men aged 75. Now, why would men suffer from ED? Cardiovascular disease, right? Narrowing the arteries. Diabetes, or diabetes. Where I say diabetes because of the mailman that used to do the commercial. If you're old enough to remember, you know what I'm talking about. Hypertension and high cholesterol, and then also medications. Yeah, yeah. So ages 20 to 39, 5 to 13%. Ages 40 to 59, 22% to 30%. Ages 60 to 69, 44%. And at ages 70 plus, 50% to 77%. Yeah, it's crazy work. It's diabolical. 100%. 100%. Let me see. You said who? Oh yeah, I got you. Got you. No problem, no problem. Who was who was sitting up there saying block him? Got you. John Doe, we got you. We got you. Yeah, we got people that like to, pull directly through and, do nonsense, while we're having these types of conversations, right? It's crazy work, it's diabolical, directly in nature. But just saying. I don't know what else to sit up there and tell people. Like I said, from both sides, I don't like nonsense when people happen to say it. I don't like when women like to generalize and harshly talk negative about men. And I don't like when men want to pull up to the scene for no reason and just start talking about women. Like I said, I'm an equal opportunist. Anybody can sit up there and get it. It don't matter who you are. It realistically, it doesn't matter. Like I said, I keep trying to tell people, like, yo, keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself. Like, hey, I just need people to keep it to themselves. Yo, John Doe, like I said before, if this is the way that I work, right? I meet disrespect with disrespect. So if men want to pull up to the scene and they want to be disrespectful, I'm going to be disrespectful. You got women that want to pull up to the scene and be disrespectful, I'm going to be disrespectful. So that's basically how it works here. Now, if people don't really got the ears directly for that and you're highly sensitive, to that, then, so be it. Godspeed. I don't know what else to sit up there and tell you. But for me, if people come up disrespectful, I'm not about to tone it down. I've done that for years and it didn't really do anything for me. So again, I'm going to fight fire with lava. That's how I work here. So, again, I keep trying to tell people to tread lightly. You know, it's that simple. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Somebody said they're going to the gym just to avoid those statistics. That's good. That's good. That's a very positive thing. And that's the one thing I told a lot of dudes to do as well. Like, yo, keep your body, in check. Work out, even in like your later ages, like 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. Do some push-ups, do some crunches, do some pull-ups, whatever it is. Like, yo, the more that you work out, the slower the aging process directly is, and the more benefits that you will have directly to your body overall. But like I said, you can't tell a lot of dudes nothing because they don't want to sit up there and listen. You got too many dudes out here that just want to walk around obese. And I'm like, that's crazy. There's no reason as a man that you realistically should be obese. I'm just going to be honest. Like I said before, I'm not talking about extenuating circumstances where people that went through like severe health issues and I ain't talking about none of that. I'm talking about you're healthy. You're normal average guy. There's no reason for you to be obese. And I ain't trying to hear depression or whatnot or whatever. Everybody goes through that. Like I said, I didn't went through it. I didn't sit up there and talk to people openly directly on the channel about it. And I ain't about to sit up there and let myself sit up there and be like 6,000 pounds. We ain't doing that. We're not doing that. Like, that's crazy to me. You a grown man, get up there and start walking. Ain't nothing hindering you in this life from walking but you. Like, what is we doing out here? What's stopping you from sitting up there lifting or curling some weights? Nothing but you. What's stopping you from sitting up there like, eating all of those Krispy Kremes, from putting those down? You. Like I said, stop ordering out. Start learning how to cook. Go get some chicken. Don't sit up there and season it. Get you some rice. Get you a rice cooker. Get you a nice little pan and buy up some lean chicken, some lean meats. Start doing calorie deficits. Like I said, I ain't no type of like workout professional, whatnot, but y'all get what I'm saying. Like, get rid of a lot of the sugars, get rid of a lot of the fats, start starving your body of a lot of the stuff, and your body is going to start to go back down, along with you working out as well too. Right? You do all of that stuff in conjunction, you're going to sit up there and see very great benefits. Being a man. Like, that's it. It's that simple. Bobby said, I'm 5'10", 198, but I would rather be 180. Yo, 190. Yo, what's wrong with 198? Like that's like a mini tank. Like what's wrong with it? It's like, yo, you bulldozing through people, taking out kneecaps. Like if you was like a rugby player, like you got some speed, like yo, you powering through somebody's like hip or they kneecaps. Like, what's wrong with 198? I mean, I guess like if you're saying like you would want it to be like more solid, like I get that. I get that. You trying to like sculpt it out, be more solid. I get that. I get that. But it's like, yo, 190. I'm like at this point, like I came up from like, and this is just weight. This ain't like working on nothing. I came all the way from like I was a normal natural like 130 to 135. Now I'm sitting well in like the 160 range. Now, if I take back all of the stuff that I normally eat, because this is the thing, I eat. If people know anything about anime, I eat like Goku, Luffy, and all of them, right? So in order for me to have the weight that I have on now, I gotta eat like that, right? On top of the other stuff that I cook, salmon, rice, and other stuff of that nature. But I have to like eat because I have a fast metabolism in order to keep the weight that I basically have on. So it's a tough life. It is. It is. This one, I can't take Gil nowhere. Yo. It's only Gil. Tippy was like, well, hold on, said you're ectomorph. Yes, we know, Tiffy. We know. No Freedom said, damn, my chin has 3 chins. Hey, like I said, they got exercises directly for that. Like I said, if you're a guy and you got like a little bit of like the chin fat directly there, they got like neck, exercises, shoulder exercises and whatnot that you can do. Like I said, I watched a lot of YouTube videos on workouts and whatnot. And they got workouts for every area to cut down and to like slim down a lot of the fat there. Like I said, just start working out. Go on Amazon, order you whatever weight kit or whatever it is that you need, and just start working out today, right now. Like if you as a man see a problem directly with your weight, just go do it. Don't delay it. Don't sit up and be like 50, because the moment in time you start doing that maybe or I'll think, you're never gonna do it. I'm just gonna be honest, you're never gonna do it. The moment in time that you start being iffy and you start wobbling and flip, you're never gonna do it. This is why everybody keeps coming through with New Year's resolutions talking about, okay, this year I'm going to do this. Okay, next year I'm going to. That's because nobody's ever consistent. You don't need a resolution if you're actually consistent in doing what it is that you speak about. And like I said, as a man, there's nothing stopping you. Women can sit up and say like, okay, I got, chemical imbalance, hormone differences, or they had a baby, or, all this other type of, women can sit up and say all of that. Bodies are completely different. With men, you got a standard issue body. You don't got none of those. There ain't no chemical imbalances. Ain't none of that going on. Right. It's just you. And if you want to get up there and work, or if you want to get out there and jog or walk or whatever it is, or, it's you. Tippy said that's not fair. You can eat anything and not gain weight. I mean, I gain weight, but it's not what people would think that I would gain. I guess technically you're right. I guess. Cave said needs to be walking again 10K steps. Gotcha. Brittany said the cleaner foods, the better also, and avoid soy. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Soy is terribly bad for men. Terribly bad for men. So yeah, she is correct on that 100%. Also, my bad if Brittany, if you're not a woman, my bad, because I did have another Brittany on here as well, and that was actually a guy. So it's like, my apologies. I'm going by the name, so my apologies. Sonny says straight people stay fit to see to see themselves, and gays stay fit to see others. That's crazy. Yo, this man Sonny, yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. Sonny said 5'7", 116 pounds. Yo, I don't know why it is, Sonny. It's like, yo, I always thought that you was like a taller dude. Like automatically you probably like 6'5" or something like that, like basketball player height. Like for whatever reasons, like as soon as you talk to people online, you automatically imagine what people are, in a sense. Or especially if you in a sense like known people for a minute. So yeah. Tippy said 198 can't fit nothing. LOL. I'm 5'10". You can't lift me. Actually, Tippy, 198 is not bad. 198 is not bad. Like, and this is the the other thing, right? You got other women that are trying to like get back into like the ones, you're already there. So all you have to do is just like figure out what weight that you want to get directly to and just aim directly for that. Don't go for anything. This how I put it to you as, right? If you're trying to lose weight, the worst thing that you can do is to try to put a big number directly up there. What you will want to do is do it in increments. So that way, if you do it by, you got this one here, you got a two here, then maybe you hit like a five, you're doing it in increments. That's going to add up over time versus you getting disappointed that you didn't hit this automatic 10 or this automatic 15. So just do it in increments. Like I said, that's the best way to do it. One step directly at a time. Like if I were to start doing like push-ups right now, my body would automatically start looking different in 30 days. And proof of that is, I mean, I've done it before, during the 360 era. That's all I would do. Like I'll wait in Call of Duty lobbies. I'll sit up there and start doing push-ups and all this, like other type of stuff while sitting up there waiting. And I always try to go over my limit of, how many I can sit up there and do, like during like a week and whatnot or whatever. So I was hitting numbers back during those days. I was hitting like, the twos, the fives, and close to like 1,000 within like a week and everything of the sort. So I was looking for me, I felt like that was actually pretty good. That was pretty good. But also due to the fact that I was thinner, the muscles would automatically show. So it didn't take much. There was like, a little bit of fat directly on my body during that time. So any type of work that I did do, it's showing immediately. I love that. Let me tell you that was beautiful during that time. Beautiful. What was it? Bobby said, I feel too heavy. I'm 198. I'm solid, but I lost some athleticism with the extra weight that gained from deployment to Afghanistan. I got you. I mean, you just gotta tone that up. I mean, doing some running to sit up there and help out. Doing some running to sit, but see the best part about it, because like this is the one way I look at it. Like if you're at like a 198, you are the weight. You get what I'm saying? So if you want to do push-ups, you're automatically, in a sense, pushing that. You're using that weight that you have to automatically gain like that muscle and everything of the sort. So while you're doing that, you're also building muscle as you're, losing fat. But like I told like some of the women directly out here, because some women, because I got a preference, because the muscle that men have is going to be heavier, I think, in a sense, in comparison to women, or vice versa, whatnot, whatever. Anyway, I'm just thinking right now, right? So when it deals with women, like Tippy, right? The other thing that comes directly in is the fact that if you work out as a woman, you got to also remember that muscle is denser. So you are losing weight, such as the fat, but you're also technically gaining weight, which is going to be the muscle that is being built. So it's going to basically seem like you really didn't lose anything, but you are losing. That's why I had a problem with like The Biggest Loser, because people were actually losing weight, but they were gaining muscle because they were using the weight that they have as the actual weight in order to build and lose muscle at the same time. So, but yeah, for Bobby, yeah, all you got to, you got that. You got that. What was that? Britt said exactly. Go outside and find a log to lift. Yep. Calisthenics is a phenomenal as well. Yeah. Yep. Bushido said, I don't eat enough. LOL. I'm 6'1", maybe 140. I mean, let me see, 6'1", 140. I mean, you're basically like my guy off of NBA Streets. What was it? What was it, like Slim? I forgot. That was like one of my favorite characters. But like he was a tall, like he was like Lynx in a sense. He was like a tall, like thin dude, but he can move. He was like fast and whatnot. But it's like, yo, you still got power. Let me tell you, you got power and reach. But like I said, lean meats, working directly out, help you put weight, directly on. If you 6'1" with like 140, you also got a fast metabolism. But also the weight is going to be placed way differently. Like for me, I'm like, what would you say? Like, well, technically, I just normally tell people like I'm 5'4". Just because, like I said, if you tell people stuff on the internet, like I'm 5'4", people gonna believe it. So, because I'm shorter, right, in comparison to somebody that's like 6'1", weight is going to look, different. So technically, the one let me see what I'm at, like 165 that I got on me one night right now is going to look way different, like on you, because I remember what I looked like at 140. I remember that. I'm like, yeah, all I got to do is like a few push-ups like during the week. I'm good. I'm automatically looking cut and in shape. I'm good. I'm about to sit up there and put on the t-shirt, go outside. Like, let me tell you, it was beautiful. But also during that time, walking to work during like storms, it kind of felt like the wind was able to push on you. Now, being a little bit heavier, you got resistance. I'm able to carry myself through the wind instead of the wind trying to carry me where it looks like I'm doing a moonwalk or something like that. It's crazy. This man crazy. Sonny was like, anxiety keeps me ripped. Brittany said, thank you for your service, Bobby. Oh, yeah. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. No Freedom said, so I need to lose 100 pounds. Wait, what? Wait, I'm confused. Wait, how much did the Freedom say that he weighed? I forgot. Brittany said, but she needs to eat eggs and peanut butter, get some healthy fats and protein. Tippy said, yeah, our weight goes up and down, menstrual cycles, and I have thyroid issues, but I'm trying. Yeah, that's like I said, as long as you're trying and you're consistent, like you're good. Like I said, just do not be hard on yourself. Okay, Brittany said I'm a woman. Okay, I got you. Yeah, because like I said, I had it happen before, so I try not to make too many mistakes because I ain't trying to offend folks out here. Sonny said I eat soy to even out my this man. Yo, Black Panther Venom. Yo, what is up? What is up? Okay, it's third. Okay, I got you. So you swapped your name. Now I gotta sit up there and like remember your name, man. See, y'all be swapping names on me. Let me tell you something. Yo, what's up, third? What is going on? What was it? Yeah, Sonny is funny. That man is a character. Let me tell you something. Wait, what? Wow, that's crazy. Word, Gail, that's what we're doing? That's crazy. That's wild. That is wild. That's wild. Tippy said, I'm tall. I said, if a guy is 198, he can't lift me. He is small. That's crazy. Actually, Tippy, like I said, the strength of men versus the strength of women is vastly different. That's the thing that you gotta also like remember. Just because like a dude is short, don't mean that he can't pull weight. There's a lot of short dudes out here that can actually lift. But for whatever reason, people think that shorter guys automatically means that they're not strong, that they don't. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know why people have that mentality automatically, but man. Gabe said, you're good. Ain't that Meg Thee Stallion measurements? Possibly. It probably is. As a matter of fact, Bobby said, I enlisted at 132 and stayed around 156 in my early 20s. During deployment, I drank and assured. Wait. I drink insurers and lift weights. Okay, I got you. I remember insure too. I remember the commercials. But he said, man, if you hit burpees a month straight, you'll see immediate results. Oh, yeah. That's bars. Cave said, I'm gonna slack off. Hey, yo, like I say, you just got to be consistent, like one step at a time, one day at a time. Like I said, as you normally say, Rome was not built in a day, so just take it like that. Tippy said, I'm snoo compared to dudes who's 198. LOL. Tippy said, wait, how tall is he? So he said, that's crazy. This whole conversation just completely went left. Cave said walking does help lose weight. Yeah, that's true. No Freedom said WTF, mentally trying to figure out your comment song. Wait, comment song? Wait, Freedom, what you talking about? Wait, is there a song playing? I don't think I got no music playing. Or are you talking about when after I do like the videos, like when I do the initial videos and it's just a talking portion? Let me know if that's what you're talking about. Tippy said you got to be to something to lift something. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, that's crazy. This whole conversation just went left. And I blame Gail. Whole conversation went left. No Freedom said, bro, WFT chat is this. I'm getting uncomfortable. It's Gail's fault. Like I said, I got moderators. I got moderators. You said I'm 6'11" and 236. Fat, but I got depressed and down to 138, and now I'm up to 160, trying to get up to 180 or even 190. 10% body fat. I mean, even though like in an unhealthy way, it basically happened. You do have like the weight loss. I guess that was technically the, I'm not going to say desired effect, but it did happen. So now you just got to work back up on building muscle. That's not going to be too difficult. Like what, you're 169? Yeah, you should be good. Oh, my bad. I thought because the way that it was typed in, I thought you said 6'11", you said 6'1". Okay, I got you. I was like, dang, I'm like, that dude tall. I'm like, you should be in like the NBA or something, like overseas. I'm like, yo, somebody should have picked you up. I'm like, yo, like, man, let me tell you, if I was like 6'11", I'll try to get into like some type of sport real quick. Let me tell you something. Tippy said the wind knock you on your butt before. Game muscle, LOL. This woman. Tippy said, I'm 5'13". This woman with the 5'13" and the 5'14". Brittany said, I'm a farmhand. I'm 5'4", walk on average 7 to 10 miles, 6 days a week, usually with a bale of hay in my hand or a grain bag on my shoulder. I stay pretty solid. A body in motion stays in motion. That's facts. That's facts. And like I said, I done seen a lot of TikTok videos of women on farms that work on farms. Yeah. Yep, done seen it. Done seen it. Let me tell you. Black said, changing my name is my form of Asian protest. Yo, I had quite a few people in my comment section trying to sit up here and tell me, like, yo, said it's time for you to change your name. I ain't changing. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. We're like I said, like I told that person, I'm like, yo, you better pay me like $250K for me to change that name. I'm like, yo, if we ain't talking money, I ain't changing. We are not doing that. Not doing that at all. Sonny said, this man. Tippy said, I think I would love that. I want a short guy to surprise me by lifting me up off of my feet. I'll shut up about your height after that. That's crazy. What was he said? I'm actually 4'2" 5" tall. This man. Brittany said, no, the guy was talking about Sonny's comments. Wait. Yeah, the whole conversation be going off the rails technically. Tippy said, yeah, and what happened to the next video? Sorry, Seji. No, we got caught up on like conversation. That's what happened. Started talking about like weight loss and and different stuff like that. Tippy said, you seen videos of tall Puerto Ricans too, Seji? Of course, Tippy. I've seen that. K5 said, I'm not changing my name either. Black said, yeah, you're pretty much locked in because you follow count and brand. Yeah, it's like I can't sit up there and do that. Like a lot of stuff that I've even created, it's directly attached to that. Now I can't afford to do that. That's too much work to sit up there and do, and even extents like paperwork. I'm not doing that. It's too much. Yo, SWAT D, what is up? What is going on? You said been seeing your latest work, straight fire lately. Keep it up. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Swift said, what's up? What is the topic? So the main topic, right, because we can actually return to it, is do men want / like nice women, right? So we went through 3 videos. Well, technically 2. One of the videos, let me
You
just
know why, Daphne?
because I can get back from this to the normal course, right? So this woman had a problem with like Daphne Joy. Daphne Joy is somebody that was with like 50 and Diddy, right? And we all know that, things that basically happen there and all this other type of stuff. She ended up Daphne Joy went to the Cam Newton podcast and she had a sit down. This woman, quote unquote, using the air quotes, this black woman here decided that she wanted to have an opinion and she wanted to not only just like specifically talk about Cam Newton, but she wanted to talk about black men in general and how black men basically pedestalize, certain women when they do certain types of behaviors, but they don't pedestalize black women when they do those behaviors. And then we went directly let the video play. And then I went into the whole aspect of different instances, right? But one of the things I want to point out, because I forgot to actually point it out, because Tippy had reminded me that we were still, supposed to be going over videos. Let me show y'all something real quick. And this is a quick search that I did on Google earlier, right? So all of these women here that y'all might not know nothing about, these are all film stars, of a certain type. And she wanted to say, like, a case in point, she wanted to make the example of like Asian women. She was like, hey, if an Asian woman basically, did any of that stuff and released the tape, no Asian man is going to take her back. Basically saying that men of said race are not going to take back women or want to date or marry women who do that. These are just a few of the women. With a simple Google search, these are just a few of the women. These are white women who ended up getting married, even though what their previous job was, or the job that they may be still doing, is in that industry. So again, going back to this woman here, she don't really know what it is that she's talking about. Like how she's doing like this blank stare directly into, the foreground. That's her mind at the moment. It's just blank. It's a whole canvas. There's nothing there. Like I said, there's women every single day who do, various types of jobs and they end up getting married to dudes. There are women right now in these industries that are probably even strippers that are married or that are in relationships, and they're with men of their own race. So it's like, it's crazy that she's sitting up there saying, like, how do you think, like, there are women over there in Japan and in China that be doing all types of stuff and they're married or in relationships with other Chinese, other Asian men. Like, I'm like I said, man, when people be talking online, it's crazy. It's crazy. Brittany said my username used to be Brittany's Farm Life. Then the pandemic hit and I ended up taking a bit of stuff. So I changed it to Brittany Said because I said what I said. Much love, respect, and appreciation to your farm life. Much love. Like I said, I have a deep respect for those out there that are farming. That's something technically I've always wanted to do, but again, you need land realistically to to do it and to grow, a variety of things. But also, I also have a deep respect for farmers because the whole thing of dealing with like the government and Monsanto is problematic. It is horrendously problematic, especially with Monsanto. But yeah, shout out to you and the whole bloodline and everything. Black said, I like nice women, but nice women like hanging out with their ratchet friends. It be like that. Brittany said, there's a saying, single women keep women single. Yeah, I've said that a lot. Let me tell you, on this platform, I have said that a lot. Timmy said, WTF, then they marry those type of stars. Yeah, you got some dudes who are in the industry that get married to, women like that, or guys outside of the industry, because some dudes, like, they legitimately just don't care. Like, they're just like, all right, whatever, that was what you used to do, you're with me now, so we got a clean slate, we're just worried about what we do now. And you got a lot of men that do that. I'm not going to say a lot, but you got men out here that do that. Right, they will give women the grace or the opportunity to basically move forward directly in their life versus, staying pigeonholed it to, whatever it is that they did previously. Brittany said, thank you. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Black said, I married a corn star and she's coming home with other dudes, residue on her face. No, we're talking about, well, if they're both in the industry, they already know what it is. It don't even matter at that point. If you're talking about one that's like retired, it's like, she's retired. It'd be like that. Like I said before, I knew of somebody of a talking instance where they were sitting up here stating that they, at the age that they were already had a body count of like 80 men. Let me tell you, and I told y'all this before. I was like, yeah, I'm terrified and I'm good. Because I'm like, in my mind, I'm thinking of like a whole graveyard. So I'm just being honest. In my mind, I'm just seeing like a whole graveyard of like men, a whole bunch of headstones with like men's names on there. And then you got a blank one for the next one. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I don't really do horror movies. And that's a whole horror movie that you just listed off to me. I'm good. I'm out of here. I'm like, nah, brother. I'm like, you way too confident even about like talking to them. I'm like, nah, man. Nah, but like I said, I respect the honesty. Like I said, the one thing I've always stated before is that I respect the honesty of stuff. So I will always respect that person for their honesty. But yo, that 80 head count, you got it. Salutes off to you. But yeah, we're gonna have to miss that. We're gonna have to sail past that boat. Too many crimes have been committed there. Too many crimes have been committed there. We're not doing that. We are not doing that at all. At all. Um, what was it? Sonny said, "Do black women care about JWS?" I don't even know what that is. Black said, "Ain't enough grace in heaven." That's crazy. Phoenix said, "Most industry dudes are gay swingers." I mean, how would you be a gay swinger though? Wouldn't you just be like a swinger? Gay would basically entail that your whole marriage situation, like that's like your beard or whatever, or a lavender marriage, and that you're really out there just seeing men. If that was the case, then you would just be with or see other men. It wouldn't make any type of sense, I guess, in a sense, or so. I don't know. I don't know. Black said retired till they're not. Dimitri said if someone is single, they should date who they want without someone bashing someone. I mean, yeah, I agree with that. I mean, that should be the case, but that's not the society that we live directly in. It'd be like that. But more so if you are, let's say, like a black male, you're going to get judged harshly, no matter who you date. It don't even matter if you date, directly within your own community. You're still going to be hardly. You're still going to be, judged because, let's say you might have dated a black woman that was like light skinned, right? You got people that be like, oh, you only dated her because she's light or close to white, or she looks passing. And realistically, you just did that because you realistically wanted a white woman, but you didn't want to deal with the judgment. I'm like, how do we get here? And then if you date a woman that's, brown, right? Uh Still, again, a black woman, people are like, oh, you're just intimidated by a dark skinned, black woman. Like you couldn't find you a dark skinned black woman to be with. Like what like why you gotta be so colors? I'm like, huh? I'm like, how do we sit up here and get here? And then if you got a black man that dates a darker complected black woman, it's like you don't even really love her anyway, and you don't love her the way that she needs to be loved. You're I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right, I'll pack it up. It's time to go. It's time to go. It don't matter which it don't matter what direction you go directly in, it's gonna be L on L on L, racks on racks on racks. It's gonna look just like that. K5 said, I saw a band last month that was pretty good. Did some digging on them and found out the singer has been married to two different stars. Wow. I mean, technically, I wouldn't be too surprised that that person would be married to two different stars. I mean, it's the rock life, that comes with it. That comes directly with it. I'm not shocked. Phoenix said a graveyard. Yeah, it'd be like that. Tippy said the person was lying to you. Said, yeah, no, she wasn't lying. She was I can promise you, she was not lying at all. She was not lying. She was not lying. Da said 80. That's like a full Greyhound bus. LOL. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Let me see. Yeah, I don't even know who the other dude that's typing right now. You want to just pack you up real quick? Tip was like gay swingers. LOL. Yo, Fountain, what is up? What is up? What's up? Phoenix said bye. LOL. That's crazy. JR said a black man has kids with a white woman. That kid is mixed. The mixed kids grow up and has kids with the white person. That kid is white. The black man slowly gets erased, diluting themselves. I mean, wouldn't that go both ways? Wouldn't it also mean the same exact thing for black women? Because like it's crazy when people bring this up, but then they don't put it to the other side. Shouldn't you just say like black people in general? Like I said, I'm an equal opportunist. I try to make stuff as balanced as possible because a lot of this content out here is unbalanced. It's just not, it's not balanced. To be said, but black men are married to mainly dark skinned women. We try to inform people of that, Tippy, that more black men are dating and marrying black women versus dating out. But a lot of people like to be in these echo chambers and they want to just imagine something else, which is crazy. Yo, Hack, good morning. Good morning. What is up? What is up? Jared said, I've seen black families slowly turn all white in a couple of generations. It sounds like you're talking about what's that lady name that she was like infatuated with Michael Jackson when he was younger? Diana Ross. Because I saw Diana Ross's family. I'm like, wow. I'm like, are you the only black person here? So I'm like, this is looking like Eve's brand new family reunion. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. That is diabolical. Panther said, actually, the black gene is dominant, not recessive. Right? So now we're gonna go over to the next video, and again, we're dealing with a little bit of accountability here. DA said, "Hey now from Boston, what is up? What is up? Shout out to you and those out there in Boston. What is up?"
To women, lowest divorce rates. To men, highest rates of domestic violence. To women, lowest rates of domestic violence. To men. 75 to 80% of divorces filed by women. Top reasons: boredom, unhappiness, no longer compatible. Highest rates for maltreatment of children by women. Women consume social media at a far higher rate than men. Women are also 3 times more likely to deal with mental health issues than men. When you share these statistics, you are automatically labeled a misogynist pick-me who hates women, but fortunately, I care more about truth than being accepted by the sisterhood. I'm also not a girl's girl, I'm a woman's woman, which means taking radical responsibility and accountability for my own gender. And the truth is, we have a lot of work to do. What has happened instead is not only my generation, but the generations of women before us just constantly blame and deflect everything on men. You'll hear them say, well, if the men were good, if the men were better, if the men were more masculine, then we would be better women. And that's an extremely entitled take to say that your virtue only relies on men in society. With that attitude, you will actually never attract the men that you claim to want in society. If you are living a debaucherous lifestyle as a woman, you cannot turn around and say, it's men's fault that I don't have anyone to marry. It's men's fault that the dating pool is messed up. No, it's your fault. The best thing that you can do in your life is just to say, everything is my fault, and start taking radical responsibility for your own life instead of blaming and deflecting on everyone else.
Relationship status?
Divorced 2 years now, and we were together for 17, married for 13.
So let's go back to that, right? So we heard the bit of accountability from this younger woman here, and she was like, the best bet for a lot of women to sit up there and do is to just be accountable about the situation and the problems that they basically cause instead of deflecting directly over the men. I 100% agree. Because anytime that I've known women directly about here and a problem or a situation has occurred, 99.9% of the time, they're like, hey, it was the man's fault. I'm like, really? Every time? It was like, yeah, it was the man's fault. So it's like every time you hear a lot of women out here just decide to explain, they make it seem as though that they were just the most perfect person. They never had like an attitude. They never had an issue. They never caused an argument. They never did stuff directly on purpose. They never sent like mixed signals or did whatnot or whatever in order to cause certain types of events to take place and or happen, right? And again, I agree directly with her. But to follow that up to give you know, a little bit more to what it is that I'm saying and to what she is saying, we're going to cut directly into this next video with a divorcee, and we're going to listen to what it is that she states about why the divorce took place and why it specifically happened.
Blaming and deflecting on everyone else.
Relationship status?
Divorced 2 years now, and we were together for 17, married for 13 years, and I single-handedly ruined it myself.
Oh, wow, okay. Who initiated the divorce?
I did every single time. I've asked for it like 100 times, and on the last time he's like, fine, you can have it.
When's the first time you asked for a divorce, I guess?
Oof, I think like a year within the marriage, probably. Yeah, it was really hard.
And you were together for 13?
We needed each other for this child.
And you asked for the divorce 1 year into the 13-year marriage?
And then like 10 times more, and then the last time he was like, fine, you can have it.
And you said it was 100% your fault.
I take 100% ownership to what happened because he's the greatest guy in the world.
Tell us what happened.
Yeah, I ruined him.
Wait, you ruined him?
I did. I don't want to say I ruined him because he's the greatest guy. I hope he gets married and finds the most incredible wife.
He's still a good guy, but
He's the best.
You ruined the marriage.
I ruined the marriage and his like view of me, basically.
I got to give you props for the accountability, at least.
And
so what did you do wrong then?
So I subscribed to the feminist ideology, which was horrible.
And that's the main thing that I tell, more so that's the message that I try to deliver to Black women consistently. You got a white woman here that's basically saying like, yo, I messed up my marriage. She said that she was married to this man for 13 years, but within the first year of that marriage, she was automatically asking for a divorce. And then after she didn't get that, she asked 10 more times through that 13 years. And then he finally said like, okay, fine, you can have a divorce. So which means what? That man, no matter how many times that she tried to bark or act a certain type of way, she tried to cause problems and issues to get out of the marriage. He was like, yo, we can work on this. Maybe it's me. Let me try to sit up there and be better. Let's try to, you know, do some type of therapy. Maybe if I do this, that man tried to stay with her for 13 years, a woman that did not want him. And she specifically stated that she didn't want him. She didn't say that he was abusive, that he was violent, that he was hating women, that he hated the kids, that he treated her bad, that he couldn't afford this and he couldn't afford that. She said he was the greatest guy on the planet. He was the greatest guy on the planet. She was just like, yeah, I just don't want to be in this marriage. Huh? And women try to always fixate on the fact that, oh, men don't want to get married because, you know, they're afraid of this and they're no man want to sit up there and be in a 13-year marriage trying to fix it, and the woman don't want to be there. Women 70% plus of the time are the ones that initiate divorce. What man wants to lose everything? He was about to lose everything in the first year because she was automatically trying to get out. And then he probably would have ended up losing more if she didn't decide to wake her own self up out of whatever it is that she was listening directly to. And again, she admitted that she was brainwashed by way of other women. And I stated before that 9 times out of 10, men are not going to make women be single. Women are going to make other women be single. And this is further proof of it. She didn't say that, oh, it was because of men, their ideology, all of the misogyny, and because of the sexism, and because of what men are doing specifically. She didn't say none of that. She said that she listened to other women and she listened to their ideas, thought it was good ideas, and implemented it into her marriage in order to get out. She was going to break up a happy home. She was going to take a child away from her father because of feminists, because she listened to other women. Like I said, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up at all. That's crazy. Like women like her, the reason that decent guys don't want to sit up there and get married. She admitted that she basically messed up that guy's viewpoint more than likely on women in general. Like I said, he was with her for 13 years. There's no telling what type of mouth that she had directly with that dude behind closed doors. What crazy things that she was saying to him to try to get out of that marriage for no reason. She did not have a valid reason to get divorced from that dude. Like I said, she's on a podcast now going against the other women of today, trying to say that, like, yo, I was you and I made a mistake. I'm at like my 40s or whatever it is. You don't need to sit up there and be me. You're looking at me right now. Don't do this. Do the opposite right now while you can. She's trying to sit up there and give them a bat signal. She's trying to throw a Hail Mary. And I promise you, they're not going to sit up there and listen. I promise you. Wait, I'm a little bit confused. How did we get here? So now all of a sudden, you said that I am a disgusting, misogynistic coward. You said you are a sad, insecure little tool. I mean, I don't know if that's supposed to like offend me, because I guess I get what you're trying to insinuate, but okay. I mean, what else? Tell me some more about myself. Are you going to tell me that I hate women? Are you going to tell me that I'm anti-woman? Are you going to tell me that I'm an incel? What else do you really have for me? What else? And like I said, for anybody else about here, so when I happen to do videos about women, this is what I'm talking about. Let this person up here, this Ross, whatever this is, person, let that be a clear-cut example. Because again, you said define it. You can define it. I don't gotta sit up there and define shit. Let me just let you know that that's not how that works. You don't give me orders here. I want you to understand there's a hierarchy here. You don't give me orders. That's not how that works, champ. That's why you're in the comment section. This is why you're saying stuff directly to me, to moi, in order to get attention. I'm not saying stuff to you to get attention, champ. That's how it works. I don't care how misogynistic, I don't care how sexist it basically sounds. Stay directly in your place. Like I said before, like, hey, like I said, I keep telling people I will meet people. I have levels to disrespect, and I can decide to sit up there and meet people directly right there at my choosing. But I have certain limiters out of respect for my mother. Out of respect for my mother, I have limiters. Like I said, luckily my mom was never the person that was like, hey, if a woman says whatnot or whatever, hey, just sit up there, no holds barred, do the exact same. Lucky. How my mouth would be running would be crazy out here. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. So you said you have almost 100K subs and 41 live views, homie. I mean, okay. Actually, I mean, grand total wise, I got like 97. 97 since you're trying to count. Let me go back up. Ross said, whatever makes you feel better, Tiny. I mean, I guess. I mean, I guess you know me. I guess you've seen me before. I mean, I guess you know me better than I know myself. I mean, I could look down on myself right now, but I mean, I get you know me better than I know myself and how male body parts work. So like I said, it's whatever. That's like I said, you must be used to sitting up there dealing with white men, and that comment must really set them off. That's not working here. Like I'm waiting for something. Like you got to give me something like brand new, some brand new material I ain't never heard of before. Like it's just like when racists want to pop up and start talking. It's like y'all want to use the N word, and I'm like, I'm waiting for you to really like pop off, to really say something, to like y'all haven't done that in years. You haven't done that in years, and you as whoever it is that you are, male, female, whatever it is, you know, you want to pull up to the scene and say something stupid. He said he is crying about feminism without absolutely no understanding. He is just programmed to cry about it. Wow, it's easy to say programmed, but yet when you look at society in America, everybody in a sense is, I guess, programmed. But I guess you're outside. I guess technically the way that you're speaking, you almost talk like the black conservative Republicans, where they'd be like, "I'm off the plantation." So as the person that you are, you're making it seem like everybody else is programmed but you. Okay, I got you. You got it. Somebody said dude hasn't been on a date in years. Wait, who specifically? I need people to start like writing ads in the comment section, right? Let me see this real quick. Somebody got somebody up on here. Let me see what was it. So the other person 7405 said dude hasn't been on a date in years. Like who specific? Are you talking to me or somebody else? Somebody said women and men need to find ways to exist in harmony. Let me see what else we got. K5 said the comments must be on another channel. Yep. Yep. Somebody said, "What's up from India? What is up? What is up? What is up?" Somebody said 25 whole thumbs up. I mean, I guess, you know. Oh, we got another troll, no problem. Let me see a whole 25 thumbs up. Let me just look in the back real quick, right? So who is the person who's the person talking? Because a lot of people want to always make it seem like they really, know some stuff. What is this? So for the person that said 25 whole thumbs up, I want you to understand something right now. And I'm looking at the back end on when it deals with the channel. I got close to like 2,000 people directly on the channel. So that's both folks watching videos and also people coming through, watching, passing by, or watching a live stream. So, like I said, it don't matter. It don't matter what it is that you basically think. I'm actually looking directly at the numbers. Like that's the crazy part. Like that's the crazy part. Like it's at 1990 right now, directly on this channel. That's the wild part, and that's just on one side. And also shout out to folks who are pulling up to watch the previous video that I put up as well too. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, this is why I love when people want to make comments about my channel and tell me who's watching and all this other type of stuff. It'd be like that. It be like that. Somebody said, looks like I must have that person blocked already because I can't see their comments. Yeah, it be like that. Somebody said Michael Jackson's pronouns were he and he. That's crazy. Black said the channel's back up. Yes, have a conversation with somebody on the main channel. Yeah, I can't tell which channel it is sometimes. Somebody said, yeah, we're all brainwashed. We're brainwashed by advertisement, pop culture, movies, and music. Alchemist said, oh, what is the main channel, please? I am subbed to this one only. Britt said, oh, I see. Yellow said, what are your talking points? What, I'm confused. Like what specific part are you talking about? Let me know. What was it? You said are we gonna watch the video or just listen to you talk? So hold on, give me one. I'm gonna let Yellow figure out what she's talking about. It's whatever I choose to do at this moment in time. If I want to just sit here and talk, I got, folks that are normally a part of the channel every single day that will sit here and listen to me talk, and just like how I converse, directly with them, and they don't have a problem with it. Obviously, you must be new, and this must be the first, if not a few times, that somebody's actually technically giving you attention, because you pull up the exact same way as the other randoms. We all start trying to, like, give some orders and say do this and do all this other type of stuff. I keep telling y'all, start up your own channel. But you won't. But you won't sit up there and do it. You can start up a TikTok or IG and whatnot or whatever, and write all your own rules and regulations, and you can do it how you want to sit up there and do it. But a lot of y'all don't actually have the wherewithal to actually do this consistently. So that brings you here. Somebody said 46 likes, subscribe. I'm confused, man. You said it doesn't matter, your channel is dead. I mean, I guess. Didi said, imagine criticizing the number of viewers and thumbs up someone has while actively being one of them. Yeah, be like that. It 100% be like that. Let me tell you that. I want to say your name is Avonymous, if I got that correct. You said you help further the division. The division in what specifically? Are you talking about men and women, or what specifically are you talking about? Because the main thing that I said about here and the other two women is the accountability that they are placing directly on women, which is a positive. So that's not causing division. That's pointing out that you have women that are either within the realm of common sense and logic, or they're coming around to the common sense and logic after falling, due to their own leadership or however it is that they wanted to move in life. So that's me giving women credit and highlighting those women while giving them credit, in hopes that other women will also wake up as well, so that they don't have to turn the exact same dark corner and end up 10, 20, 30 years where this woman is directly in this video. So I'm a little bit confused on what division that you're actually talking about, because that's the most confusing part. Whenever people want to say that I'm divisive or causing division, I didn't know I had that much power. I did not know. Let me see. You said, WTF, you're watching this dense podcast for? It's designed to cause more division. You keep saying division, but yet can't prove it. It's crazy. 100%. Phoenix said, keep doing your thing. They can't stop the strong FBA brother movement. 100%. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me see. YOLO said, I'm just impatient. I mean, that's cool to be like that. Like I said, take your time. Like I said, take your time. Take your time. Take your time. Tough Love said, don't people always be the loudest? Tippy said, I think they're feminist females get mad over nothing. Let me see. Wherewithal to react to a clip, have a day off, LOL. No, I'm talking about to actually do content, to do a live stream, to be consistent. I've even talked about this when it dealt with working out. So, or just even basic stuff in life. Let me see. Oh, you say you were talking about me when you made the comment about dumb people talk the loudest? I mean, I guess. But see, this is the craziest part, though, right? If I'm divisive, or if I'm the dumb or the ignorant one, the craziest part is, wouldn't that make y'all dumb and ignorant for sitting here trying to have a conversation and get the attention of a dumb and ignorant person? Wouldn't that mean I just brought you down to my level? Like, what are we doing? It's like this is crazy. It's like if it's like for me trying to get the attention of a racist and to let them know that they're racist. Like, what are we doing here? Like, what are we doing? Like that doesn't make any type of sense. Like, why would I go out there and try to sit up there? That's a stupid move. It wouldn't make any type of sense, nor would it actually do anything for me in life. But like I said, y'all be in the comment sections, be like that. It's crazy. Somebody said the Women's Haters Club. I mean, I guess. You said what even is your content? The crazy part is as a grown individual, as a grown adult, and you're using a smartphone, which is a supercomputer. You mean to tell me that you can't search before you write a dumb comment like that? Like whatever is your content, you could actually look. There's about 2, probably 3K videos directly up on the channel. Instead of asking me, you can go look, right? But you don't want to do that. You want somebody to hand it directly to you. You want somebody to feed you breadcrumbs. That's crazy to me. Somebody said, are you like Myron? No, not even close. Myron is African. I'm Black American. Let me see. What else we got? Somebody said that this is a beta / Manosphere channel. Wow, that's the first time. Wait, have I gotten that before? I think I might have gotten that. Like during the pandemic, maybe I might have gotten that. Actually, it's not though. But again, this is what it looks like when people just pull up and they don't do research. People pull up and don't do no research at all. I love it though. It's dope though. It's dope. You said you talk like the Birdman, like the Birdman, which is a positive in fairness. If you don't know him, you should check out his stuff. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Somebody said Gloria Steinem was a CIA asset. I bet most feminists don't even know that. I mean, I went over and talked about Gloria Steinem before. I talked about it before. You said yes. Now you see. Wait, I'm so confused. Brittany said, I say that all the time. You've got a mini computer in your hands right now. Google it. Yep. K5 says, Seji, yo, you think the trolls work for YouTube? I mean, that's a possibility. I've thought about that before. Because there would be like certain points that we would just not have any type of like trolls, and then all of a sudden you would get like a huge like influx of like bots, NPCs, and all this other type of stuff, and then it'll die down, and then it'll start back up. Like it just comes in waves, which doesn't make any type of sense. But it is highly possible. I don't even know what that means. Just gonna pack up trolls. Let me see. And that was it. Okay, so we caught up to the comment section. So now we're going to go to the next one, right? So this is going to fit pretty much within the exact same video of the previous woman. But like I said, I'm going to let the video play so that everybody can hear it. I ain't going to stop it. I ain't going to cut it. I'm going to let it play all the way through. And I expect to see the exact same dumb comments that I've been seeing originally, hopefully. So let's take a listen.
I feel like I will cut off a nice guy just because I don't think that we're going to mesh because I have too much trauma.
Promise you can't make this stuff up.
We cut off 2 really nice guys.
Yes, and let's talk about it. Sis, I'm going to be honest with you. This man had no issues.
No.
That man had no issues.
Yours had no issues. Mine had no issues. But they were great.
One thing about it, one thing for sure, baby, I need you with a little trauma.
Yeah.
I need you to come.
They were too perfect.
I need you to come with a little trauma. You seem too perfect. I don't want you.
Yeah, and honestly,
you too nice.
It was that, and I wasn't attracted to him. I didn't want to rip his.
Y'all, hers was actually so sweet.
All right, so all of those people that said that I was like a misogynist, divisive, and anti-woman, I need y'all to pull up and explain this video for me, where 2 women basically said they both had nice guys and they cut them directly off because they were too nice and they were too perfect. Notice that they didn't say that they belittled them. Notice that they didn't say that they hated women. Notice how they said that they didn't beat them. Notice how they said that they didn't threaten them. They didn't physically harm them. They didn't endanger them. They didn't try to do anything that normally women who hate men go out there and say that men do every day. These women said that they were too nice. They were too perfect. And they just had to get rid of them because they wanted a guy with trauma. So let me go back to the previous gesture of the other woman, right? This one right here, when she said that when the other girl, the light skinned girl, she was like, I need a guy with like some trauma. She was like doing like the fist type of like emotions, like beating. And I'm like, that's what I be talking about. There, she's basically trying to insinuate, like, yeah, she needs, like a dude that's gonna, sit up there and probably, smack her around, probably put some hands directly upon her. Because usually that's what comes with trauma. People with trauma have seen a variety of different things, especially as children when it deals with physical abuse. And usually when kids happen to see that, they might also enact that later on when they happen to get into a relationship. It doesn't matter if it's male or female, but in this instance, we're talking about these women saying that they want a male with some type of trauma to be broken. So usually if you're dealing with a guy that is broken, he's going to try to break other things around him, including the woman that he is with. Like I said, like that's crazy to me. That's 100% crazy. But like I said, when you bring up stuff like this, like I said, I'm waiting for all of those folks that said that was like anti-woman and crying this and crying that and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, explain this video for me. I'm not trying to hear no basic type of stuff. I need some in-depth type of stuff. Like y'all wanted me to sit up there and explain some stuff. Explain this to me. Like I said, how does that make sense? Like I said, for the ones that are feminists directly out there, and y'all always say like, the femicide rates and men do this to women and all this other type of stuff. Explain to me how it is logical for these two women to say that they want, in a sense, a traumatic relationship or a response, right? Or interaction from a man that they are with because they want a broken man to be delivered directly to them that they can have a relationship with. They don't want a healed or a healthy man to be directly with them. They don't want a man that's going to uplift them, that's going to care, nurture, love, pedestalize, respect, deem them as important, put them first. They don't want none of that. And they said it. I'm just trying to sit up there. I'm just trying to figure out like where those folks at. I need all of those folks to sit up there and pull directly back up because they wanted to run their mouth earlier. I need them to pull back up so they can explain this directly to explain it like ABCs 1, 2, 3s. Rewrite everything that they sat up there and stated. Like that's what I'll be talking about. Like it's crazy. Just like with the previous woman where I played this video.
75 to 80% of divorces no longer compatible.
I got to go back to the end. Like when I covered this video, this is why I paired them side by side, like one after another, because this woman basically stated that she ruined her marriage. 13-year marriage, she ruined it within the first year because she asked for a divorce in the first year. The dude wasn't violent. He wasn't abusive directly towards her. He never put hands. He wasn't even verbally abusive. He didn't do anything wrong. She said several times on that podcast that the man that she was married to was perfect. He was a great guy. She hopes he is so great, in fact, that she hopes that he finds the right woman for him. Like I said before, you can't make none of this stuff up. But like I said, you'll have people walking directly up in here and they'll be like, as a guy, you're problematic. Diabolical. Somebody was like, only women gossip like you. I mean, I guess. I mean, and the crazy part is I'm like, I don't even know. I'm not even going to give like a reply because we don't even know if you're like male or female. Because I'm like, that whole thing within itself is crazy. The whole thing, like, because I want to explain this real quick. It's very confusing when you got women out here that want to try to say that men are acting like women or men are like women. That's basically saying like that thing is basically a negative, right? Which women do, and you're putting that directly on men. But if you automatically see that as a negative initially, like I said, I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's diabolical. Diabolical. Anyways, now we're going to continue directly on the whole situation of accountability that folks don't like to sit up and like I said, I like to, put some stuff, back to back, right? So we heard the one woman initially. So let me go back real quick, right? So we had this woman here Accountability when it dealt with like body dysmorphia and how it is that women basically feel about themselves. At no point in time, 100% through her video, she stayed focused on women and never blame men. Perfect. We went directly to this video where there were two videos directly in one. This woman here was giving information about how, women interact into, relationships or when it deals with marriages and all these other types of things, and basically stating that, A, women need to start taking accountability, yada, yada, yada. Perfect. Cool. No problem. Next video we have was this one. She admitted that she messed up the whole divorce from the get-go, from the start, just because, and she couldn't even give a valid reason. She couldn't even make one up. Right? Cool, fine, no problem. Then we sat up there and dealt with these two birds directly here that wanted to basically state that in order to be in a relationship with a man, he has to be have some type of trauma. He has to be broken. He can't be too perfect or too this or too that, right? So now, after giving a short little cliff note version of all of those videos, we're now going to listen to a older woman and her perspective on the outlook of younger women and how it is that they're moving and dating when it deals with social media along with those conversations, right? So let's take a listen.
Landscape has really changed because of social media. I think the thing with social media is that everybody thinks they have more options than what they really do. Right. You know what I mean? And what you swipe in, you go to the next one, oh, this one looks better than that, or it has, you know what I'm saying? And not only that, even when people are like, oh, you need to date multiple people and all that, first of all, okay. Who has time? Okay. Second of all, I'm really big on energy. Right. And I don't like I don't spend my time with just random people, okay? Right. And then I also feel like when you date multiple people, I call it Frankensteining. You know how they built Frankenstein? They took this part, you take that part, you take that part, and then you put it together to get your perfect person. The problem is that you don't really give one person the opportunity, you know what I mean? Because you know what I mean? You got this, that, and the third. So Jerome might be a really good conversationalist, but Daryl looks good, and Kevin is, you know what I'm saying? And so you have all these different personalities, and you're trying to build your superhuman, you know what I mean? And so you don't give one person enough time to really, rise to the challenge. And I just don't. And you have to have that.
Is who they say they
no,
are.
they are, absolutely. And even like 90 days is like, girl, that the representative will show up,
A man can hide who he is
for a very long time. Yeah, very, very long time, And so I'm just uninterested. I'm really, and there's nothing, like, people are like, well, don't you get lonely? And I don't. Like, I am my own best friend. Like, me, myself, and we have a good time. That's why I solo travel, I go eat. But you have to learn to do that. Right. And when you do not take the time to cultivate, you know what I mean, what's inside of you, and really get to know yourself and be in love with yourself. That's why you're out here looking for validation. That's why you're lonely and you feel it, because you don't even like yourself.
Right. Now, this is the one thing that I will agree directly on from what she stated. And I've stated this before when I've directed videos specifically towards Black women. In a lot of instances, you got women seeking validation from men. And I said that that's the wrong way to go about it, because realistically, you as a person, every person out here should be able to validate, respect, and love themselves. Anybody that comes into your life should be able to just be an add-on. So that means that, hey, if that piece ain't there, it's good. If that piece is there, it's good. It don't matter. You're still going to be able to move. You're not starting from ground zero, because you already did the initial work to build yourself up. And there's no way that an add-on can come directly into your life and tear you down or tear down anything that you built, unless you allow them to do so. Right? So I agree directly with that part, and knowing yourself, right? Knowledge of self, loving, oneself, because if you get into a relationship and you never loved yourself, and the only time that you actually know love is by way of another person, if that person leaves by whatever means or the relationship goes bad, now you're at ground zero. Now you're back to like, hey, I don't know what love is anymore. I don't have that love anymore. So now you got to look for somebody else to basically validate you at that same level or greater than what that person initially gave you from the get-go. So that's the one point. That I sit up there and say that I agree on. K5 said, going to bed. I got you, brother. Much love, respect, and appreciation, man. Thank you for being part of the live stream, brother. And again, shout out to Pink as well, too. Not sure if you might have heard me earlier. Much love, much love. DA said, to be good points, at least to push your robots on us so they can reduce the numbers of people on Earth. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let me see. Alvin said, da 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 da. And then at night you be crying in silence and you can't fool people, but you can fool yourself. Hey, like I said, whatever she needs to do to, get through whatever. Hey, what was the main thing that people normally say? Fake it till you make it. So, like I said, if this is what she has to, sit up there and do and whatnot, or whatever, hey, like I said, it ain't hurt nobody. Like I said, the way I look at it is like she ain't out here sitting up there using men for money. She's not out here trying to like send mixed messages and all this other type of stuff that I've covered in a multitude of other videos. Even just the other two women that I showcased. So hey, if she's staying directly to herself and she ain't bothering or doing this, hey, so be it. Like I say, for me, I don't got no problem with it. I'm going to let it be. I'm going to let it be, right? So now we're going to go directly into the foolishness, and this is from the tonight's conversation. Some of y'all might know exactly what this is. So again, for any of those who feel that I am automatically a black woman hater, and all that other type of stuff, yeah, I want to hear what you got to say after this video. Let's get into it.
When you have fell out of love with your husband for not providing and have fallen back in love with your ex, who is currently having a baby, but is willing to risk it all.
I'm gonna be quick, because you had the wrong podcast.
I would absolutely hate to be your husband. That's just wild work to me. Like, you're willing to leave your husband for another that got a baby on the way. That's crazy work.
No, let me correct that. That is not why I'm leaving my husband. What I left him for was because he was not able to provide for me. This was something that has been going on for a year and a half.
Was he ever able to provide?
A year and a half? That's a season.
So yes, I married him because he was able to provide. He was there to he was able.
Out of here.
You said a year and a half. That's a season. You ain't even giving him a chance to overcome whatever he was going through. You supposed to help him through that. You know what I'm saying?
How long? Okay, I understand that.
Till death do you part. Till death do you part. Till death do you part.
Okay.
I think you would be doing him a huge service by leaving him. Because you're horrible to have even married him. Not as a person, I don't know you as a person, but to have even married somebody out of convenience and out of obligation because you probably just wanted to be married. I think you guys should both go your separate ways so that you can find people who love you and who you love.
Let me just add this point. If you love someone based on conditions, when they do not meet those conditions, you are going to try to find a way out. If God loved us based on conditions.
Oh, killer.
Talk about it.
You have to make a decision to love someone. You may have moments to where you fall out of love, but you got to make that decision every day. We talking about, it may be some situational stuff. What if she go through menopause and then he just say, I don't love her no more, and I'm going to deal with my ex and stuff like that? We'll be beating him down. So before people choose to get married, make sure that you're not a conditional lover, because it is doomed to fail. That's the wrong foundation to create to begin with.
My biggest concern is not necessarily her, but it's that ripple effect that being in a relationship can make happen. Because if she decides to go back to the ex, she's affecting her husband, she's affecting her ex, she's affecting her ex's baby mom who was pregnant with this guy's kid, and she's affecting that child. So your poor decision making is going to affect 5 other lives.
Bars. Ain't nobody miss. But let me go back real quick. This woman right here, I was going to be with her when, as soon as she sat up there and stepped out, she was like, and she said it, you saw the veins in her neck. She was like, you are a horrible person. And I was like, oh, And you even heard the women in the crowd. They didn't even know what to say because they didn't even sit up there and expect that directly from her. But then she walked it back. She was like, "But you know, I don't mean you as a person, you know, because I don't really know that. Like that's the thing I don't like. Say what you mean and mean what you say. You started off good, but then you wanted to walk it back when you heard the reaction from the women in the crowd. Like I don't like stuff like that. Like if you actually going to sit up there and say something, you need to actually sit up. Like I said, she was starting off good. Like that woman is a horrible person. You're married to your husband. He was able to provide for you, but he's fallen on tough times. You as his wife, you're supposed to then come in and be like, "Yo, I got you. We're gonna hold this down, just like you held me down. I'm gonna sit up there and hold you down." Like I said, let me roll up. Where's this woman at? This is crazy, and she got a missing tooth as well. I understand why her teeth are falling out. I understand. God don't like ugly. Like I said, this be the type of stuff that men out here be talking about. And like I said, she's open about this. I hope that the husband uses this clip and divorces her and make sure that she don't get nothing. She don't get no alimony, no type of child support, no nothing. I want her on the streets where she belongs. Because that's crazy. So this man provided for you for the longest duration. He's now probably because of the economy or whatever is going on in the economy, he's falling on tough times. And you sitting up there be like, yeah, it ain't worth it no more. So I'm going back to my ex. Your ex is an ex for a reason. Obviously, you were not with your ex because he was not able to provide. He more than likely wasn't even a good or a decent man. But now you see your ex as a good or decent man because now he's with another woman and got her pregnant. And your guy is on tough times. So be like, yo, let me just rebound back over here real quick. Huh? I hope he divorces you and throws you on the streets. I hope he divorces this woman and throws her on the streets. That's crazy. That is crazy. Tibby said, "Come on now, Sergio, that was a mean." No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. She's automatically cheating on her husband. She didn't state that, "Oh, I'm cheating because my husband cheated." She didn't say that. She said that I'm cheating on my husband because he's not able to provide. This, like, yo, that's crazy to me. What? So basically, you're a gold digger. You were only with him because of money. So then when the money got tight, now it's time for you to run. Wow, that's wild. That's crazy. Like I said, divorce her and let her go live with her ex and his baby mama. Let's see how that maybe they can, you know, get a polygamy thing on. Let her go rock over there. And make sure she don't get that ring either. When that divorce happens, make sure she don't get that ring. She ain't getting no cash outs over here. She ain't getting no retirement off of that ring. Get that ring back. Trade that boy in for a Bitcoin. Don't do that. Don't give her nothing. That's crazy to me. That's massively disrespectful. Like how do you sit up there and think as a wife, you got this man's last name. You come directly on a social media platform and you're telling your whole business on how you're unhappy because of you. But you're blaming your husband for it. That's trying. And that was already sitting up there doing for you. And you're basically telling the world that your ex, who has another woman pregnant that he's not even married to, and he has a kid on the way, seems more attractive and or is more attractive than the man that you're with right now that you're married to, that you have his last name attached to yours. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is 100% diabolical. And this is exactly why a lot of men out here are sitting up there saying that marriage is not worth it, because you got women like this running around. Men are not able or have the capabilities to sit up there and have the foresight to be like, yo, she's not a good wife. We got to go off of hope, faith, God, or whoever is directly up out here listening to us, that this woman here is the correct selection. Like I said, even with the information that my mom has set up there and taught me and gave directly to me, that's not enough in order for me to filter through every single woman that is directly up out here. Mishaps are still going to sit up there and happen. So, you know, like I said before, like, yo, that's just wild. Like I said, I feel sorry for the husband. I got secondhand embarrassment directly for you. I can't sit up there and say that he made the wrong choice in a woman, because she stated why it is that she was with him, but that's probably not initially what she set up there and told him in order to get that ring. I promise you that. I promise you, everything that she's saying here, that's not what she did or how she said in order to get that ring. I can promise you that. Because it never is. That's wild to me, dog. Because let it be known, let a man have rolled up here and said the exact same thing that she's saying, he would have been torn up and down. Women would have been trying to find out where he works, his name and everything, trying to sit up there and get him fired, posting this video 99 times on his family, friends, cousin, dead relatives, Facebooks, and all this other type of. They would have did the utmost. But you got this woman sitting up here doing this, and you have women in the background cheering her. Yeah, that's right. You go get that. That's crazy. That's wild. Like I said, I hope he sees it. I 100% hope he sees it. I hope somebody in his family sees it and informs him, and he divorces her and kicks her directly out to the streets, and she has nothing. Go live with your ex and his baby mama and that child that's on the way. Go live with them. That's crazy. This is why I feel like the church is full of demons, because you got people like this rolling around, but they sitting up there saying that they're holier than thou. That's crazy. Your body is supposed to be the temple for God, but you sitting up there rolling around like a whole demon. Like, what we doing? That's crazy. That's 100% crazy, dog. Like 100%. That is crazy. Anyways, now we're gonna go to the. I'm trying to figure out if I'm gonna. I'll probably just leave the next video. It's gonna be like an either or, because now we're gonna move on to the matter of fact. I'll just play this one first. All right. So, and this will probably be a video that I'll upload today, right? So y'all already know that I've covered topics dealing with the boycott, where it deals with Black Americans boycotting the Asians and everything of the sort. And I've gone over multiple videos from everybody, a multitude of different ethnicities having their opinions, negative opinions, when it deals with Black Americans boycotting. And everybody has a general consensus that it's racist, it's xenophobic, it's anti-Asian, stop the Asian hate, and all this other type of stuff. And then they also want to sit up and say it's racist, which it's none of those things, because everybody else practices group economics. But the moment in time that Black Americans are like, hey, we're going to do the exact same thing everybody else been doing, because y'all don't actually support Black businesses the way that we support y'all businesses, and we see this, and also the horrible treatment that y'all give us. So we're going to circle our wagons, and we're going to patronize our own businesses and uplift our own people. Everybody wanted to call foul. Everybody wanted to throw a flag on a play. Everybody went, oh, you guys are racist. How are you going to condemn a whole group of people? How are you going to make a whole group of people a monolith? Very easy. We're going to do the exact same thing that America has always done to Black Americans. We're going to do the exact same thing that everybody does when they think of Black Americans. When y'all want to talk about, oh, per capita, 30, 50, 30, 100, the trillions of people that just died in Chicago like 2 seconds ago. How come you won't talk about that? And all these other types of stats, right? The same way that y'all make Black people a monolith, that's the same exact thing that Black Americans are doing here. On top of the fact that 9 times out of 10, normally, historically speaking, Asians really ain't been there for Black Americans. They ain't. Like I said before, if anybody want to sit up there and try to disprove me, show me 20 Black-owned businesses in Asian and predominantly Asian communities. I'll wait. I'll wait. Show me those in the United States. Go to some type of Koreatown and show me 20 Black, like restaurants, show me some barbershops, some farmers markets, clothing stores, all that. Show me those Black-owned places in those predominantly Asian neighborhoods and markets. You're not going to be able to show me because they don't exist. But if I do the reverse, if you're like, hey, Seji, show me, some Asian places, directly in the Black community, no problem. We can throw a few stones and hit something. Like it's real simple. It don't matter if it's food, it don't matter if it's clothing, don't matter if it's a beauty supply, don't matter if it's nails, don't matter if it's I don't even think we got like massage areas up out here, but they might secretly. But like I said, that's 5 different things directly that's normally around. So, just saying. But oh snap. I'm sorry to hear that, Shauna. I am sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Wish things could be better directly for you. So now let's look directly at this video real quick.
I'm here at this bakery, and a Chinese bakery actually. Every time I come here, it's always a race issue with me. I come here every day, I get taro buns every day, and their customer service towards me sucks. When I just walked in the door, you didn't even hold the door for me, and I was right behind you. I was right behind you. But I'm a lady. That's ladylike, right? So once again, it's a race issue. I guess because I'm black and then the workers behind. So it's workers behind now, all of them. And this man right here, it is a race issue. And I'm telling you, I come to this store 3 times a week. I come here all the time. You telling me what the I do and what the I don't do. It's a race. And there is a Chinese man telling me that I have a race issue because I'm stating that I'm a black girl and I don't feel that I'm receiving good customer service. And he's saying it's not a race issue. And he's calling the police on me, y'all. This man right here calling the police on me because I'm saying I'm not receiving good customer service.
So we were able to hear that, right? And that's crazy. So and this is what I set up and talked about before, right? The simple fact that and this is a recent video because I get some people all the time on the short form content where they be like, yo, what timeline did this happen? Was this like last year? Like, nah, this is recent. This is within this year. And this is fairly recent. I think this person might have just like filmed this within this week or whatnot or whatever. The boycott on Asian businesses should have been happening for a very long time because this is not the first time that Black women have either suffered, gone through certain things, or been mistreated or devalued or disrespected or whatnot, whatever, at Asian establishments. So being in 2026 at this time, for you to be a Black woman, and she stated herself that she goes directly to this bakery 3 times a week. Why are you still doing this? She's a content creator. Nobody's gonna sit up there and tell me that she didn't get word of mouth, that she didn't get this by carrier pigeon, she didn't get this by a tin can and 2 tin cans connected to a string, that Morse code, smoke signals. Nobody's gonna sit up there and tell me that these women who are consistently on TikTok every single day don't know nothing about these boycotts. Nobody's gonna sit up and tell me that. She knows. She opted to take her Black self directly into this Asian business, and then you're still getting disrespected. Like why? Like why even do this whole thing? And then people get mad when I do these videos, when I talk about this. This is what I be talking about. Where's the accountability? Where is the self-preservation? Like I said, I done showed off a multitude of videos where Black women have showed up in these Asian establishments and they sitting up there getting beaten. Why would you? Again, you're outnumbered. There's multiple Asians there. You're the only Black person there. Why would you go knowing that there's a boycott, knowing that there are negative sentiments about Black Americans boycotting these businesses? But then on top of that, the other problem I have with this video is that she wanted to make it a point to point out the fact that the Asian dude that's in front didn't want to hold open the door. He don't got to hold open the door for you. Who told you? Who, like, yo, what is going on here with a lot of people? It's like, let me put it to you like this. Would it be great if men held the door open for women? Yes. Do men have to hold the door open for women? No. Because there's tons of women out here that are single that don't have no men in their life, and they open doors in and out of their house. Correct? They got to open their front door. They got to open the gate. They got to open the closet, the bedroom door, the bathroom door, kitchen cupboards, all of that stuff. You don't see men on hand and foot opening all those doors for women. So why is it that when you enter the real world, now you're like, hey, I need men to open this door? Don't no man got to sit up there. No man owes you any type of door opening. That's a nicety. Like I said, I told people years ago, like, yo, it was at a point in time I held doors directly open for women. And then you couldn't even just get like a simple thank you. They were just like, just moving. I got more thank yous from the guys. And I'm like, yo, that's crazy. And I'm not even expecting that because, again, those are guys. The women, I'm like, what? And what I started doing, I'm like, all right, I got you. So I'm about to, because, again, I'm fast and I'm slim. I'm about to just start sliding through these doors. I'm going to open it, crack it open, and I'm sliding directly through. And like I said, the faces that I've seen of women or them like mumbling under their breath or doing like the and all that, I'm like, dog, that's on you. Like I said, if I feel like I'm being disrespected and I'm just simply trying to do something nice and you can't even just, utter some nice word. I'm like, yo, you got it, champ. You got it, brother. Like, yo, that's how I look at it. Like we're not about to, like I said, we're not about to be out here playing these games. Like I said before, you might catch me once being a fool. You might catch me twice, but we not doing 3 times, brother. We're not doing 3 times. Like I said, that's crazy. You are not entitled to men opening doors for you. Would it be nice? Yes, it would. Do men have to do it? No, they do not. Men are not obligated to do it. And like I said, let me reiterate this on how women basically mess these things up, right? So in that instance, I sat up there and told you how women messed it up for the rest of the women out here. Again, I was raised by my mom like, hey, you pump the gas for women. So I got into the mentality of like, if I already pumped the gas for my mom and I was at the local gas station, I'm like, hey, don't worry, ma'am, I'll pump the gas for you. You can just like get into your car and, because realistically, even in the daytime, for me, I always felt like women shouldn't be pumping gas because too much stuff go on out here, and people like to like steal cars and different things of that sort. So I'm like, hey, you should be in your car, and I'll just pump the gas for you, and it's all good, and you can just be direct on your way. Again, I was raised a certain type of way, and I had a certain type of mentality. But I started to understand that becoming a young adult, you could no longer do that. Because the same women that you used to sit up there and pump gas for when you were a teenager, you can't move and do those exact same things now because they look at you as a type of threat. They look at you as like, I don't know what he's going to sit up there and do. And now they're like, no, thank you. That's okay. And all this other. I'm like, I'm going to stop trying. I'm like, y'all got it. You got it. The exact same way I gave y'all the story about helping women on a bus when it dealt with them like having kids and helping them with the stroller and stuff like that. And I had an instance before where folks didn't want to, they was looking at it in a certain type of way. I'm like, you got it. I'm like, never again. Like I said, I got story on story on story, racks on racks on racks on why my behavior ended up changing because of those interactions. And I'm like, for me, I feel like I'm better for it because at least in this instance, can't nobody blame me and try to say that I was trying to either talk to them or whatnot. Can't nobody insinuate nothing. Right? That's the best way I look at it. Like, it's crazy out here, man. It is. Yo, what is up, Ty? What is up? What is up? What is up? Like, it is wild out here. Let me tell you. Somebody said, I open doors for anyone just because I open a door. Don't mean that you got to greet me or thank me because no one asks that of me. So I can't expect that. I can't expect that. I mean, that's you. But if I'm automatically getting attitudes because I didn't hold the door, that means that those women have an expectation that as a man, I'm supposed to do X, Y, and Z. I'm not doing that. Because I would be wrong if I have expectations of a woman to sit up there and act like a woman or to do the X, Y, and Z. Then I'll be a misogynist. Then I'll be controlling. Then I would be an oppressor. So like I said, for Dan, you can do whatever it is that you want to do. Like I said, this message ain't for you. Right? It's not for you at all. Like I said, keep doing whatever it is that you do. I'm talking about for the other dudes out there that's already had these experiences and know what it is that I'm talking about. Like I said, a lot of women out here, just like the same way that women go out here and they sit up there and say that men mess it up for the rest of men, a lot of women out here, they mess it up for other women. And that's just facts. Like I said, I like to make things as balanced as possible. I can agree with women when they sit up there and say that men mess it up for other men out here when it deals with dating and all this other type of stuff with women. And I say the exact same thing reverse. Like I said, I'm an equal opportunist. Anybody can sit up there and get it. I don't care who you are. I don't care what color or ethnicity that you are. It is how it is. Like I said, I don't got no time. Oh, look at that. Somebody in the comment section wanted to call me gay. Well, I mean, hey, whatever. Like I said, whatever you think, whatever you feel. Obviously, you must be an expert of the field of gay in order to know, I guess. You know me better than I know myself. So let me see. So you went from the whole thing of stating what it is that you do to then be like, you're not a superhero for opening a door, incel, and then another person said I was gay, then small incel, gay. Uh then again, talking about small. I don't know. Now the craziest part is I left the whole thing of talking about stuff earlier on in in the live stream. And then for whatever reason, Johnny come latelys or the exact same profiles, just under different names, come right back through to regurgitate the exact same thing from like 2 hours plus ago. That's some crazy work. Bots. Straight bots. Oh, you're white. Because I'm looking at you use the terminology, boy. Yeah, you're white. Uh let me see. Somebody said I'm going to remain me. I'll continue opening. Didn't I just sit up there and say earlier to the other person that want to start talking disrespectful that whatever you want to do is whatever you want to do. I'm not talking to you. This is why I try to sit up there and tell people like, yo, all of y'all that want to sit up there and be like, hey, I'm an individual. I'm not a part. All right, cool. Sit your individual ass directly to the side. I don't know why you write in the comment section, let me know and everybody else know that you're an individual. Like nobody's asking you specifically for this. Nobody was even calling you for. Nobody sent a messenger to try to get a letter that you were writing. Like this is crazy to me. Like you're trying to bring attention to yourself for like no reason. I'm like that's weird. I'm like, yo, if it don't apply to you, then just move directly on. Like that's crazy. Right? Like I said before, the message is for those who specifically know the experience and know what it is that I'm talking about. But it's crazy work. People want to get offended. Kay was like, wow, I said you got haters. Yeah, it'd be like that. Like I said, this is it happens in every live stream or underneath every video. Like I said, it's the same thing. They regurgitate the exact same thing for over the last like several years. It's nothing you can do about that. And in order to show that they're like quote unquote a different caliber, this is when they want to start, throwing shots and all this other type of stuff. But it makes no sense. Because like I said, like if you're fine with doing what it is that you're doing, you shouldn't have to sit up there and tell people. Now, me on the other hand, I'm sitting up there listening to the experiences and also just putting out a notice, hey, this is why, different things basically change and move different and all this other type of stuff. But people want to try to throw insinuations and all these other types of things. Like I said, it's crazy because 9 times out of 10, a lot of the folks that want to
Been a good day, so I wanted to
write a lot of those comments talking about, boy and little and all this other type of stuff, usually white dudes. And, looking at a lot of videos when it deals with these podcasts and when these white dudes want to start being honest about stuff they did in high school and all this other type of stuff, it's like, yeah, you need to just like step back somewhere. You need to step back somewhere and focus. Like I said, the amount of stuff that they've been doing, and also white women have come out and talked about the stuff that they be doing in high school and in middle school. Like I said, that stuff is crazy. That stuff stuff is crazy, 100% crazy. But anyways, we're going to continue directly on. So now this is the coup de grace, right? The last of the last. So we got this woman here directly in her apartment or whatever on her staircase, and she has something. She has, I guess you could say, wise words for Black Americans and what Black Americans are doing when it deals with this boycott. I sped it up by about 1.25 because it was about like a 5-minute video. So I think that shortened it to about 3 minutes. So let's take a listen to it. Right.
Hey guys, hopefully y'all are having a good day. So I wanted to talk to you guys about something real quick. Also keep in mind that again, if I'm talking slower than usual, it is because I'm trying not to swear or curse. For those of you that know, good. For those of you that don't, you know what I'm saying, and don't care, feel free to play with the playback speed. You know what I'm saying? That way it's like good for
Cave,
you.
you're not tripping.
So I saw a video online, and forgive me because I don't know all the details, okay? I'm human, and at the end of the day, like I still have a life to live, okay? A very busy life, not that.
So let me so this is going to be the video I'm going to be stopping periodically because I don't like liars. I want to note this is a content creator. She's going to speak on a topic about the boycott. They like to do this whole thing where they're going to give a negative commentary about Black Americans boycotting and the effects and all this other type of stuff. And they love to sit up and say, well, I don't know much about it. I just heard about it. I just heard a whisper. I didn't really do any type of whatnot or whatever. But then they'll make all of these long minute videos negatively talking about Black Americans, right? So again, I just want to list she is a liar.
It's a complete excuse for ignorance, but we're trying here to where I think Black people, you know what I'm saying, are boycotting like Asian businesses, all Asian businesses. If you want to sit here and drop any information that you have on it, feel free to. Just don't be disrespectful or make an ass out of yourself, okay? Because I don't need that shit. Oops. And obviously, like, Asian people, you know what I'm saying, are clapping back. They're kind of like, hey, that's not fair. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not all Asians, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can't help that man just so happened to do it, and he just so happened to be Asian. You know what I'm saying? And I'm kind of like on the same train as them. I don't believe, and I don't view everybody as a one for all type of thing. Every single person is an individual, and I will judge you accordingly. That's how my mind works. The fact that we are sitting here judging a whole race, you know what I'm saying, or a whole community as if they're one monolith is just crazy, and is creating more unnecessary suffering, and is doing more damage than good. So I really don't understand why people are doing that. And then you're going to hear people, from what I've heard from these other videos, to where these people are being petty. Oh, you never like stood up for everything that we did. You know what I'm saying? You never supported all of our businesses and stuff like that. Bitch, I don't know every single fucking like Black person, and I don't have enough money, you know what I'm saying, to just sit here and fucking give out to everybody. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, people forget that we're all struggling and we're all fucking human, and we got our own kids and our own mouths to feed and priorities and shit. They don't even support everybody.
So let me just straightly call her a liar. So those in the Jewish community have referred to Black dollars as liquid money, basically meaning that as soon as Black people get the money, it goes directly out of their hands into other people's communities. So for her to sit up there and say that Black Americans don't even support other people, let me let y'all know something. The amount of times that I've ordered food from other cultures because it's flavorful, it tastes, very good and things of that nature. You've had Indian, you've had Chinese, you've had Japanese, and many others directly about there. We spend a lot of money amongst other people. How do you, like, where do you think that our money goes? Like, that's the most stupidest thing. She was like, Black Americans don't even support everybody else. Where do you think that our money goes? If we didn't support everybody else, we would have a Black Wall Street 2.0. What are you talking about? You sound 1,000% stupid. This is what I be talking about, where people just be speaking and they don't know nothing about Black people. They don't know nothing. Don't do no research. Don't do this. Don't do that. And then the craziest part is when Black people don't support themselves, everybody's like, well, you guys don't even support your own businesses. You don't even support your own communities, right? Okay, cool, fine. Let's reverse that. So now she's like, oh, do you understand the hurt and the harm that you're doing by pulling your money, your Black dollars directly out of these Asian communities, these Asian businesses? Do you understand the harm that you're doing? What? Make up your mind. Do you want us to sit up there and support our own, or do you not want us to support our own? And then if we do support our own, why is it problematic? Because everybody else from every other, Latin support Latins, Mexicans support Mexicans, Spanish support Spanish, Dominicans support Dominicans, Africans support Africans, Caribbeans support Caribbeans, white Europeans support Europeans, white Americans support Americans, Canadians support Canadian. Like what are we talking about here? When everybody else practices group economics, it's completely fine. The Jewish community does it all the time, right? They do it all the time, but you don't hear nobody sitting up there saying anything, which is wild. 100%. But this is clearly where we are when it deals with this clown wanting to basically say something. It's wild work. Let me see. Do. Make it real easy, real quick. So let's keep it going.
You know what I'm saying? And personally, I'm not here picking fucking sides based on the color of your fucking skin, you know what I'm saying, or what you got in between your fucking legs. I'm sitting here, you know what I'm saying, picking sides based on if you're good or evil. You know what I'm saying? And what most people tend to do is support the businesses that have like common goods, like fucking food, you know what I'm saying, like places that help them like pay for gas or their electricity or stuff like that, like essentials, right? And then everything else is like all about what you're in alignment with. If you are living that sober life, you know what I'm saying, you're most likely going to be supporting anybody that's in the fitness industry, you know what I'm saying, doing normal activities. If you are a bop or a 304 and you're misguided and lost and just wandering around, you're more likely going to be supporting the clubs, you know what I'm saying, people out here making drinks from home and selling and out here like in the hookah lounge. You get what I'm saying? And it's okay because that's your money and you worked hard for it. And eventually it makes its way around. Money is like so dirty and it's constantly like.
Hold on. So we got somebody in the comment section said, "What do you mean? White people are yelled at all the time for not giving enough." And who is yelling at white people to support black businesses? I've never in my life sat up there and told somebody white, like, hurry up and support me now. No, I don't care. You do what you want to do with your money. We do not care. I've not seen a plethora, millions upon the millions upon the millions of black Americans here talking about we need white Americans to come support us. Hurry up and buy directly from us black. No. We talk to our own community about supporting us. Like, what are you even talking about? Like, now y'all just writing anything in the comment section. Now y'all just writing anything in the comment section. Wait. All right, I got you. Let me see. All right. I mean, we also had one dealing with Stop the Asian Hate, but this is going to suffice for this time directly on a live stream. Where is the comment? Right. So we had this person here. Let me see. So we're going to go directly with the Asians had to state, because somebody wanted to sit up there and pull up to the scene and say this in the comment section, right? Let me see if I can get that clip real quick. I might be able to find the other one in the background. But all right, so this person said, stop Asian hate, stop because it was blacks doing all the hating. No problem. So it said hate crimes and bias incidences, academic studies such as research from the Virulent Hate Project and the AAPI, right, which is the Hate Crimes Against Asian Americans. They stated that it shows that white individuals accounted for the majority of reported anti-Asian hate incidences. Other groups, including black individuals, have also been identified as perpetrators, though demographic context and media representation remains subject of an ongoing debate. I'll just let that sit there for a minute. Just let that sit there for a brief little second. Because I'm like, that's wild. That is wild how people just pull up to the scene and be like, yeah, it was the blacks. It was the blacks. I think, didn't I also have another one? Let me see. Pasadena. I'm trying to actually go through and see if I can find the other stuff that we had up here for Stop the Asian Hate. Ah, there we go. Perfect. Wait, let me see if we got another one up here. Okay. Yeah. So now we can go to the next one. I got to zoom this in for myself, right? So the next one basically says that research and data indicates that the majority of perpetrators of anti-Asian violence and hate incidences are white. While viral videos and media coverage has often highlighted black perpetrators, this is primarily due to the higher prevalence of surveillance cameras in low-income urban areas and the tendency for such footage to be circulated online. White perpetrators, according to the Asian American Advancing Justice, or the AAJC, and the Brilliant Hate Project, of 75% to nearly 90% of news stories covering anti-Asian hate incidences identify the perpetrator as male and white. Media representation versus reality. The NBC News coverage of these studies points out the misinterpretation of historical hate crime data spanning from 1992 to 2014 led to erroneous narratives, despite the fact that the overall majority of attackers are identified as white. And I also want to add in the further context of this, knowing the fact that Asians primarily live within white communities in the suburbs. I myself, grown up in Detroit, born and raised, Black American, I've never grown up with or amongst Asians. I couldn't even tell you where to even find them in Detroit except for their businesses because they weren't there. So, like I said, I don't know what to sit up there. I don't know what else to sit up there and tell people. Like I said, I've even covered videos where Asians are in the suburb and they're dealing with hate crimes coming against them, and white people who are there coming at them, yelling slurs and all this other type of stuff. So, like I said before, it's crazy how people want to pull up to the scene and they want to just make these false narratives when there's information directly out. I gave you two forms of information that both stated that white people are the perpetrators of anti-Asian, crimes and hate. Like I said, this is why Stop the Asian Hate, it disappeared, because once the numbers started to show who the real perpetrators were, the Asians was like, okay, we're not going to do this anymore. We apologize to the white community. We're going to pull back because it wasn't fitting the narrative to basically sell black men as the poster children for Asian hate. And they knew they couldn't make money or basically sell a narrative of white men doing it, because at the end of the day, Asians think that they are white, right? They are the model minority. Like I said, this is why they worked with white folks in order to get rid of the quote unquote affirmative action, which Asian Americans, along with white women, were heavily benefiting from affirmative action. They were benefiting more from affirmative action and DEI more than black people. So, like I said, it's crazy. It's 100% crazy. But you can't tell nobody. Can't tell nobody nothing. Let me see. Like I said, and again, so here we go with the whole thing of the per capita, right? And the thing I love about this whole instance of folks, let me see if I can go back to the other thing. I got a lot of stuff actually back here, as a matter of fact. Right? So we got a few things. We got the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, right? People can look that up on their own accord if they want to as well. On top, let me see if I'm trying to get this other information really, really quickly. Of other information such as, I think, what was the Asian Exclusion Act? Yeah. So right. So since you want to run into the per capita, we can deal with like some history real quick. No problem. I got you. So the Asian Exclusion Act typically refers to the Immigration Act of 1924, Johnson-Reed Act, which established strict national origin quotas and explicitly barred the immigration of any individuals who were ineligible of United States citizenship, because prior naturalization law limited citizenship to free white persons and persons of African nativity or descent. This effectively banned all immigration from Asian countries, right? So next they have the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, signed by President Chester A. Arthur. This was the first significant federal law to ban a significant ethnic group from immigrating into the United States. It suspended the entry of Chinese laborers for 10 years and prevented Chinese residents from becoming naturalized citizens, right? Next, we got the Asiatic Barred Zone, 1917, enacted as part of Immigration Act of 1917. This law banned immigration from the broadly defined Asiatic Barred Zone, which encompassed most of South and Southeast Asia. Next, we got the Immigration Act of 1924, Johnson-Reed Act. This act created national origin quotas and utilized the aforementioned ineligible for citizenship clause to specifically halt the immigration of Japanese and other Asian groups who were previously not fully restricted. So again, even with you trying to do the whole per capita thing, historically speaking, white Americans have always had an issue or a type of negative sentiment, or dare I say hatred, of Asian Americans, especially back in those days when it dealt with the hard laboring jobs during that time, because you had white Americans, you had Irish and Scottish Americans that were being put out of laboring jobs because they were able to bring in the immigrants, the Asians, in order to take over some of those jobs. And what y'all decided to do, because y'all didn't even originally see Irish and Scottish because they were darker and other things, as actually white, you allowed them to take on the ability to call themselves white so that you can boast your numbers. And then y'all got together and be like, all right, we're going to cut these folks directly out. We're going to basically share this amongst ourselves, make sure that we're all good, all of our people, but we're going to make sure to get the Asians directly up out of here, because only quote unquote white people should be able to make money directly off of this land and be able to work. And we're not going to allow other people to come into this country and outwork us and take away money off of the plates and the tables of our families. That's what y'all did. That's what y'all did. So again, you can deal with this whole per capita. All right, cool. You can have that per capita, but long standing, historically speaking, you've always had a hatred for other groups of people, bar none. And those are facts. So, like I said, you guys literally made laws based off of somebody's ethnicity and race, and you can clearly see that directly in front of you. You are barring Asians specifically. You bar specifically Asians from certain places around the world. Specifically, you specifically said that Asians X, Y, and Z are not able to do X, Y, and Z because we as white men said this, and we wrote this directly into law. So what are we talking about? You can have all of that per capita. We got history. Your names are in the rafters. It don't matter what you can bring up about Black Americans. We can never top any of the things that you have ever done in this country against every single ethnicity that is here from now up until the future and past that. Like I said, that's crazy to me. Y'all always want to pull up to the scene talking about some per capita, but y'all never want to talk about history, though, because you know the history would outshine any numbers that you got on Black Americans from now or the past. Never. We cannot ever hold a candle to what it is that you've done and have accomplished when it deals with affecting other groups that don't look like you, that are not of you. Like I said, that's crazy, but you know, whatever. I forgot where were we at. I think we were still in this lady's video, right? And I think I might have had some type of point about that, but you know, I forgot specifically what it was. Forgot what it was. I'm just gonna go back up and roll directly through these comments real quick. Somebody said receipts. Yo, DSA, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? Caveman said receipts. You are right, Tibby said, but now they're showing their true colors, spreading their wings loud and proud. Finally, get to be racist towards Black Americans. LOL, they get real bold. Yeah. Somebody said white folks will let them know they're not with them at all and really despise you. That's why you're not in the neighborhood. Swati said, yep. Give them a dose of reality and history. Yep. Yeah. Like I said before, and also dealing with the boycott, how many Asians, I cannot tell you, I've never seen Asians in a soul food restaurant. Let's just start there. And in Black communities, you got soul food restaurants in quite a few places, or even Black-owned restaurants. I don't really see Asians pulling up to the scene to patronize those businesses. When Black women are running nail salons, I don't see Asian women running and breaking their necks to go directly in there and wait in line. Don't see that. When you have Black barbers, I don't see Asian men breaking their necks to go into those Black barbershops. Like I said, where I lived, we had a barbershop directly up the street. I never saw anybody Asian coming up there to patronize that business. But yet there was a Chinese place that used to be on the corner, right? I never even seen the Arabs come directly over there and patronize that business. Like I said, I can keep going and going. I can keep going and going and listen to a multitude of different demographics that I know for a fact do not come directly to the black community and patronize black businesses. Y'all, you just don't. But then you want to get mad when black people want to sit up and be like, y'all disrespecting us. We're pulling back our money. Y'all don't want to talk about the disrespect that we face or have to go through, but y'all want to talk about the money. Oh, so that's right. So black dollars magically are important, even though y'all say that black people don't got money because we're all on Section 8. We're all statistics. We're all on welfare. We don't got no money. Everybody else got money but black Americans. But then somehow this boycott is basically affecting y'all, even though we don't got money. That don't make sense. That don't make sense. Like last time I checked, I'm not sure if you can use EBT or Section 8 to get a car. Oh, I forgot. They're gonna sit up there and say that black people, all we do is just steal cars. Who cars are we stealing? Like who cars are we stealing? Who cars are we stealing? Like everything that we got, we basically stole. Like somebody tried to tell me like the Xbox and the PS5 I got, I stole that from somebody white, I guess. The computer I'm on, I stole that from. I broke into some white person's house in the suburb, and I lifted that computer safe and sound, from a sleeping baby, and just like now I'm here just doing podcasts on the white man's dime. Yo, this is it's crazy out here, dog. The stuff, the links that people go directly to in order to make these negative statements about black Americans is wild. Like I said, for a group of people that say that they got black fatigue, why are y'all still talking about black folks? I thought y'all were done. Right, y'all got the DEI and affirmative action and a lot of the wokeness up out of here, right? Y'all got the main three things out of here. So how y'all still talking about black people? Oh, that's right, because y'all don't really got nothing else to do. Y'all are not really entertaining. Y'all don't really got personalities. So in order for y'all to actually get a little bit of light to y'all platforms or to, have a little jolt into your content, you got to bring up black Americans. The blacks. It's the black fatigue. It's the wokeness. It's the DEI. Like I said, it's crazy. It's diabolical. And this is the exact same way I sat up there and stated before. What was the whole thing going with Jordans that we covered before? Let me see if I can get that whole thing back up here again, because there was a whole other thing that we were talking about before where folks wanted to talk about culture and all this other type of stuff, right? So I gotta take that comment directly down. Let me just do that real quick. Let me make sure. Did I start that comment? Yeah, I did. Okay. So let me take that comment directly down and go over some previous information I gave in a different live stream, right? So sneaker culture in the United States was pioneered by black American youth. So let me just reinstate that. So let me just make this verbatim. It doesn't matter if white people made the shoes. It's about the fact of who made it popular, who pushed it into the mainstream. White people can make anything, but it'll just sit there. If you don't have a catalyst, if you don't have somebody that has the energy and the movement to make it popular, it's not going to be nothing. So like I said, when it deals with like Gucci, Louis, and all these expensive clothes, that was just like a niche, hyper, ultra wealthy white type of thing that they would wear to let them know like, hey, we got status. This is what we own. I spent like $1,200 on this. Like I said, conversation pieces and all that other type of stuff amongst rich folks. When it dealt with black people, we were like, we see this. We're going to sit up there and like mix it and do a little bit of something to it. And we're going to add it to our music and our culture. And this is why you got everybody around the world trying to sit up there and wear it that can't even afford it. They weren't looking at the rich, wealthy white folks directly about there who were sitting up there wearing and be like, yeah, I want to sit up there and be like them. Yeah, I want to be on these yachts. Nah, basic, average, everyday black people, they were like, oh, my favorite rapper sitting up there, wearing this. Or a local rapper from the hood is sitting up there wearing this. Yo, I want to sit up there and like, I want to be like him. I want to sit up there and wear this and that and all this other type of stuff, right? So let me repeat again. Sneaker culture in the United States was pioneered by black American youth. Hip-hop artists and athletes in the 1970s and the 1980s. It evolved through two distinct movements. The 1970s South Bronx street fashion and the explosive 1984 commercial partnership deal between Nike and Michael Jordan. So next they got pioneers. 1970 through the 1980s. and the 1970s, inner city youths in New York began making sneakers a staple of street fashion. The movement was solidified in 1986 when the rap group Run DMC released their hit track My Adidas, leading to the first ever corporate sneaker endorsement for music groups and bringing urban sneaker fashion into the mainstream. Next, we got Air Jordan or Michael Jordan, 1984. Nike transformed the subculture into a multi-billion-dollar mainstream industry by signing rookie Michael Jordan to a revolutionary signing shoe deal. The release of the iconic Air Jordan line revolutionized athletic market, elevating sneakers to ultimate status symbol. Number 3, the collector's sneakerhead era. The 1980s and the 1990s hip hop and basketball scene created the modern sneakerhead, where specialized shoes were collected for style, rarity, and cultural significance. So, like I said, yeah. So when Black Americans sit up there and say like they are the culture and we do this and we do that, we do. Because whatever we put directly on our backs, whatever we carry directly with us, we can basically make that fly. Like I said, a lot of people want to be like, well, you wouldn't even have Jordans if it wasn't for the white man or the two white men that basically worked on it. You wouldn't have Air Jordans if it wasn't for Michael Jordan. How about that one? If Michael Jordan never existed, there would be no Air Jordan. Jordan is his last name. It's not a white man's last name. It's not the shoe creator's last name. You would just have Air directly up there. And who would be wearing those? Nobody. There's a lot of white shoes directly up here, and you don't see everybody wearing them. So yeah. Like I said, it's crazy. It's diabolical in nature. You said Matt B said I'm a black man and I love Asian businesses. I love Asian people. I don't have no problem with Asian people. My wife is Japanese. I have 6 daughters and they're black and Japanese. Okay. I mean, what does that mean? So you're an individual. I got you. So you just move to the side. You move directly to the side. I guess you did this to just highlight that you're different. I guess I don't understand if we're saying that Black Americans are having a boycott. I'm not sure what you having like an Asian wife and Blasian kids have anything to do with this at all. If you're not a part of it, step directly to the side. I'm not. It doesn't make any type of sense to highlight yourself. That's a bit weird. Like I said, to the black dudes out here that like dating women of other races, why y'all do this? Like I don't hold on, because I got to do this. I got to. Like I said, I got I respect a lot of folks directly about here, but it's like I don't understand this. I'm like, what's the use of bringing up this? And your relationship and kids have nothing to do with the topic of a boycott. I'm like, I'm not even understanding. Like, if this is like an advertisement for like Passport Bros or whatever it is, like you should have like written that on a whole different channel. Like this ain't it. This is not it. This ain't it. This ain't it. It's cool. You're proud to be a father and whatnot or whatever. That's all right. You could have kept it to yourself. Wasn't nobody here looking for that? We didn't ask for the information. We didn't even know you existed up until you decided to write this comment and let us know that you existed directly in this comment section underneath this live stream. You're doing way too much. You're doing way too much. I know a lot of people that date, other people, but they're not out here sitting up there trying to publicize it. Like that's weird. That's weirdo type of behavior. Like what's happening? Like what is really happening? Like I do not get it. Like I said, and I talk about both folks. Like if I don't care if it's a black woman or a black man, like y'all are weirdos the moment in time that y'all see fit to start throwing your relationships into conversations that have nothing to do with nothing. If you are realistically happy with whoever it is that you are with, you should be internally happy. You shouldn't have to tell us this. We're not even talking about relationships or anything at this point in time. We're talking about a whole boycott. What are we doing? What even is like, man, I'm trying not to get mad because I'm like, this is just like, yo, what? Like, yo, what are we doing here? Like, yo, y'all, like I said, y'all on some weirdo type of time. This is what leads me to believe that a lot of people in interracial relationships ain't really happy. Because if you're actually happy, you wouldn't have to tell people nothing. You would just be living your life. I be seeing like dudes out here of other races, all in types of all different types of women, and they ain't sitting up there like doing all of this. Like what's happening? Like, I'm not a therapist either, so you don't need to talk to me about it. But like, yo, you need to talk to somebody. Like, dog, we clear cut talking about a boycott, and you want to throw that you got somebody Asian, like you got like what? If you trying to say like by way of that because they own a business, I do not care. Like respectfully and not respectfully, I do not care. I don't care if your wife got a business or start a business or whatever it is. Black Americans have a boycott. If you specifically, got a problem with that or you don't support it, that's cool. You can be directly on the side with the Asians. But like I said, if anything happens to you, you face any type of racism or anything like that happens to you or your kids, it is on you. I want you to understand and I want you to know that. Because it don't matter how Blasian your kids directly are. It don't matter what language. They can be multi-linguistic or whatever it is, and they go directly over to those countries. They're going to sit up there, take them to Japan. They're going to sit up there and face some racism. Put them in those schools. They're going to get teased because of how it is that they are. And they're also not going to be considered Japanese. I want you to also know that as well, too. Because even biracials who are in Japan live there, and all they know is how to speak Japanese. I watch videos, and they've sat up there and talked about that they're not even fully accepted. So like I said before, I keep trying to tell people, y'all be setting a lot of these kids up for failure. And a lot of people don't be sitting up there teaching their kids that they black first, because that is going to be a problem. And if you don't believe me, look at a lot of videos of black people in China, in Japan, in South Korea, and all these other types of countries, and look at how they're treated. It's not because of who they are as a human being. It's not because of their actions as a human being. It's specifically because of their skin complexion. Like I said before, if you don't want to be a part of the boycott, it is what it is. Like, all right, you got that. But like I said, if you suffer any types of racism at the hands of Asians directly up out there, it is directly on you. If your kids who are Blasian suffer any types of form of racism, that you, because you are the man in clear cut that marriage, right? You created those kids. It is directly on you. So whenever those kids have to cry, whenever they got to sit up there and deal with like some white kids or somebody else basically saying something racist directly to them, or even other people who are Japanese or Asian, it is directly on you because you made specific decisions in life that led to that specific result. And now you got to sit up there and fix it. And I always sit up there and tell people that the moment in time, if you are black and you go into these interracial relationships, you do not have the facilities. You do not have the knowledge base in order to properly raise a biracial child, because you yourself are not even biracial, because you never even had to have the point of view or navigate the world as a biracial child. So those kids are out there on their own. So either or, the male or the female, they can't sit up there and teach those kids how to navigate the world as being biracial. They can't do it. It's impossible for you to do because you've never lived that life. So this is why I be sitting up there saying, like, a lot of parents and whatnot be setting these kids up for failure because you decide to do things for your own selfish interest, not thinking about the kids, not thinking about how they're going to have to grow up, what their perception of the world is going to be, and what the world's perception of them is specifically going to sit up there and be. Like I said, this is crazy. That is diabolical. And you want to pull up to the scene letting us know that you got an Asian wife and kids. Like, what? You're weird for that. You're 1,000% weird for that. That's straight clown type of behavior. Like I said, dog. Like I said, I expect that directly from women out here. I expect that. You said that you're a black man. Like, yo, that's crazy. That's 100% crazy. Like I said, if you are completely secure in your decision making and who it is that you're with and the kids that you have, you wouldn't have to say nothing. All right, so now let's continue on dealing with this other nonsense. But like I said before, the whole thing dealing with black people and culture, the whole main thing is it don't matter who set up there and created it. Black Americans have the Midas touch, and we have the unique ability to sit up there and do what needs to be done to sit up there and carry whatever that product is. We can bring eyes, we can bring light, we can bring money, or all three directly to somebody else's business or whatever it is that is taking place or happening. Like I said, all of the prominent rich clothing brands out there, we've sat up there and done it. Even when it dealt with like cell phones, we've done it. When it deals with like any local brands like a Sprite, a Mountain Dew, or whatnot, or whatever, we've done it. Phone companies, we've done it. There is not an instance in the United States that I have not seen white companies or corporations or businesses not take from hip hop or sayings from the black community. It's all over. Sprite does it all the time. Sprite does it all the time. Pepsi has done it. Coca-Cola has done it. Mountain Dew, has done it. Any local pizza places, they've done it. Like I say, even using the terminology off the hook, and I'm glad that has been retired, or raise the roof. I'm glad that has been retired. But yeah, like I said, any of the sayings that we have normally had, they sit up there and they take and they just, run with it, and it does that. But anyways, let's get back to the last part of what this lady.
You know what I'm saying? Going from one person's hand to another, and just like that, that's the economy. And if I'm not mistaken, y'all can go ahead and correct me. I think the reason why they're boycotting all Asian businesses, which I think it should only be that person, because definitely hold people accountable. I am not prejudiced, you know what I'm saying, towards everybody. No. And I also don't discriminate against everybody.
But what she's not, so this is when I pause it again. But what she's not talking about is the anti-blackness and the anti-black black sentiments directly of her community, because the very melanated or the darker complected people of her community, they treat the worst, or they deem them to be invisible. Like I said, look at South America. And look at how you got all of these Brazilians, beautiful melanated people, beautifully melanated skin, rich culture, traditions, and all of that stuff. But look at but look at how they like to broadcast their news. They pick the lightest, if not closest to the whitest of that continent in order to put them or make them the focal point of delivering news, of the beauty standard, of the hair standard, of fashion, of music, and everything of the sort. So like I said, she doesn't even want to be honest about her own people. It's great. She want to say that about her. Okay, but what about your culture? Right. So the same thing that she wanted to say about Rick Child, she'd be like, okay, well, I feel like because of what happened, it should only be like Rick Child. Black people are all over this. They've boycotted. I mean, that gas station doesn't exist at this moment in time, but they also, black people found out that Rick Child, his family had a wing spot. They boycotted that wing spot. I didn't even know they had a second business, but I should have known. But they had a wing spot and they boycotted that and shut that bad boy directly down. So they already got directly on Rick Child. So now they're also putting a lot of other Asian Americans on notice that, hey, over the years, like within 10 years, if she wanted to do the research, she would understand and witness and find out that Black American women are the only groups of women that suffer at the hands of Asian Americans when it deals with going directly into their stores, when it deals with the negative, the horrendous treatments, in some instances, the loss of life that happens. Police being called, them being barricaded, them being beaten with brooms and jumped and all this other type of stuff. So it's crazy how you want to sit up there and say that not one group is a monolith, but in general, I see Asians sitting up there doing this to Black American women. They don't do this to any other group of women. They specifically and primarily do this directly to Black American women. But yet again, when it deals with coming into Black community and Black businesses, we don't do that. We're not sitting up there just like, oh, I'm calling the police. We're about to sit up there and like jump you. We're about to do this. We welcome you in with like open arms. The same thing that we do directly in our communities. But like I said, you can't tell people that because they don't actually have that experience. And in some instances, when people can't tell you that, that's also because they're not worthy of that experience. So this is why they're in the place that they're currently at, such as a Chud the Builder. Because the craziest part, even bringing up Chud the Builder, is that there's a picture floating around online of Chud the Builder wearing a do-rag. And I'm like, ain't that something? I'm like, all of this Black fatigue and this hatred, why would you then wear something that is primarily used pretty much only by Black people, by Black American culture? That's a little bit weird. I'm like, that doesn't make any type of sense. It makes you look stupid because you got fully straight hair. You don't got no type of like waves. You don't got no type of curls, not even a Jerry curl. Like you don't even got cornrows. Like there's no reason for you to have a do-rag on with straight hair. Like what are you trying to keep neat? There's nothing neat there. If anything, it's going to make your hair just like look even more crazier, and you're probably going to have some static directly to it. Like it doesn't even make sense. But it'd be like that. Let's keep going.
Okay, nobody likes paying for some shit that they didn't do. Y'all sit here and complain all day fucking long. Like, I've been on here for almost like 3 years, right? Y'all will sit here and be like, oh my God, why do I have to pay for what his ex did? Why do I have to pay for what his mama didn't do for him? Why do I have to? But then you're sitting here and doing the fucking same thing. Y'all are a bunch of fucking hypocrites, just on a grander fucking scale, because you're hurt and you should feel hurt. You know what I'm saying? From what I've seen, if it's has to do with that little boy that got shot or that teenager, then yes. But hurt, two wrongs don't make a right. That's what I'm trying to say.
And again, this is an uneducated person that decided. She says she's been on the app for 3 years. So you mean to tell me within the 3 years, you haven't seen the treatment that black women have suffered at the hands of Asians? And then I say Asians in general because it's both the men and the women that have attacked black women. So you mean to tell me that you didn't see, out of 3 years, you didn't see none of those videos? No resurgence of any of the videos from the past during the pandemic? Like, that's crazy to me. That's wild. So that basically means to me that you specifically made yourself ignorant or opted not to care or chose not to highlight any of those incidences, which would then bring further light, right, and understanding of why it is that there's a boycott. That's crazy to me, but let's keep going.
They do not. And we have to be able to be in tune with our emotions, but also think logically, critically, and fast, because it could get ugly really fast, especially for people that are already unstable. And then
Hold up. Got another one directly up here. Got another one. Who is that? Let me get your comment real quick. What is that, Kel? You said blacks were the ones doing the Asian hate. Word, brother? That's what they said. Shout out to Hulk Hogan, racist to a point. So Kel, what does it say? So above is this comment. It says blacks were the ones doing the Asian hate. But underneath, right, they said that the videos often highlighted the blacks to be the perpetrators, right? When it deals with low income and all this other type of stuff, but it says underneath, right, the perpetrator demographics. Why perpetrators, right? According to the Asian American Advancing Justice, or the AAJC, and the Virulent Hate Project, upwards to 75% to nearly 90% of the news stories covering anti-Asian hate incidents identified the perpetrators as male and white. I know this to be the case because I was heavily covering this during the pandemic. Petridge Farm remembers. So I'm a little bit confused on how it is that you come up with this thing that blacks were the ones doing it. Like I said, it's cool to be ignorant. It's cool to be ignorant. It is very cool to be ignorant. Let me sit up there and tell you something. And like I said, we got the what is the Asian Exclusion Act directly up here, and then we got the previous one dealing with hate crimes and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, it's crazy to me. It's diabolical. Any which way you want to sit up there and take it. And again, if you want to pull up the per capita, I'm going to go right back to the previous one where we talk about the Asian Exclusion Act. Like I said, Black Americans, we didn't make that because we don't care that much to sit up there and try to bar people from being able to work and do all of this other type of stuff. We're fine with competition, as you can clearly see. It's everybody else that don't like a level playing field of competition. They want to make it uneven for everybody else, and then they want to make flat ground for other people, specifically them. Like I said, that's crazy. So, you said that's what the Asians said. Well, the Asians are basically speaking here. Do you not know what the AAJC directly is? If not, you can look it directly on your phone. That's not Black Americans. That's not any other group of people. Those are Asians that are dealing with those statistics and those numbers. So are you saying that the Asians are lying on white people? Their gods? Are you saying that Asians would dare lie on their gods? Please don't do that. They would never lie on their gods. This is why they pull back on Stop the Asian Hate. Let's not do this. They are the model minority. What was that Nightline or that Dateline clip I always sit up there and use, where the Asian woman was up there like the reasons why the Asian communities, the crimes go underreported, or that they don't get reported, is because Asian Americans, they don't want to bring awareness or attention to themselves, and to have copycats and yada yada. Yeah. So they're not going to sit up there and talk about a lot of the stuff that white people do, because they understand that white people can enact more rules and regulations like they did in the past, and they're not trying to go through that. Nor do they want to have other white people feeling emboldened to basically come directly after Asians because Asians decided to stand directly up. Because, mind you, Asians have been in this country long enough to understand what Black Americans have gone directly through. It don't matter if Black Americans decide to like go to the side and just let white people do what they do and be racist, or if we directly decide to stand up, or if we take the middle. It don't matter which way we go, you still get attacked. And Asians are like, yeah, we're not built for that. So we're just going to sit up there and just like roll over completely. And maybe if we lay flat enough, they'll just step over and they won't notice us. That's what Asians, that's how Asians move. But, you know, like I said before, you're trying to, you know, specifically state that Asians told you that the Blacks were doing the crimes. What Asians? You must have been looking at those TikTok Asians. They like to tell a lot of lies and not look at actual numbers from their own people. Like I said, Black people didn't write these numbers. We didn't create these laws, rules, and regulations. Black Americans did not put Asian Americans, both Japanese and Chinese, into internment camps at certain point in times in histories. We've never done that. Nor did we have anti-Asian signs talking about we don't want Asians in our community. We never did that. That was white people. So like I said, it's very much confusing for me, right? See, I love this comment. You said that Black people are the most racist people on the planet. But Black people are not the ones in the United States that have created rules, laws, and regulations and had a slave patrol created directly from the plantation and move them into the police force and the military. We didn't do that because of people's race or color. Right? Notice how Black people are the only ones that had to create a green book. You never heard white people saying that they had to create like a white book or a blue book so that they could safely navigate through the United States because there were just so many horrible and bad Blacks and so much crime in the 1960s, 50s, and 40s. They never had to do that. Because why? White people were safe wherever they decided to go. It don't matter. White people can sit up there and go to a segregated town. They can still get served. They can still get sat directly down at the table. They were coming directly through the front doors. They were able to patronize businesses and go directly to the bathroom if they wanted to because they were white. Black people could not do that. Black people couldn't do that. Black people never had like a reverse sundown town in the United States where it was like, white people, you better not sit up here and come here, white boy. We never had that, but y'all got that. But yet y'all want to sit up there and say that Black people are the most racist people. That's crazy. That's real crazy, knowing the fact of how it is that white Americans originally treated the Irish and the Scottish. Because originally what people don't realize or know, and I got a picture directly of that, is that the KKK actually used to protest the Irish and the Scottish. But when white people in America needed to bolster their numbers, this is when they were like, we're gonna stop this and we're going to bring you into the fold. And now we're just going to protest the Blacks. Because originally white people were not even for European whites coming directly up over here. They protested everybody. Black people were like last on the chopping block, but once they started to fold in everybody else, then we became number one for to go directly after. Somebody listed a stereotype. They were like, hey, every Black neighborhood is a sundown town. That doesn't make any type of sense. Do you know what a sundown town is? The craziest part, growing up in Detroit, I've seen white people ride their bikes directly through my neighborhood and no problems. They weren't robbed. They weren't questioned. The police were not called. People didn't come out with shotguns. There were no Blacks chasing them down the street talking about, you better not come down my neighborhood again, boy. There was none of that. But yet you're talking about Black neighborhoods are Sunday. I'm born and raised in Detroit. What are you talking about? Where? Let start writing these sundown towns down. And you better not have Detroit on there because I know you ain't never been there. Because I for sure, no, I ain't never seen you there. Like I said, born and raised. Like y'all just be coming up with anything out here. Like, that is crazy. That is diabolical. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Let me see. Surprise. Somebody said, why are you living in the past? Wait. Oh, so you mean the past that is now reflective of the future because people refuse to actually learn? Are you talking about like that past where a lot of white folks are like, hey, let's get over this racism because it no longer exists, and y'all main excuse for that is like, hey, we all voted for Obama. What does that mean? There's a lot of racists right now that preach hate and racism against Black Americans, but yet they got mixed, as they like to say, mixed grandbabies. They got Black in their family. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Y'all be sitting up there doing like the whole salutes and all that other type of stuff, talking about the Confederate will be reborn again and rah 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 rah. What are y'all talking about? Like, what are we talking about? Like, and then the craziest part is you got so many of these folks. Oh, matter of fact, I do got another video up here too, because I got a white boy up here talking about a race war. Because y'all white people, y'all the main ones. Matter of fact, I'm sorry. Let me just rephrase that whole thing so I can be straightforward. White people are the only ones in this country ever bringing up and talking about a race war. I just want to bring that directly up. Never in my Black life was I ever raised to believe that a race war was going to happen within the United States. Every single time I always hear somebody talking about a race war, it's always somebody white. It's always some type of like gun-toting, quote unquote, I'm a true patriot, red-blooded American, Hulk Hogan, Vince McMahon, type of like dudes directly about here. Always a race war is coming. My great-great-grandpappy set up there and told me a race war is coming. We don't live like that. But y'all talking about like Black Americans are living in the past. Y'all living in the past. You talking about some stuff that your great-grandfather wanted to set up to happen, which technically was happening back during his timeline. But you're talking about like you're waiting for it to happen here. No, what you're doing is you're trying to summon up enough energy from whatever demons that you got to put into the universe so that a race war can happen. So that you can sit up there and tell your grandkids that are coming up that, yeah, you were this type of militant person and you fought for this country. The same thing y'all did on January 6th, right? How y'all fought for the country? Y'all was taking the country back from the tyrants, from the government. That's some crazy work. That is diabolical. That is diabolical. Like, it is crazy. Let me tell y'all something. If you keep spamming, you go directly to the shadow realm. It's that simple. It's that simple. Somebody said, you want problems. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. Let me know. Right? So I showed you off once. There you go. As you want it, and to the shadow realm, you go. Let me see. Oh, well, see, I won't sit up there and do it. Anybody else that's a moderator is free to sit up there and do it. I don't really sit up there and care. I don't. Now the spammer, that's a whole different story. You're just here for attention, which doesn't even make any type of sense. But again, like I said up there and said before, Black Americans do not grow up at all talking about or looking forward to a race war. Like nobody wants to sit up there and do that. Who wants to do that? Like I said, who wants to sit up there and sacrifice their kids? We get it. Y'all are used to sitting up there sending your 13 and 14-year-old kids directly into war. If we look at all of the other wars that have taken place earlier on in history, we get it. Y'all are used to sitting up there doing this because you love war, bloodshed, chaos, and all of these things. Everybody else is not on that same type of time. Other people are really trying to sit up there and just like do stuff and just live life. Y'all are just like, yeah, it just gotta be war because y'all don't know what peace is. Y'all thrive in chaos. It always has to be a problem. It always has to be something happening. This is why we're currently going through some type of wars or whatever you want to sit up there and call it right now at this point in time, which, like I said before, we got enough problems in the United States that we need to be focused on. Like I said, the lack of jobs that are specifically here, the jobs that have been outsourced, the education system, the medical system, things with Medicaid and Medicare and everything of the sort. We got so many things here in the United States that are failing. On top, matter of fact, I put it to you like this to the white people, right? If any of y'all, because there was a white guy that sat up there and did a video, right? He had an older car that he had for about like 15 to 14 years. And what he noticed was that his car was working when he had the normal gas that he put directly into the car. But because the United States started halving, right, the gas, they started putting the ethanol or whatever it is in the gas, right? So it's half gas and it's half something else. It basically ruined his engine. And if you type it into I think was it AI or Chat GPT or whatever it is, they'll basically tell you that a lot of mechanics will tell people that, yo, if you put this corn, ethanol, whatever it is, if you put this stuff directly into your car, you're going to end up over time having like $4,000 worth of damages to your vehicle. Or better yet, your vehicle might not even be repairable. You're going to have to get a new one. So basically, what I'm saying to y'all is the fact that this is their way to get rid of everybody's older car and to put them in the junkyards, right? So if you haven't noticed, they've also been setting magically, mysteriously, junkyard fires have been happening, which is where a lot of people happen to send these cars or happen to get these older parts or maybe refurbish some of these cars or rebuild them. You can't rebuild what is basically burnt and just fully gone. So what does that now mean? That now means that the field is going to be clear and it's going to force a lot of people to buy the newer cars. How else can they force people to buy these newer cars other than messing up the engine? Well, by enacting certain laws that state by 2027 or 2030 that certain types of gas using cars that have certain types of exhaust emissions are supposed to be by law directly off of the streets. This is a video I did before a few years ago. I think that came directly in with either the first time Trump was in office or with the Biden administration. But either which way it goes, it don't matter if it's Democrat or Republican, they are working their way to get rid of the cars that you currently have right now that don't have computer chips, because the end result is they want every single car surveillance to have computer chips so that they can either lock them down, slow them down, or do whatever it is that they need to sit up there and do with them. The exact same way that they do with Apple cell phones. Apple got sued because Americans found out that, hey, Apple is slowing down our phones on purpose to basically force us to buy brand new phones. What do you then think that these automotive makers are going to do with these cars with these computer chips? They're going to do stuff in order to break down and to slow down your car because it works via a computer chip. Exact same thing. Just saying. Well, just in case I did get the gas part wrong, y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Let me see. Yeah, I was okay. See, I was actually correct. Yeah, because what was that? The person in the comment section, they were like, "You said ethanol is drinking alcohol." I guess. But anyways, yeah, I had it correct. I set up there and even typed it in. Ethanol fuel is an alcohol-based biofuel primarily made of fermented plant materials like corn and sugarcane. It is widely used in an additive in motor gasoline to reduce emissions and to boost octane. Right. So, like I said, if you don't believe me, you can go look at car experts and all these other folks directly on TikTok that are doing the real work, and they can, completely explain it to you verbatim, ABC 1 2 3, that type of way, and even show you the gas within the gas. Right. Angela said, yep, and that's what the data centers are for. They don't need them for AI. It's for surveillance of the people. Yeah. I mean, technically it's a multifolded type of thing. It's surveillance of the people, and it's also to throw out very harmful emissions in a lot of these communities, which is going to cause other types of issues. And again, the Black community is a primary example down south where you have certain types of facilities releasing very toxic, corrosive emissions into the air, and it's causing a lot of problems to the Black communities there. So it's population surveillance and all this other type of stuff. So yeah, Yep. Yep. Um, let me see. Cave said I don't trust those electric cars. Gotcha. Somebody said you got the gas part right. It does destroy the engines. SWAT said it's happening all over. Oh, also let me put this as another case in point too, right? There was during I want to say during the Biden administration, they passed a law or a regulations, however you want to sit up there and frame it in New York. You can look it up yourself. Where I want to say by 2030, the tail end of 2028, 2029 to like the 2030 ish area in New York, they're supposed to get rid of all of the gas pilots in I guess homes and apartments, but I think more so specifically the apartments first because government and all the other type of stuff and money and how that basically goes. So what they're basically saying is that in the apartments when it deals with New York, you're only going to have electric stoves. And they're going to sit up there and state that it's for safety and all this other type of stuff and yada, yada, yada. The real reason is this, that if you go through a harsh, let's say a winter and you need, water for whatever reason, or I'm sorry, not water. If you need heat, you're not going to be able to properly heat up your apartment or whatever it is. Right. So that's their way of basically controlling the heat. So let's say then you got a water advisory, right? Normally, if you got a water advisory, you got a boil advisory. So which means that you can get water from the sink and you basically boil it for a certain amount of time to basically make it safe. Of course, you got to cool it, but you boil it to make it safe to get rid of the harmful bacteria or anything else that's directly in there. If you got a boil water advisory and is dealing with an electric stove, and let's say, all right, well, we do got this. Well, let's just sit up there and let's also cut off the power. So now you got a boil water advisory, but you can't boil the water, and now your stove is off. So which means you can't cook and you can't sit up there and boil your water, which means that those are two problems that you got, which then means what? Now you as an American person, whatever you want to call yourself, now you got to run directly to the government and beg and plead and ask them for help. They create the problem and they also become the solution. Because if they don't create they'll basically have it to the point where it's like, all right, you guys want to be independent, whatnot, or whatever. We're going to enable or be, or have a catalyst happen directly for this problem so that we're not forcing you to come to us. We're not forcing you to beg and ask us. You're going to do it on your own volition because you need what it is that we got. It's the same thing that, in a sense, you would think about like drug dealers. The drug dealer is not going to basically hammer down your door, sitting up there saying like, yo, buy these drugs now. They're going to sit up there and wait for you to come and beg directly for it because they know that they got the supply and you want to sit up there and buy it. So, but like I said, a lot of people ain't paying attention, especially when it deals with white folks. Y'all ain't paying attention to none of this stuff realistically as a whole. I ain't talking about to the few that's sitting up there talking about it on social media. I'm talking about as a whole. A lot of y'all are still lost and confused. This is why y'all still caught up on race and all this other type of stuff directly about here. This is why y'all all talk about per capita, and this, that, and the third, and stats, the blacks, racks on racks on racks. Like, this is why, y'all still move the exact same way that y'all do. Like I said, the United States government, if some people want to sit up there and say that the United States government did a work on Black Americans and the education system directly there, they did a hell of a job when it deals with white Americans and how it is that they indoctrinated y'all into a culture of deciding to hate people because of their ethnicity. So they got you so locked in emotionally on hating people for the ethnicity that the white majority in America are not paying attention to the wealthy, not paying attention to the least, not paying attention to the rich 1% to 2% that are basically running the country, running the world. Congratulations. You played yourself. Because like I said, when America falls from the inside, it's not going to fall from the outside. It's not going to be, like I keep saying, it's not going to be China. It's not going to be Russia. It's not going to be Korea. It's not going to be some magical cyber agent somewhere in space. It's not going to be some UFO force. America's going to collapse and fall from the inside because it was meant to happen. And the main ones that are going to be the hands of doing that is going to come from the main majority that make up the main population in the United States. It ain't going to be, oh, it's the 14%. They collapsed America. No, it's going to be y'all. Y'all the ones that got the guns. Y'all the ones that got the bullets. Y'all the ones that got the militias. Y'all the ones that got the armaments. It ain't Black Americans. Like I said, all of this war talk that y'all keep doing, like y'all going to get what it is that y'all looking for and want, but it's going to come from your own hands. Sham was like, what time did it start? It started 3 hours ago. It's just started 3 hours ago. 3 hours. Angela said, what? There's a town, I think, in New Jersey and Maine or Connecticut, and you said that the power company notifies the whole town that they will no longer provide electricity to the town, and they sold it to a data center. Oh, yeah, like I said, the data centers are going to come in like how Super Kmart and Walmart came directly into a lot of impoverished communities, and they basically made food deserts. And that was the main thing I tried to warn a lot of folks about as well too. And there was even some small documentaries on YouTube about it that talked about how these big corporations created food deserts. Because before Super K and Big K and all these other places where people would just come in and get their food directly from, right? That was down the street. Before they came in there, you got mom and pop shops. But when Super K came in with the bright lights and the colors, everybody like, oh, that's a one-stop shop. I can get everything from there. I can shop for the kids. I can do some grocery shopping. I can do this. I can do that. Everybody was like, yeah, I don't care about those mom and pop shops. So the government allowed these other companies to come directly into these impoverished communities, these communities that barely got anything, and to basically absorb and to take in all of these mom and pop shops to rob them of any type of blood that was there. And they got absorbed into this giant tumor. And then once that tumor was cut directly out, now you don't got nothing. Once you got those large, those Super Ks and those Big Ks and all this other type of stuff, those Walmarts, once they leave, you got a giant hole. You got a giant gaping crevasse that is there, and you don't have no way to sit up there and heal it, no way to fix it, because you don't have enough time for people to just get up money or to get a loan to start up a market. So now what does that then mean? People got to go outside of their town or city. Now what does that mean when you go outside of your town or city? Your money that would normally go inside of your town or city is now out. So now all of your money is going continuously out. So then what does that mean for the city? It's going to be deprived of a lot of blood. There's going to be no money directly for the taxes. There's not going to be really money to fix the streets, to help out with the schools, to help out with the EMS, to help out with the firefighters and the police. And then once all of that starts to crumble because it was deliberate in nature, now you got all types of crime and all types of chaos happening. And then what does that then entail for the end result? Now the government, because the people are crying from the streets, everything is burning, and there's all types of things going on. Now everybody is begging for the government to bring in the military. And then what does that mean? Now you got martial law. And then people are like, thank God for the government. Thank you for saving us from ourselves. It wasn't yourself that they were saving you from. They did that. They were the causation. They were the catalyst. They just laid everything directly down, and you fell directly for it, hook, line, and sinker every single time. Like I said, these plans are directly in front of every single body, and it's happening around the country. Like I said, white people, y'all ain't paying attention. Y'all supposed to be the smartest ones. Y'all the ones that founded and created the country, modernized it. And it's like y'all not even paying attention to what other rich white people are sitting up here doing. Y'all so focused on black folks. Every single time y'all wake up, videos about race. Sit up there and cut on TikTok. I catch some driver sitting up there yelling N-word or some type of slur. Like all types of like nonsense. Like I said, like it's so easy to corrupt people. It's crazy. It is so easy to sit up there and corrupt people. It is crazy. It is right. It's crazy. You said you can't say all white people. Well, like I said before, in a lot of instances when it deals with the per capita or people like the 30, 80, 3100, whatever it is that people like saying, and they want to make black people a monolith when it deals with everything negative, I'm going to sit up there and say all white people. Bro, I don't know what else you want me to sit up there and do. If you don't want me to look at all white people as a monolith, then you need to be talking to your white compatriots and patriots and sit up there and tell them not to sit up there and view every single black American as a statistic, as these numbers. So wait, you said watermelon felon? Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. But you like chasing kids at parks. What's going on? That's wild to me though. That is crazy. You the type of white dude that be at parks on a park bench just like watching kids on swings, and you don't got no kids. It's a little bit weird. Somebody said I'm a loser. I mean, I guess the real losers are a lot of the white men that are currently losing their jobs and being outpaced by Asian Americans. If you actually look up the stats, Asians make more money than whites. So it's crazy how a minority that is within a minority of a minority is within this country and they're outpacing the founders of said country. How does that work? Somebody has to explain that to me. How do Asians come directly to this country and outpace white men in money? That's wild to me. Matter of fact, in a lot of the corporations, when it deals with technology, you have a lot of Asians as well, Southeast Asians, coming in and basically taking up the scene. Matter of fact, don't isn't JD Vance's wife, isn't she Southeast Asian? Last time I checked, like yo, it's wild out here. What's going on? It's JD Vance couldn't even get a white woman out. What's happening? That's wild to me. That is crazy. That's crazy. That is diabolical. Also, y'all the same folks, pagans in nature, that like to sit up there and sacrifice directly to false deities and gods, such as Baal, Baal, and Moloch. Right? Y'all the same ones that also be bringing Satanist churches in a lot of places that never had one. Like I said, I remember when one opened up in Detroit. I'm like, yeah, that's not us. We didn't bring that here. But like I said, it's hard to tell people anything. Moto said, you saying all white people means that you're falling for it. No, actually, no. You see, you don't actually get what it is that I'm actually doing. I'm not falling for anything. Actually, the best way for me to explain it is that I'm going to mirror back the exact same things that people put directly out. So if you have white Americans out here saying like the per capita and 30/80, whatever it is that they want to sit up there and use, I'm going to use the exact same logic that they use directly towards them. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. But for whatever reason, people miss that concept. People don't understand that. And like I said, it's crazy. Hey, what is up, Mr. Griffith? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is up? What is up? What is up? You said, yeah, joke. What is up? You said that JD Vance's wife is Indian. Yeah, that's Southeast Asian. I'm not sure if you know that, but Indians are Southeast Asian, just like Haitians are, in a sense, Latin. But because they're darker complected, they're not going to get claimed. Just like the majority of Asians don't claim Indians as being Asians, even though they are. So, like I said before, I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. Like that is wild. Like, yo, that is wild. That is wild. Let me see. You said the racism has white people who have no money angry at people that they don't like or even know, instead of the rich white people who are actually screwing them over. That's facts. To deity of wind, yeah, that's facts. That's 100%. I forgot who the guy's name was, but I gotta paraphrase it. There was a white leader that was in office at a moment in time, like way back in the day. And he said that pretty much if you tell like white people that they're basically above, black people or yada yada yada, that you can basically just rob their pockets. I'm paraphrasing. But basically, he was saying it's easy to get over to white people. All you got to do is just tell them what they want to hear, and you can just pick their pockets. And he's right. And like I said, that was a white man that said that. I'm like, he ain't lying. Like I said, I'm looking at it all the time. Like I said, you got so many people that are grifting into white talking points, and white people are just sitting up there giving them money, donating money. I'm like, man, it is easy. I'm like, maybe I need to sit up there and like switch up real quick. I'm like, it's that simple? It's like, that's crazy. This is why you had some white people that were mad when you had some black folks that were saying that they were MAGA, And then the one girl, after she done paid off, I think like her student loans and everything like that, she was like, "Yeah, I actually lied to you. I'm not actually MAGA and yada yada yada." Ooh, if you wanted to see white people mad, they were mad. They were like, "Yo, I want a refund. I want my money back." And you ain't getting your money back. You freely donated to that person because of what you perceived. That is your fault. Now you got buyer's remorse. Who told you to do that? Who told you to do that? Like, yo, that's crazy to me. Like I said, shout out to those black folks out there that played the game. They learn from the best. Like I said before, if white people, if y'all get mad at black folks for sitting up there lying and portraying themselves as or cosplaying, right? As maggoteers, they learn from the best. They learn from the best. Like I said, y'all are the best liars to clip out here when it deals with a field of things, especially dreams. Dreams and faith. Y'all are the best liars directly about here. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Oh, somebody said I'm a racist. I mean, I guess. But this is the crazy part. If you gotta question yourself, Tony. If I'm really a racist, why would you be here? If you really feel that I don't even know what you are. You could be a zebra for all I care. But I'm just trying to figure out how do you feel so offended by what it is that I'm saying? If you know that I'm not talking about you, I don't even know who you are. How are you offended? I'm just a little bit confused. And then if I'm a racist, then why would you want to leave a comment to a racist to get noticed? I'm a little bit confused. You said your obsession with people that conquered your weak ancestors are on another level, bro. Stick to climbing banana trees. It's diabolical. I need you to stick to taking those erectile dysfunction pills and your suffering birth rate and your inability to be able to stay in the sun longer than 5 minutes. I need you to be able to properly fix that before we actually have a conversation. You can't do any of those things. Let's just start directly with that, because that's directly wild to me. And especially stay away from the kids. We really need you to stay away from the kids. You seek some therapy, get some help, throw yourself directly into prison. Matter of fact, how did those Epstein files go? Since we're talking about banana trees, how did that go? How white folks, how did that go for y'all? What happened to all of the names of those celebrities? Oh, that's right, y'all didn't care about that, right? But y'all started going back with the per capita and the blacks, right? No celebrity names though, right? That's crazy. No list. Then the FBI sit up there and say at one point in time that they had the list that was directly on her desk, and then the next time it just like magically disappeared. It's crazy. That was wild. But y'all supposed to be saving the country and fixing it, right? Wild. But yet y'all still got the elites. Y'all still got all of these rich folks creating all of these data centers, doing all of this mass surveillance, working on a police state. You're still working on city 2.0s. They're burning you directly out of house and home by way of fires and or chemicals. That's crazy. Poisoning your water and your kids. That's crazy. You're not able to sit up there and get medical. If you happen to get cancer, your insurance not going to sit up there and cover it. That's crazy. You watching immigrants and everybody else actually get more out of the United States versus you as being a white American. That's crazy. But yet this is your government though, right? This is your country though, right? Wild. Wow. Like I said, it'd be like that. It's crazy how people want to talk about banana trees being cave dwellers. It's diabolical. Used to walk on all fours. It's diabolical work. You are the folks that the Tartarians and the Moors used to battle against way back in the days. Crazy work. How that happens. And then the crazy part is you want to talk about conquering. The only way that you were able to conquer lands was by disease. Just to be clear. I'm not sure if you remember that. Petrus Farm remembers. Because realistically, you're not really the type or the group to actually fight people hand to hand. You've always needed a type of leverage in order to equal yourselves to other people. So other than weapons, before you really started getting weapons, you use biological warfare in order to dwindle down the population, to get rid of the strongest, to make it easier for you to come directly and steamroll whatever was left. That's what you did. So let's not make it sit up there and seem that you were like some brave conquerors that came from another planet. Like y'all came from Krypton. You came to this planet here and you just like took over like Viltrumites. Y'all didn't do that. It was impossible for you to sit up there and do that. Like I said, ain't y'all the same group that sat up there and said that y'all technically built the pyramids and y'all the pharaohs, but then y'all got y'all greatest scientists and y'all still can't even figure out how the pyramids are built? How y'all do that? Y'all don't even know how Stonehenge was even erected. How you do that? Y'all were ever around this planet. Y'all supposedly built all of this great stuff, but you can't even explain with science and math how this stuff even worked out. But y'all the same ones that said that y'all went to space. But then y'all are also the same ones at NASA that said that, yeah, we used to be able to basically teleport to space, but we lost the telemetry. We lost the mathematics directly on that. How you do that? Y'all also the same ones that can only lose track of $2 trillion. I don't even know what that looks like. Donald Rumsfeld was like, hey, before 9/11, we're going to do an inquiry into the government to figure out where this $2 trillion basically disappeared to. Guess what? Just like the Epstein files, we never found out where that $2 trillion went. White people, what happened? Y'all made this country, though. Y'all made it great, supposedly. But y'all the only ones causing war, death, famine, biological warfare. Y'all allowing the rich and the least to sit up there and take directly over. We got tons of missing kids directly all over the place, including tunnels. I don't even know how we got those. Like we just got Ninja Turtles just burrowing through the ground and just creating shit. Like that's crazy. But you want to pull up to the scene and try to throw some racist sentiments directly up here, but you can't even give an answer to any of the things that I set up there and listed. That's crazy. Oh, somebody said I'm uneducated. I guess. So if I'm uneducated, wouldn't that mean that you're basically stupid for listening to me? Wouldn't that then mean that I'm basically bringing you down to my, as you guys like to say, the IQ? Just saying. Just saying. Like I said before, so let me okay, right. Because maybe I was going a little bit too far, just outward into space. Fine, let me just ground it right here, right? For the white folks here, and again, I know that you're going to sit up there and say that this is racist. It is not racist. You can look it up for yourselves. You are the only group out here that had to come out with suntan in order to protect yourselves from something that is naturally occurring in the universe. Explain that. The Earth is a warm planet. You had to come up with a chemical compound in order to protect your son from something that is naturally occurring that gives life to everything, almost everything. And when you look under a UV type of frame of how the sun would basically see you, right? So this is what I mean. When you look at the SPF lotions and all this other type of stuff, it goes on white, right? But when you look underneath a certain lens, it appears black. Explain that to me. So the same people that you hate, that you loathe, that you have envy directly for, you have to then still copy in order to be out in something that is naturally occurring, that has always existed within this universe. I'm highly confused. I'm highly confused. Like I don't understand it. You gotta math that for me. Like 13% of the population for that for me. Explain that how you are the main group out here that has to use a chemical compound in order to survive under the sun. Bacteria feeds off of the sun. Trees feed off of the sun. Oh, better yet, what did that person say? Banana trees. Banana trees feed off of that same sun. The same ones that you said that I swing from. Yeah. My melanin feeds directly off of that. How is it possible that it is detrimental to you? Is my question. Usually, wouldn't that mean that if something is detrimental to a specific species, wouldn't that mean that usually they're either invasive or they don't specifically belong in that ecosystem or that place? Just saying. Like I said, I'm waiting for the per capita directly on that sunscreen thing. It's per capita that for me. Stat that up for me. Like I said, we can even go into the stats when it deals with cancer and everything of the sort. When it deals with the skin, like I said, I've never had a worry or a fear being directly out there in the sun. Never. And I've been out in 80 to 90 degree cutting grass. I ain't never had a worry. So, like I said, if I'm racist, I guess the sun is racist too, then, right? Just saying. Just saying. Like I said, I told people before, the moment in time that people want to pull up to the scene and they want to start, saying some crazy type of stuff, it's like, hey, no problem. I'm right there with you. Like I said, the normal stuff that y'all sit up there and do, it worked on me, within the first few years of me doing this. You got me during that point. If you would have came, during those first few years, you would have got me. Now it's like, yeah, y'all ain't really saying nothing. Y'all saying the same regurgitated, I'm going to throw out the N-word. Oh, a racial slur. I'm going to call you some type of random stat or statistic. I'm going to call you like a monkey or this or that. And okay, what else I need you to wow me. You're the clown now. This is the circus. I need you to wow me. I need you to actually do something. Start juggling something. Start moving some stuff around. Like I said, you don't got nothing. Like I said, if your personality is just wrapped up in like hatred and racism, you don't got nothing going for yourself. You're not even interested as a person. Like I said, I've listened to a lot of racist jokes, and it's like I can't even like, that was actually fun. Nah, because ain't nothing even creative. It's the exact same regurgitated nonsense. Yeah, it's crazy out here. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Diabolical. Diabolical. Also, again, like I said before, shout out, much love and respect and appreciation to those who are, directly about here, part of live stream. Again, early live stream. Normally, I don't happen to do that. Normally, I don't start at 4. I think we started at like 4 or 5 o'clock. Normally, I don't do that. Like I said, it's only one group of people on this planet that believes that being melanated is a curse, and it's not Black Americans. I was never raised like that. I was never raised to believe that the only reason that melanin exists on this planet is because it's a curse. I was never raised by that in whatever religion that I was even, seen a part of. When it was a Christian, when it was a Baptist, Catholic, it was none of those. None of those ever taught me that. Right? I mean, they taught other things though, when it deals with, certain stuff. But yeah, that just dealing with the melanin part and it being a curse. Yeah, no. Only learning from one group, and they're not Black American. Just saying. So, like I said, who are the ones really focused on race? Like I said, I got a book that was all on race riots and how those race riots took place and happened. I got a pictorial book on things that happened directly in the United States. One of these days, I might sit up there and showcase that again. I got to make sure to cover it though. It's the one thing I have to make sure to do. Like I said, it's crazy. That is crazy. Let me see. Somebody said deep psychotic programming like cyborgs. I mean, are you talking about like Star Trek? Are we talking Star Trek now? Is that what we're doing? We got some King of the Hill fans in here. See Strickland directly up in there. That's crazy. That is crazy. Who else? Who else do we got directly up in here? I guess that's actually it. Guess that is. Wait, did I finish her video? Oh, actually, I didn't. So we've been having some nice intermissions in between this video, this last video, which is crazy. So let me just finish this out real quick.
Empathize with other people, like Charlie Kirk said, then empathy does become dangerous, because if you can't even handle your own feelings, what the fuck are you gonna do with somebody else? You know what I'm saying? Who is like already erratic and stuff like that, and in anguish because they just lost their baby boy. You know what I'm saying? Unjustly. Whatever you have in your cup, whatever you did or didn't do, you know what I'm saying, within your own right that made you who you are, If you take on other stuff and you're not even stable again, you're gonna have this bullshit. So all I'm saying is that for me personally, it doesn't need to be executed in the way that it is being executed. Okay, it's just very messy, you know what I'm saying? And it's hurting all of us, to be honest.
Right. So just in case people don't know what she was talking about, because we've been having like intermissions between videos, what she's basically talking about is the fact that Black Americans are doing a boycott when it deals with the Asian community. Okay, I got you. Hold on, let me get my phone. You say you sent 2 videos on IG. I got you. Give me a second here. So I'll try to get those while I'm sitting up here talking. So yeah, what she's basically talking about is the fact that there is a boycott going on. And again, she stated herself that she doesn't have a full, well-rounded understanding. She didn't do any type of research. She didn't try to look up any type of information or anything of the sort in order to figure out, what was happening or what was going on. But she wanted to make sure to give an opinion on Black Americans and say that this is so harmful when it deals with the Asian community, and that Black Americans are wrong for even doing the boycott for the whole of the Asian community. And as I stated before, the problem with this is the fact that the Asian community as a whole, and I'm just going to reiterate this again, Asian community does not support Black businesses. That is a fact. It's not a back and forth type thing. Like I said, if it was a back and forth type thing where Black Americans are buying from Asians, then Asians are buying from Black Americans, we wouldn't really have a problem in a sense, right? It would be at least like equal ground, specifically there. And then maybe from there, maybe this whole boycott thing wouldn't have to happen the way that it did to an extent, right? But also added on the fact that over time, Black Americans have had to go through dealing with racism with the Asian community, being specifically targeted because of their skin complexion, hearing a variety of conversations and comments directly from those in the Asian community. They got to deal with Black hate within the Asian community, having a police call, being barred directly into a variety of stores, having hands put directly on them, and automatically being criminalized. And they, in instances, they didn't do anything, right? And Black Americans are simply stating that, hey, this is us basically doing a blackout or a protest, however it is that people want to call it. And we're putting you on notice that we're not going to stand for the mistreatment of us. You're within our communities. We don't depend on you, which is true. As Black Americans, we don't depend on the Asians to make and do stuff for us in our own communities. They depend on us because this is why they open up businesses in our communities. Like I said, you got a multitude of Asian businesses all throughout every Black community in these United States. But you can't tell nobody nothing. Wait, Pink, you said you sent it on IG. Let me see. The last video I got from you was June 5th, I think at like 6 a.m. It couldn't load. Let me sit up here. Let me make sure to turn this down real quick. Let me see. What is this? Oh, that was a crazy video that popped up on my For You page. Had a random woman sitting up there saying, like, let that man struggle. It is not your responsibility to man, I almost want to throw this video directly. Wait, this woman got this video listed under marriage tips, and I don't see a ring on her finger. What is happening, brother? That's crazy. She said marriage advice, engagement advice don't help a woman. I mean, don't help a man that's struggling. But I'm like, you got men that are of means that have money and they basically get married to women who are struggling. Like those women are not, as people would say, equally yoked. Those women are not on the exact same level money wise and whatnot as those guys. But those guys, they'd be like, all right, I see you. I'm about to pull you up onto the level that I'm at so that we're on the same field and that we can both move in the exact same direction. Like men do that a lot. Like men that have money and whatnot or got something going, they will bring women directly on board and pull them directly up. So I'm a little bit confused on the concept of that woman basically saying that, yo, don't help a man that's struggling. What? You know how many rich dudes are with like broke women? Like they barely got a pot to piss in? Like what is like, yo, this is yo, the advice out here. The advice out here is crazy. It is crazy. It is, yo, it is crazy. It is crazy. Um, what is it, Miss Warrior? Wait. I'll let you explain that real quick. What you talking about? So you said, are we basing this on current events or past events? Let me be very specific. Are you talking about the boycott, or what you talking about? What are you specifically talking about? Wait, hold on. Somebody said they wanted to. What was that, Tippy? So yeah, Pink. I think you send those 2 videos again because you only got I think it was like the last videos I got from like I think June 5th or June 6th for whichever date that was that I listed. Because I just opened up the app and that was the only one. Oh, now they were sitting up there showing that the dude that got profile. Hold on, let me see, because this is what did he say about this agent? He said, to be clear, I'm not stating as a fact that the restaurant profiled me. This post reflects my personal experience and how I felt during the interaction. I am not trying to attack the restaurant or encourage harassment. I'm simply sharing a movement from the day that was captured on stream and discussing why it left me feeling uncomfortable. But I'm like, dog, you shouldn't have went to that ramen shop. Like I said, I'm an equal opportunist. Anybody can sit up there and get it. I do not care. I'm like, dog, if you moving stupid out here, like dog, you are moving stupid. Don't do that. Don't do it. It's very easy. Don't go to these shops. It is that simple. So I'm waiting on Pink to send that video again or those videos, and while that is happening, I can get this one real quick. Marriage advice, marriage tips, and relationships engagement goals. That's crazy. Like I said, I don't know about some of this stuff out here. This is just wild. It's wild. Let me see. I'll get rid of the tonight talk, and then I think I can put this directly up. So let's listen to this real quick.
Let's leave it at that because I'm about to get a workout in. Do not help that man when he's struggling. Do not help that man when he's struggling. He ain't got no money. That's not your problem. He doesn't have a place to stay. That's not your problem. That's not your problem. Don't help a man that's struggling. Let me tell you why. You shouldn't help a man that's struggling because he's struggling so God can create him into the man that he's supposed to be. And you're mad that he's not the man that he's supposed to be because you keep getting in the way of the lesson that he's supposed to be learning in order to be that man. The Bible says you learn through the things you suffer. You're stopping his suffering so he can't learn how to be a man. He can't learn how to lead his house because you keep... That's not the gap you're supposed to stand in, okay? That's not the gap you're supposed to stand in. Let that man suffer so that he can get an understanding. Okay, amen?
So now we're using religion, but what if that woman was put in place in order to help that man, in order to give him like boost like his confidence or to let him know like, all right, I feel as though that, whatnot or whatever, like this is all right. This is like, I'm just trying to figure out like how far are you trying to go directly with this, because you take God directly out of this, it still sounds crazy. You add God directly in, it still sounds crazy. because I'm like, in the reverse, wouldn't you give this exact same advice to a man trying to, be there for a woman? Is like, yo, you see that woman is broke, don't uplift her, don't help her. God is having her struggle with, her 2 or 3 kids because she is on this, he's putting her on this journey so that she can understand and become a better woman. You as a man do not pick her up. Stay directly in your place as a man and let God and her handle it. But she's not going to say that. Like I said, it's a one-way street. Like I said, man, it just sounds crazy, man. Like I said, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. But like I said before, in a lot of instances, quote, and again, this ain't me trying to get preachy or whatnot, but I'm going by what she stated. In a lot of instances, God will sit up there and send people out there in order to help you, right? In order to help you on the right path or to correct you so that you can continue on the right path. So again, I'm a little bit confused by what it is that she don't need to be a preacher. Let me tell you that she does not need to be a preacher. Like I said, this ain't it. Like this is not it. Because I can sit up there and safely say that I have been sent people in order to make sure that I was on a certain path. And in a lot of instances, you're not going to take notice or understand it up until it's past that time, or you're given enough time to be able to actually look back some years to grasp and have a full understanding of how pieces fall in place and how things basically transpired because of this piece was here and another piece was here and another piece was 20 miles up ahead where you were supposed to get to. Like I said, like, yo, it's crazy. Like that is wild. That is wild. Like I said, I don't know what to sit up there and tell folks. Angela said my mom helped a man and he was kicked out of his home at 17, and my mom let him move in to help him out, and he's 18. He was 18, I was 17, and we fell in love, and we've been married for 32 years. Hey, yo, that is a wild story right there. Let me like most people. I mean, technically, that is a high school story because y'all basically, like high school age. That's dope. That's a cold story right there. That for me, that is the first like, yo, let me tell you something. Idea directly for you because you're the only ones that really got the insight and stuff directly to it. You need to sit up there and make that into a story or something. Because that'd be dope. That would be that's a very wholesome story right there. Like, it can basically peer into, in a sense, his life and what he had to go through, which got him to that point. And then the other part is basically where you are and how you got up to the point that you were at your age. And then it will end, or what's that? I mean, yeah, it ends and begins, basically with y'all, getting married and being there for like 32 years and having like flash throughs, not flashbacks, but flash throughs to, future events and stuff. Like I said, that'd be dope. Like I said, I'm all for positive stories about love. Like I said, I think that would actually be a pretty dope thing. This man 30, he was like, boo, anyone with happy relationship. This man, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. That's crazy. But yeah, that's pretty dope though. At Angela, that's a pretty dope story. Let me tell you that's a pretty dope story. Like that's something like I would even technically like watch. Like I said, I didn't seen like so much stuff where it dealt with just like everything negative about relationships and men and how it is that men get portrayed in these stories. Like I would like to actually see something positive. Because like it's hard to see anything positive at this moment. Like anytime like a man is in a story, magically something negative always has to happen to a woman or something like that. I'm like, dog. I'm like, all right. you know, it's crazy work out here. Um, let me see. Somebody said I have my own wife. I know my wife since she was 11, but I didn't date her until I was 15, and I was 19. We've been together for 33 years and have 4 kids. Man, I mean, well, I'm just gonna put that as like old school. That's the old school ages that would happen back with like grandparents and whatnot. Because I was sitting up there looking, because I know, for instance, like if you were to mention that like today, ooh, ooh, let me tell you something. But like I said, different times, different different times. Let me tell you, different times. What was that? Johnny Apple said. Wait, somebody said I wasn't homeless enough. I'm confused. I'm confused. Miss Angela said it was back in '95. Man, yo, that's crazy. Like I said before, yo, like I said, yo, people got stories out here. It ain't no reason that people can don't sit up there and like just like create something for like one time and just have it out there. Like even if you're not doing it for, to put it on, social media, do it for your family. Like that'll be, a dope little, like movie or something like that you can throw and put together. That'd be, like I said, positive. Positive. Um I'm confused. Well, who are the veteran is? I want you to know I'm just gonna be very clear directly with you because I'm looking at the comment section. Tread lightly because Sham is showing a lot of restraint and patience at this moment in time. Because at any moment in time, she could be like, all right, I'm going to put you in the shadow realm. So, like I said, the only reason that you're here right now is because Sham has allowed it to be. So, like I said, tread very lightly. It's like, do people not realize when they're talking to moderators out here? Or maybe people don't care. I don't know. I don't know. It could be either or both. Like, what's the point? Is little kids supposed to be like an insult? It's like, all right, so you're saying that you're old. We get it. So you're saying that Sham is young, which is a compliment. I'm like, technically, you in a sense kind of dissed yourself, but all right. Like I said, I'm just, yo, that's crazy. Yo, that is crazy. That is diabolical. That is diabolical. I'm not sure who is he. I guess he's talking back to Sham at this moment. Well, platforms are completely different. You only have freedom of speech up until people decide that you are not able to talk at all. That's how the internet works. And especially if you're on like a platform or a channel, that's how it works. You can have whatever freedom of speech that you want to. Like I said, you got all of these white boys out there running out there being auditors and filming in front of businesses and doing all this other type of nonsense and yada yada yada. But like I said, this is not that's not that reality. You're dealing with the internet, your reboot, the matrix, whatever you want to sit up there and call it. The rules are whatever people make the rules to be at that moment in time. He says, so everybody in the chat has been homeless. What you said, have I ever been homeless? Uh Not me specifically, but I know people. I'm trying to figure out how I get dragged directly into this about being homeless. I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. Do I know people who have been homeless? Yes, I do. I can safely tell you that. People that were living directly out of their car that had whatever their world possessions are directly in their car with them. Yep. He was like, I'm not being disrespectful. If you want to take it away, get tougher skin. I mean, I guess. Angela said, I've been homeless as a child and was stealing my butt off, but people need to eat. Third said he's looking for attention. Probably so. Probably so. Wait, Johnny, who are you talking about? Or if you're saying that, did I sit up there and help people that I knew? I can only do so much. If people don't really want the help, there's nothing that you can do. I can't force help directly on people. I can't force people to listen to me or whatnot or whatever. So I can only do what I can. Like I said, I've given money and I've tried to give food. And I had a homeless dude decide, be like, hey, I don't want the food, I want the money. And I'm like, yeah, I don't really want to give you the money because, you do have addicts and whatnot, alcoholics or, drug addicts. And I ain't trying to sit up there and be the reason that you're no longer living. Like, I'm not doing that. So you can take this food that I got from Burger King. It's brand new, it's fresh. I never touched it, didn't even open the bag. And the dude was like, no. Nah. And I'm like, all right, well, you ain't getting nothing then. And then he wanted to get bad. I'm like, it be like that. Like I said, you got the behavior of an addict, and I'm not about to sit up there and enable an addict, and nor do I want to be the main causation of you being on the side of the road somewhere OD'd or you got hit by a car because you were out of your mind because you were drunk. Like, nah, we're not doing that. We are not doing that at all. Like I said, you can only try so much. Like I said, some people want help and other people don't. You can't bring a horse to water. I mean, yeah, that's the way I go by, at least because that's all you can sit up here and do. Like I said, even with this whole thing of doing like social media, that's the main thing I still try to do. No matter, what pulls up in the comment section that says, X, Y, and Z, still sitting up there giving out information, generalized information that people can take directly from it and move how they want to sit up there and move. Like I said, again, I can list a lot of stuff and people are like, I don't believe you. Okay, that's on you. You don't gotta believe me. Wait until mainstream media tells you and wait until the government tells you. And by that time, it's too late. The moment of time that they got to tell you, it's already too late. It's done. Like I said before, it's nothing you can do. True, the kid said, what is the stream about? Technically, in general, it was about do men want and like, yeah, do men want / like nice women? So we went over a few videos going over that. Wait, you said, Sergio, I missed the video. Can I watch it, please, sir? Wait, Timmy, how did you miss the video? Did you just like walk off when I played the video, Tippy? You got a bad habit of doing that. Let me tell you. All right, so let me play the video back. Right.
I'm gonna say this and leave it at that because I'm about to get a workout in. Do not help that man when he's struggling. Do not help that man when he's struggling. He ain't got no money. That's not your problem. He doesn't have a place to stay. That's not your problem. That's not your problem. Don't help a man that's struggling. Let me tell you why. You shouldn't help a man that's struggling because he's struggling so God can create him into the man that he's supposed to be. And you're mad that he's not the man that he's supposed to be because you keep getting in the way of the lesson that he's supposed to be learning in order to be that man. The Bible says you learn through the things you suffer. You're stopping his suffering so he can't learn how to be a man. He can't learn how to lead his house because you keep... That's not the gap you're supposed to stand in, okay? That's not the gap you're supposed to stand in. Let that man suffer so that he can get an understanding. Okay, amen?
Right. So Tippy, that main video was basically her in a sense, using basically stating that, hey, if a man is struggling, God got him struggling for a reason, and you as a woman, you're not supposed to interrupt or help him directly in that, leave him directly in that struggle, so that he'll quote unquote become a better man. My main point was that, quote unquote, again, not with getting all preachy, that you'll be sent a variety of people to basically help you stabilize you or to correct the course that you're initially supposed to be on, so you can get from point A to point B to point C and all these other points, so that you can get to your final destination. And in certain instances, you will have certain women that are meant to be there in order to help that progress naturally, or a woman to help that progress, naturally happen by way of, maybe some type of support, some type of encouragement, some type of, kind words, or, whatnot, or whatever, or upliftment, however you want to put it. Why is it's crazy? Like, I'm looking at crazy part, Pink, is that I can see the video, but it's not sending me the TikTok so I can actually let me see. Will it do it then? Yeah, it's not. Why is my phone not opening TikTok? Like, this is weird. It keeps me on a TikTok screen, but it's also Instagram at the same time. So I can't. So maybe I gotta click that because I'm trying to get the at least the first video. The Michael Jackson video, I see that one, Pink. I'm not too sure how they'll react with that one. I'm talking about with YouTube. Let me see. I'm trying to get to. I don't know why these links ain't working, because I saw the other video where the dude was talking to the two black dudes. And he was talking about his mom is dating. I think it was like a cousin or something, like something crazy. I'm like, yo, what? Oh, there we go. All right, so we got that. So let me get this one real quick. I don't really got time to edit this one. I really don't. I wish I did. I did. I swear I bookmarked it, so I got to refresh this and try to get this real quick. All right, so we're gonna take a listen to this video. I'm just gonna apologize for the cursing that is here. Normally, I try to edit this out. Don't really got time because it would take me a little bit to actually take time to properly edit the cursing directly out. But yeah, the other video with the baby screaming at Michael Jackson, that was funny. That was cute. That was cute. Like I said, it's always the cute kids sitting up there falling in love with Michael Jackson all over again. Like I said, the kid's gonna be heartbroken growing up. Let me tell you, it's going to be heartbroken because he's gonna be like some of those kids, be like, "Yo, so when can I go to a Michael Jackson concert?" I'm like, crazy. It's like sitting up there trying to explain other stuff to kids, and then they dreams get crushed. All right, so we're going to take it again. I'm just going to say my apologies for the cursing directly here. I was not able to, properly, edit it. So we're going to, take a listen to what this is. So it's about like a minute.
All right, so now you said what was going on again?
So my mom is dating my cousin.
Your mom's dating your cousin.
Yes.
So she's fucking your dad's cousin.
I'm fucking my dad's cousin.
Who's your cousin? Because you're
This is
your
my
dad's
second
kid.
cousin because it's
Your-
my dad's first cousin.
So he's your second cousin. So not only she's fucking your dad's cousin, it's his first cousin.
Yeah.
That's almost like fucking your brother. Continue.
I don't know where to go.
Wait, I mean, are you really sure that you're okay with this though?
I mean, I get a better house to live in. I used to be living in a trailer.
Okay.
It's better than living in a trailer.
So your mom sacrificing her vagina for a better house is cool with you, is what you're saying.
It's her body. I just get a better house out of it. I'm not living in a old house anymore. Watch me shoot this through.
Look.
Flip the camera on him. Oh.
This that white shit. This that white shit.
No, you're so
This is
right.
that white shit. What?
I mean, his
Hold on, I gotta pause this real quick. So Miss Tola, you said as a social worker, I approve this message, meaning the message here from this woman. And you said that you approve the message, and every man that you have helped bit you right in the hand. And you said I would give advice, but do not help. And I thank God more Black women are waking up. So, are you saying it's like specifically towards just like Black men or just men in general? Like I said, I'm just trying to figure out. I'm trying to. Okay, so you said, right? You said Black women are the most educated, correct? And will be fine. So, Miss Tola, I have a question, and this is just an honest question, right? So you said you made a blanketed statement. So I'm just noting that right here. You said Black women in general are the most educated. And you said we will be fine. So I'm trying to figure out if Black women are the most educated, why do we still have Black women going into Asian establishments? I'm just looking for a clarification. If Black women are the most educated, why are Black women still going into Asian establishments, which I've covered on this channel, on both channels before, about them beating them, but life being taken, being mistreated, being, having a carrot dangled directly in front of them after taking the life of a Black woman. Be like, okay, well, this Black woman, she got beaten on by this Asian man, so we're going to give you 50 to 75% off her hair. So I'm just trying to figure out, because I'm trying to see where's the smart or the intelligence or the intellect when it deals with going directly back into a business that does not value you as a woman, where they specifically target you because of your skin color. Because I've not seen a video yet where Asians have gone out there and decided to put hands directly on a white woman. You said I go. Okay, I think you were saying like you go to Asian establishments and it is peaceful. All right. Are you Black American by chance? And I'm talking about like Black American. Both of your Black parents born and raised in the United States, their grandparents born and raised in the United, and so on 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 and so on. Like I'm just trying to figure out. Because now it's just going into stereotypes. Now you was like it's peaceful and whatnot or whatever, and you say you've never been targeted, and then you said you don't steal from. Yeah, now it's starting to look real NPC trollish. It's looking like a bot. Oh, well, Sam got her up out of here. It doesn't even matter now. It's all over for you. Like I said, it was starting to look crazy. Like as soon as I read that, And then the person swapped up because they were talking about black men, and they were like, "No, I'm just talking about men in general." I'm like, "But that's not what you said. And you're a social worker. you are a social." And I done heard stories about women who are social workers and how they be sitting up there like moving, and how they be giving those dudes attitudes as if they dated. I'm like, man, like it was like I said, it's crazy out here. It is. Wait, what else did she say? Let me see. Who's easy to get along with? James Level says, just chant hate men already. Yo. And I'm like, because I was going to sit up there and have like some questions. I'm like, how are you going to sit up there and say that, yo, every man that you then helped out, he didn't basically, like bit you, like bit the hand that helped him out. I'm like, you are very bad at picking men. Because I'm like, yo, that's incredible. I'm like, that is incredible. Like every man that I sit up there and met, he did X, Y. I'm like, word, that's your story every single time. So you're just the Mother Mary. You're the Holy Virgin directly about here. You don't do nothing to nobody, and then every single man you come across, they just doing something diabolical. Okay. I'm not believing it, brother. I'm not believing it. Wait, somebody said, why do you have a bigger what? Or how do you spell her name? That's not a picture. That's a frozen image directly of whatever the video was. Shan was like, she's a social worker that targets vulnerable men and do more than her profession allows. She's messy. I believe it. Third was like, social worker means she sells cheeks on the street. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Shan was like, she's sleeping with her clients. How gross. Johnny Apple was like, it's impossible. Somebody said Sammy Davis Jr. Somebody said, what? Yo, get that nonsense up out of here. We get that nonsense. We don't do that up out here. You said, so you have no clue who's I don't. I don't like the videos that I get, I don't be following these people. It's like I don't sit up there and follow these people. It's like I keep trying to tell people like, I don't be know who these people are. I'll be, trying to do all of that. I'm like, hey, somebody made a video. All right, let me hear this out. All right, I'm adding this to the live stream. You said she's married with a child. I mean, I couldn't determine that because I didn't see a ring. I mean, okay. I mean, like I said, you more than likely know more than I'm. Like I said, I'm just going by what it is that I'm presented. So if I'm looking at the lady and there's no ring there, automatic assumption is that she's not married. So somebody said, "What is this channel about?" This channel is about everything, everywhere, all at once. In a sense. Oh, somewhat. You said she just started her own clothing line and she has nothing to do with. No. We weren't talking about her. We were talking about a previous comment that was directly up there. You said I don't wear my ring at home. I mean, okay. I mean, a lot of most people do. Like I said, I know friends that are married. They wear their rings all the time. So, I mean, like I said, a lot of the married folks, and I'm talking about these are folks that were like married young. I'm talking about like after high school. So I don't know what to tell anybody else. Like I said, I can only go by things that I've seen. I'm talking about like my boy Chris, like both of his parents married, and I would see their parents wearing their rings. My boy Ricky, his parents married, same household, sat up there and saw rings, and everything of the sort. Friends married, rings. So like I said, everybody, different. I'm just saying. Johnny Apple's like mixed bag. Yeah. Yeah. Yo, D Money. Good morning. Good side. What is up? What is up? What is up? Not much. Not much. We are technically I guess you could say this is like chill mode right now because we've been streaming since about like 4. We've been streaming technically since about 4. If I technically had my Xbox or something basic, well, if this was a whole different tower setup, I would have probably set up there and be like, all right, I'm about to swap this to like a game or something. I probably would have did it because I talked all the way from like 4 to now, and then I'd be like, hey, I'm about to just sit up there and relax, and we can do generalized conversations. Zilliot said people issues with wait. Oh, I get okay. Well, I'm trying to read it correctly. He said, I guess people have issues with her. Is she married a 40-year-old when she was 9? Wait, huh? Hold on, wait. So wait. Zilliot, are you saying that this woman married a 40-year-old when she was 19? So you said that I'm talking about the woman on screen. Let me know if that's who if you're talking about the lady on screen. And then you said I don't wear mine because I do a lot of work and don't want to damage it from the late 18. Oh no, okay, yeah, I get that. It's basically like an antique. It's a family like heirloom. I get that. I get that. Whoa. And you said that you said yes, and that she has a daughter her age. Woo! Yo, I don't got nothing. I don't even know where to start. She married a 40-year-old at 19, and you said that she has a child her age? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't even know what to tell you. I don't even know where to start on that. Oh my God. Oh my God. I got no words. Let me tell you, out of the few times that I normally talk directly on these streams, I don't got no words for that. Oh, you said he has a daughter her age. Yo, that's even worse. Gee. Yo, nah. That's crazy. That's wild work. I would never take advice from this woman. That's why I was sitting up there listening to her the first time. And I'm like, what is she saying sounds crazy. Nah, brother, I can't do that. Nah. The same way I got on Drea Michelle when she was dating a 21 or a 22-year-old, and she got a son that exact same age. And she's 40. That's some weirdo type of behavior. Nah, man. That's wild to me. I would never in my lifetime, if I ever had a child, I would, man, what? What? No, nah, I'm sorry. Nah. I get it. Age differences do happen every single, but that's still, I wouldn't be dating somebody that my kid basically went to school with. That's how I'm looking at it. Like, am I the only one that finds that weird? Like, that's like me sitting up there dating somebody that's my mom's age. That's weird. So, my mom be sitting up there looking at me like, really? Yeah, that's weird. That like what? No, I'm sorry. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Like I said, I don't know. That's like I said, Dre Michelle is weird for dating somebody her son's age, and I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt, her son got a problem with that. I can tell you that because her son is going to be looking like, I'm not about to call him. If y'all get married, I'm not calling him dad. I'm not calling him stepdad, and rightfully so. You not. Y'all the same age, like that. Like, yo, that's gonna cause so many. What, brother? Like I said, I promise you that whoever that 40-year-old dude is, I promise you, his daughter is not gonna look at this lady and call her like mom or step. No, he's not doing it. He's calling her by her first name, and rightfully so. Like, yo, that's weirdo type of behavior from both parties. I don't care if it's male or female. That's some weirdo behavior. And to put your children in that type of situation is crazy. That's why I be saying, like, too many people out here are just like selfish. You couldn't have picked any other age. Any other age. Any other age would have set up there. Like, even like, yo, you could have went to like 28, 29, 30. You could have went up in age. That was away from your daughter's age. You just brother. brother. D Money was like, I dated somebody my mom's age. Don't judge me. We've a lot of us has technically been there. I mean, it wasn't a date for me. Anyways, like I said, I got cussed out for that anyway, so it didn't even it didn't even matter. Like I said, you've been there. Johnny Apple said a 24-year-old been dating a 72-year-old. I mean, that sounds like Hugh Hefner right there. That's the Hugh Hefner area right there. Welch said they probably talk about life insurance. Yeah, life insurance, AARP, Medicaid, Medicare. Yeah, talking about a lot of stuff. Bushido said, I'm not dating any girl who could have been my daughter's classmate. Yeah, that's crazy to me. I would never put my child in a predicament of like, all right, you're 19, this person's 19, this is your new mom now. What? Y'all graduating the same year. What are we talking about? It's like, and then the other 19-year-old talking about like, yeah, I'm going to be the best mom you've ever had. I'm never going to leave or abandon you. I'm like, y'all listen to the exact same music. Y'all attracted to the exact same male celebrities. Like, what? Yo, that's crazy. Y'all was born in the exact same year. Of course you ain't going nowhere. Y'all aging at the exact same time. Yo, I'm sorry. That's weird. I'm sorry. That's oh, you talking about Bill Belichick? Oh, yeah. Pink said for the rich people, dating people half their age is just a Tuesday. Yeah, that's facts. That is facts. 100%. Shout out to Leonardo DiCaprio. He keeps them young every time. As soon as they're about to, I think, with age past 24, he gets rid of them real quick. He's like, up, too old for me. Yo, that's wild. That is wild. Shan was like, what is she going to do when he's 72 and a nursing home age and she's still under 30? She's going to have to figure that out. Like I said, it's probably about money. I'm just going to be real. It's going to be real. It's probably about that money. Tippy said that's 45 going to wait for her. LOL. Ziliat said yes. Oh, she's married to a white dude? Makes sense now. Oh, no. I think okay, maybe you were responding to somebody else. My bad. Don't take what I stated. I'm looking at the comment section, so don't take what I stated. Her husband is probably, black or something else. Don't take what I stated. Because she was responding to somebody else. You said 19 isn't even grown. That's facts. It's not. Tippy said you wanted a new gaming system. Oh wait, he got a new one. Wait, where did D Money go? Oh no, that's why Tippy said that he was dating another woman wanted a new gaming. That's crazy. That's crazy. He said y'all cracking me up. Shan was like, Tippy, you leave D Money alone. He was trying to get a new gaming system. Yo, that is wild. That's wild. PS6 secured. It'd be like that. A lot of these women got daddy issues, and it shows in crazy ways. Oh yeah, Woody Allen. That's the king of kings right there, dealing with that. Oh wait, you said she is married to a white man. He's from Poland. Wow. He has blonde hair, blue eyes. Wow. Shout out to the blue eyes white dragons of the world. Yes, it's money. It's money. It is money. Like I said before, she's trying to secure that bag. She's like, hey, all I gotta do is wait 20 years and I'm solid. I got his SSI and I got the inheritance. I'm locking it in. She's in there for the long term. She's doing whatever she got to do to secure that bag. She is living the soft life at a young age. That's crazy. That is crazy. I know how she got him. I can already imagine how she did it. Tippy said, I don't know why dudes who are 45 plus can't date women who's 26 and 30 plus. Let me see. Godson said a lot of men these days got mommy issues with no dad. You got to be careful who you are acknowledging. Well, no. When I sit up there and say shout out, that's not an acknowledgement. That's to call out those people. Woody Allen, calling that out for what it is that he did. Caprio calling him out for what it is that he did. Dre and Michelle again. So like I said, see, people don't know. People don't know. People don't know the talk. People don't know the talk. Zilly said, y'all killing me. Third said, and what? There's the last clue to the mystery Scooby-Doo gang. She is a swirler. Godson said, be mad at their mom for their dad being a bum is crazy out here. Wait, I'm confused. You must be on. Wait, is he on the previous video? I think it might be on the previous video. Tippy said, I'm going to continue to tell young ladies stay virgins until marriage. Gamer said, she's a swirler. Cave said, don't forget. Oh yeah, Elvis, that's another king right there doing that. Yeah. The king of kings. Bringing them across state lines. And man be out there in them streets. Hip shaking, swiveling, whatever you want to sit up there and call it. Johnny Bravo type style. You know. Got the Fonzie from Happy Days. Hey. Oh, that's a matter of fact. That's another one. And I grew up watching Happy Days. Let me say how that is a type of culture out there. Oh, matter of fact, I got you. I even put it as something recent. Christina Applegate on Married with Children. They were Married with Children. If you technically look at it, they were like a modern trash family. You know, in that community. It was, and the family was all over the place, and their daughter would always sit up there and bring home like that woman. Kelly had bodies. She had I swear it was like every episode she had bodies. For as many seasons that they were on, she got that many bodies. I swear to goodness. I don't think there wasn't a season that she didn't have a body, or even if the body did not show up, it was still talked about. Like she got body on body on body. She got a graveyard. And there was an instance where Kelly went on a date with a guy that had to be about like 40. And he was like some type of like well-off like rich dude. And Al saw this and he hurried up and called like his job and started singing the what is it? The Jeffersons theme song. Right? Fish don't fire on the grill. He started doing that and doing the dance because he was like, yo, we rich, we in here. My daughter about to marry this old rich dude. We made it big. I'm like, that's what you doing out here? You selling your daughter out real quick? I'm like, wow. I'm like, yo, now I see how they get down in their community. Yo, that's like I said, that's why when you actually, like I said, for a lot of people out here that never seen Married with Children, go out there and watch some of those episodes and watch how Kelly is out there moving. She got a father in the home and she's sitting up there moving wild, moving straight wild. Got guys in the house, in the couch, sneaking them directly in, sleeping with the friends of the friends of the brothers of the cousins of the cousins of the fathers. Like, yo, she is out here. The mom also engages in it and tells her to, hey, do what you need to do. The Al technically doesn't really care to an extent. He cares, but he doesn't care. Like it's wild. It is straight wild. Like I said, that was a modern TV show. And what do they normally sit up there and say? That art imitates life, life imitates art. So hey, I don't know what else to sit up there and tell people. And Kelly was underage. She should not have been. She was still in high school dealing with older guys. Crazy work. And I don't think that was like her first older guy either. Because like some of the dudes that she was with, like you had what was it, LeBlanc or whatever the dude is from Friends, he was on there. Ben Affleck was on there at a moment in time. I think you had one of the dudes from like Lost Boys. Like I said, it was a lot of young actors during that time that showed up directly on there. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, y'all look way too old to be sitting up there with this teenager. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. Oh, that's crazy. You said they literally come from an era of grown men marrying 12-year-olds. We don't talk about the psychology and the sociology of that enough. No, actually, I covered that before. I did a live stream and a video where one of the youngest marriages happened. I think she was like 8 years old. I think what was her name, like Eunice or something like that. I forgot what her name was. But I think she was in like single digits as a child, and the dude was like 22, 21, or 22 years of age. And I'm like, whoa. I'm like, how did y'all let that happen? I'm like, that is yo. Like I said, that happened in America. That was that we not talking about nowhere else around the world. That was America. And I'm like, that is wild. That is wild. Like you had that little girl out here being like barefoot and pregnant. Like, how do y'all do that? Like I said, crazy history that these kids would never sit up there and learn about in schools, because if they did, these kids would be looking at their parents and their grandparents like, how did y'all let this happen? This is why they want to start, mopping all of this stuff off of the internet and social media directly away, so that it's a clean slate, because they want to hide all of this dirty laundry about here. Like I said, that's wild. That's crazy. He said, shout out to Ed O'Neill. Yo, and the craziest part is you had Al in the show. He was technically going after some of them that were like around Kelly's age at certain points, because he started asking some questions when Bud, on one episode, Bud found this one girl that was homeless. She didn't look homeless, but they brought her directly in because she was hitchhiking trying to make her way to New York. And Al was like, "Oh, you got daddy a gift." It's like, it must be my birthday. And he's like, "Hey, so what's your name and what age did you stop wearing a bra?" I'm like, do you even ask, brother? I'm like, what did you do in here? I'm like, that's crazy. But I'm like, hey, it's crazy how Shan was like, she was wild, and the neighbors and everyone. Yeah. Oh, you talking about the Jeffersons? Yeah. Yep. Yes, indeed. Like I said, a lot of folks are moving crazy on that show. Moving crazy. Tippy was like, before my time. No, Tippy was actually during your. You keep doing this. Tippy, all you got to do is start. You can go on YouTube and you can catch up on episodes. Like I said, I rewatch a lot of stuff, so you can catch up on episodes. Let me tell you, Shan was like, they didn't even look at how she was dressed. Yeah, and the craziest part is, I saw an episode where I was like, yo, her dress is like so short that when she basically moved her legs, I'm pretty sure that people in the audience like saw something, directly there. And I'm like, dog, that's way too short. Like, I get that it's a show, and you got certain costume, but I'm like, yo, there's somebody should have been like, there should have been like some women there that could be like, yo, that's way too short. Because the way that they always had Kelly dressing, again, I don't know how old Christina Applegate was during the time. I think she was young. Let me see something real quick. Christina Applegate. Applegate age on Married with Children. Ooh, she was 15 during that time. Ooh, that's crazy. So she was 15. So she was there from the age of 15 to 25. And I'm pretty sure during, I think, what was that, like the second season? So she might have been like 16, turning 7. Yeah, dog. Like, yo, that's crazy. Like, looking like, I didn't know that because I was young during the time. Like, she was that young, dressing that provocatively for a teenager on a show where she was playing a teen. I don't got nothing to say, dog. I don't got nothing to say. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, if people want to sit up there and talk about the hypersexualization of young girls out here Married with Children, that'll be the first one I'll go to. That's crazy. She was 15, wearing clothes that realistically a woman in her 20s plus should have been wearing. And then she was out here moving like a grown woman. I'm like, dog, like, there was no I couldn't even tell you, like, storyline wise, when she was even a virgin. Like, that's how bad that is. And then it also leads me to think that a lot of the guys that she dealt with were outside of high school, because they either had cars, they had motorcycles. Usually, if somebody got a car or motorcycle, that symbolizes that they are older. They're like usually like, let's say if she's 15, they're probably like 18, 19, or like somewhere in between, like 18 and 19 to like their mid 20s. If you want to talk about a young factor, but beyond the young factor, you'll clearly see when those dudes are older. Like I said, they even had her. Al was trying to marry her off to like this dude that was served time in prison for whatever he did, but then he found out that he comes from like a rich family, and he welcomed him right into the family. He was like, "Oh my son, like oh my god, I love you so much," all because he got money. I'm like, man, yeah, they was poor. Like I said, Al was a shoe salesman, so he's probably making like 3 or like 5 an hour or something like that, like something crazy. And then Peg, she wasn't doing nothing. She was just like a trophy wife. Cause she was like, let me put it to you like this: how Cardi B was like, I don't cook, I don't clean, but let me show you how I got this ring. That was Peggy. That was Peg on Married with Children. She literally said, she was like, I don't cook, I don't clean, I don't even watch after the kids. And she don't. Everything that she listed, she is not a mother. She is not like a wife that really cooks and cleans it. No, she is just a trophy. She is just there. She was like, I'm beautiful, I'm pretty, and that is it. I get dressed and I do nothing all day. The kids watch themselves. And you see that in every single episode. Al is out there sitting up there working and going after like other women directly up out there and fawning directly over him and regretting him being married. And then you got Peg doing the exact same thing in a sense, fawning over guys and yada yada yada. Like I said, that show was just, it was all over the place. Like I said, I feel sorry for her, man. I almost look at the whole thing with Christina Applegate in that show and how it is that she was paraded around like that. And I want people to understand this too. When it deals with Married with Children, that show was positioned for, of course, adults. So that then means that you got adult males who are looking at that 15-year-old during the time dressed as a grown woman, wearing lipstick like a grown woman, doing her hair like a grown woman. Because realistically, if I didn't look up her age, I would have thought that Christina Applegate was probably in her 20s playing like somebody who was in high school. But no, she was in high school playing a high schooler. That's wild. And how many of those guys that she was kissing on were actually older than her? That's like some Romeo and Juliet type of stuff. Where in the plays, the girl would probably be like 13, but like Romeo would be older. Like, it's like I said, that's crazy. That's almost like what was the other woman? I think it was like Brooke Shields, where I sat up there and had told y'all about that, how they had her in Playboy. It was something called Sugar and Spice. Crazy work. If you don't believe what I'm talking about, it exists. I just want y'all to sit up there and know it exists. Like I said, it's crazy. Like I said, when you start going through a lot of these rabbit holes and stuff, like it gets insane. It is insane, insane, insane. Third was like Peg was a blueprint for women today. Cold blooded. Cold blooded. Tip was that's a horrible representation. It'd be like that. University said Al was disgusted with Peg and he didn't even want to have her. You know, the crazy part is, and people forget there was an episode in there where like Al, there would like be like some little subtle type of things where Al technically, I think one episode he went into a gay club and the whole family called him out on it. It was like, yo, didn't you sit up there and go to a gay club? He was like, I didn't know what was going on up until, I went in there and, I was having beers and, people was buying me drinks and this thing. And then, and one thing led to, like I said, there was a lot of stuff in there. There was a lot of stuff in there. Just like there was another episode where one of his neighbors, was a part of a gay marriage, and the guy came over there talking to Al about his husband, technically his wife, right? Because they're both well, no, actually the other guy would have been a wife because he's the one that cooks and cleans. And Al was complaining about Peg, and the guy was complaining about his husband. And he was like, "Yeah, I do all the cleaning, I cook, and this, that, and the third, and I also work." And Al was like, "I think I'm in love." And I'm like, "Excuse me?" I'm like that. I'm like, "That's crazy." And then I was like, "Yo, what type of food do you make him?" He was like, "Yeah, steak, potatoes, and this, that, and the third." And Al had the dude basically cook directly for him. And I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "All right." And then I'm like, so just like University was like Al was disgusted with Peg, and he didn't even want to sleep with her. And it's like, yeah, that's technically leading directly into that. That's technically leading directly into that. All of that stuff about technically being disgusted, by your wife and not even wanting to really sleep with her, but then all this other, yeah, it's like it's looking real crazy. Third was like, and people in the audience was hooting when Kelly was coming into the scene on them. Yeah, they were. Yep. Tibby said, "I thought the story." No, I ain't talking about the story itself. I'm talking about when they would do the actual plays, when they would have the actual actors and stuff like that. Shauna said his name is Ted Bundy. That should have told you something if you know Al Bundy. Oh no, I get you. Yeah, yeah. Now I got you. Like you talking about, like it's mimicking the name. Yeah, I got you. Yep. University said Brooke was 11 or 12. Yeah. And like I said, that was crazy. Like I said, how this type of stuff was like overlooked for so many years, and how that was allowed to sit up there and happen. Yo, that was diabolical. Like you got that girl on something called Sugar and Spice. Like what? Like who even made that? What? Like that is incredible. Matter of fact, the better question is, who are the guys that even bought that during the time? Like where are they at right now? Who are the people that had subscriptions during that time where that publication was even a part? Like, man, it's so much like weirdo behavior. I don't even know where to sit up there and start. Like that's crazy. Shem was like, yeah, that show was very telling about the community that was poor. Yep. Caveman was like, pause. Cal says she never looked that good. The audience responded to signs held up. I mean, you also got that too. Like if you look in the background, they would also have like the applause and all this other type of stuff, But then what would normally happen, because when a show, I put it to you like this: when a show first came on, when you first look at, I want to say it might have been the pilot episode. Al would normally, when Al comes through the door, sort of like Kramer, right? When on Seinfeld, when Kramer first came through the door, nobody was cheering because people were still warming up to the characters, warming up to the show. It usually takes quite a few episodes for people to start getting like a type of cue, or to start, doing certain things naturally, because this is the favorite character, whatnot, whatever. So when you look at the show, you didn't normally see it. Like it took a while for people to actually warm up to Al, because usually when he came through the door, people would normally be like, hooting, hollering, and clapping directly for him, and he would do like the pause, like let it happen, take it all in, and then he'll go directly into what he's supposed to say. But when the show first started, during those first couple of episodes during the season, I would close the door, dead silence, and then just go into what's supposed to sit up there and happen and whatnot. Shauna said it shows you a little into their life. Bars. David said very boring indeed. Not sure what you're talking about. Shauna said, yeah. Tippy said Shirley Temple. Yeah, I did a short video on Shirley Temple. I think I got that one on IG. And like I said, I called that out as well too. Like I said, all of those dudes that were in a sense handling Shirley Temple in all of those films, like I said, I feel sorry for her. She came out on I think, what was it, Larry King, and she was talking about that stuff. And like I said, like I feel sorry directly for it. Stuff happened to her, and stuff happened to her mom. Like I said, that's a terrible situation. That is a very, very terrible. Like I said, I wouldn't wish that on nobody. And that's why I try to tell a lot of people out here, be very careful if you're going to put your kids into the limelight. You better be the manager. You better be that everything, to make sure that you're there 24/7. Because like I said, look at Nickelodeon and everything that happened with those kids on there. And like I said, growing up, I'm looking at Nickelodeon. I'm thinking like, yo, everything is cool, everything is fun. I wasn't sitting up there thinking that one of the main dudes that you primarily see was one of the ones going after the kids that were there. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. And not even just that person, but you had other people too behind the scenes. And like I said, these kids didn't have nobody to run to because all of those adults there, they were in on it, either as accessories or as the actual predators. So like I said, it's crazy. You said now she has multiple sclerosis, yeah, and can't walk without a walker, yeah. I thought didn't she also have like breast cancer too? I think because I think she had to get like a reduction or something like that. I think it was like a double mastectomy. I think, or maybe I might be thinking about like Angelina Jolie. I want to say. James said, "I remember the episode." Yeah, Jim was like, Al blamed his problems on everybody else, his marriage, his children, his shoe salesman, miserable life. He was so childish. That's bars. Shauna said, didn't she have some things happen to her? If you're I'm not talking well, you talking about Christina Applegate, or are you talking about Shirley Temple, or are you talking about Brooke Shields? I'm a little bit confused because I mentioned like all of them technically within the same what's the name? Tibby said both parents. I think the father should be the manager. I mean, that's if the father's in the picture, you know. Shauna said, and around nothing but a lot of older men. Yeah, Shirley. So you talking about Shirley Temple? Yeah, 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 yeah. Yo, DSB, what is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Brother is a member for 8 months. Also, much love, respect, and appreciation to all the members directly about here. We had a brother Exile that pulled directly up. I know the brother probably, I think he probably at work or might have got off of work. Much love, respect, and appreciation, and much love, respect, and appreciation to DSB. Much love, much love, much love. Shem said, I think she did have cancer. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. It's been a minute, but yeah. Black said, you never heard about that stuff happening on black shows. We don't play that. Yeah, it's like, yeah, we don't be sitting up there doing that. Because we got an understanding of stuff that happens. Not saying that it is impossible or that it is impossible, but again, you're not going to really hear stories like that. Stuff like that happening. What was it? Oh, what's the name? Center Patrolling New Problemo. Let me see. Where'd it go? Okay, you talking about Shirley Temple. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think I was referring to that earlier, that like some when I was saying like something happened to both her and her mother. Yeah. Yeah. University said Christina did have a double mastectomy and okay, yeah. Because I'm trying to figure out, I think I might have remembered that by way of like TMZ during the time. Because TMZ was always doing like celebrity news and whatnot. DSB said you're always welcome. Hey, like I said, man, much appreciation. Like I said, I highly appreciate all the love and support that y'all give directly to the channel. Highly appreciate it. Sham said Dorothy and Wizard of Oz as well came out about her SA in Hollywood, and Judy Garland, Liz Taylor, and a lot of other young female actors. Man, that's crazy. That is crazy. Like I said, it ain't no safeguards directly out there. That's why I sit up there and tell people like, hey, don't be throwing your kids out here to the wolves. But again, you got a lot of these parents out here, they don't really care about their kids like that. They're like, hey, we're gonna let you be the sacrificial lamb, like you the one bringing in the money, so we're just gonna, let them do what they do, and you're just gonna bring us the money, like basically pimping out their kids. Like that's another reason I feel so bad for any young like singers or artists directly up out here, because no telling what's happening. Like I said, look at the story of B2K. If you don't know nothing about that, go listen to what some of those guys had to sit up there and talk about and go directly through. So like I said, it don't matter if it's male or female. Like, stuff just be happening, man. And that's because there's no type of safeguards directly for these kids out here. Like I said, that's crazy. Shauna said, nope. Look at what her name. Wait, look at that girl that played in the movie about the spelling word. Oh, wait. You talking about what was it, Kayla and the spelling bee? You talking about Kiki Palmer? I think you might be talking about Kiki Palmer. Tippy said, well, black actresses had to deal with that and racism. Well, I'm not sure. Let me see. Wait, Tippy, are you talking about the black within the black films, or are you talking about where the black women were in like white films or something? Which one are you referring to? Oh, Frankie Lyman. Yeah, I think I do remember that story. I think you also got Tevin Campbell, and that was the main joke that everybody would wanted to sit up there and say that Tevin Campbell was sweet because of like the manner. I mean, even I was able to spot it when the one music video that he like his most famous song. When you look at the music video, the mannerisms and everything, it was there. Like he tried to, portray it because again, you got to sell records. He tried to portray it as like something different, but you can tell by the man, like you're not going to be able to overwrite those mannerisms. Some people are very good at acting. It just wasn't. He might not have had a coach or something. So there was a lot of mannerisms and stuff in a sense, there. Um, and like I said before, people end up getting, advantage taken of them. And like I said, it's sad. And like I said, anything that happened to him, during that time, that was not his fault. And realistically, it's not even funny. And that's why, like I said before, man, when it deals with these kids out here, they should be protected. The kids out here should be protected. They should be the number one priority. But you know, that's not how it works out. Sham said, actually, in China, a current actor had his life taken by a group because he recorded what one of the directors was doing. Wow, that's crazy. Shauna said, she said her parents didn't play at her mother. Wait, huh? Well, I'm a little bit confused. Okay, so yeah, you were talking about Kiki Palmer. Okay, yeah. University said, I feel like if black shows have that, it would be a Tyler Perry or a 50 Cent show. They love making black Americans look bad. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Timmy said Dorothy Dandridge, Kiki Palmer. China said I heard about him too. Yep. Tippy said, how do we get stuck in the sad conversation? Which, firstly, I don't even know how we got here. Like I said, I just go directly with emotions when I deal with the conversations. And like I said, this is stuff I've talked about before. So it's, it always ends up happening somehow, some way. Now you sitting up here laughing, that's crazy. But you're gonna sit there and try to, blame me directly for it. The craziest part, Tippy, because Chamberlain, we was talking about old girl's husband. Oh yeah. So that's how we got there. Yeah, because of the lady on screen. Because it was brought to our attention that she was 19 married to a 40-year-old. That's how we got there. That's how we got. Like I said, it's crazy how you get from one topic and then you just start moving down a whole, like rabbit hole and everything. Like that's crazy. To be talking about said you do the next video. I mean, technically I do have another video. I don't think I want to put up the video of the white dude talking about like the race war, but I'm trying to figure out if he said anything crazy in there. That's the only problem. Because I was saving it to work on it and to put it up during this day. Well, not during this, but like today. And that's like a good 3-minute video. Let me see. Trying to find. Wait, which video is this? Okay, so I'm gonna have to like silence the music on that. I'm gonna have to try to do it on this one. So I got a video. Okay, so right, so Juneteenth, came and went, right? So, oh, oh, matter of fact, did I get that video? Hold on, wait a minute. Did I get them? Yeah. So let's take a look. Hold on, let me take this video down, right? Um, Wait, University said Amber. I thought that was Shamar on the screen. Oh, that's crazy. So let me showcase this video, right? And again, this is why we be having problems. So take a listen. Take a listen to this. I want to see if y'all can find a problem with this.
Why they got that and we don't got that? Why we can't have one? You know if we have one, then man, New York is gonna pop.
Yeah, bro. That says a lot about what's gonna happen.
No, but
if they ever have some shit called an African parade.
Yeah, bro, we really gonna turn up.
What?
That's what I'm saying. We gonna be outside.
Every single tribe.
That's what I'm saying.
They don't.
I don't think New York City not ready for that.
Yeah.
I want y'all to know. I'm not sure if people remember like Kid and Play and House Party. He looked like one of the brothers from House Party. That's the craziest thing right there. He looks like one of the dude from the 80s that was in House Party. Just saying, especially with the head movement and everything, which is crazy.
What?
That's what I'm saying.
We gonna
bro.
be outside. Every single tribe.
That's what I'm saying.
They don't.
I don't think New York City not ready for that.
Yeah.
They had it though. No, I'm saying nowadays. No, now it's crazy. Now it's gonna be crazy.
I ain't gonna lie, yo. New York City, the type of time we on.
I'm telling you,
nowadays on foreigns.
Yo, New York City. I'm telling y'all though, the ones back then was already crazy. Like
New York City is
crazy. We gotta think about it. Okay, those was back then, right? Those was like most of the times, a lot of people's kids and shit. Yeah. But now it's gonna everybody grown. Yeah. You think about it, we got brothers now too. Yeah. So them plus us, no, that's crazy. We really take part in that. And I ain't gonna lie now, bro.
So now you got these Africans talking about why we don't got our own parade. Like this is what I be talking about, dog. This is what I be talking about. Like they having a pod again, they're in the United States having this podcast amongst themselves talking about like, yo, why do we don't got our what are you talking about? What are you talking about? And then you sit up here just like theorizing, oh yeah, it's gonna be big. Like, yo, the state ain't ready for this. It's like when we really gonna sit there, it's gonna be wild, it's gonna be. I'm like, dog, you're not doing anything that Black Americans haven't already done and still doing to this day. I don't know why you're thinking that whatever you're doing is gonna be bigger and better, dog. Y'all don't even really got a population here like that. Y'all don't even really got a population here. And I'm like, if you really wanted your own day, right, solidified, you could have went for that. Y'all had the Obama administration, you had the Biden administration. So it's like, why didn't y'all go for that? You didn't because you wanted to continue masquerading as and cosplaying directly as Black Americans because it's easy to do. And I want to note that all of these Africans that you see in these pictures, I don't see a lick of African clothing. You might hear a little bit of an African accent, but you don't see a lick of African clothing. Like that's how crazy this is. Because the only time that they brought up African clothing was talking about showing up to that parade. Magically, that's the only time they want to wear their African clothing to be proud. I'm like, what? But don't y'all naturally wear that stuff over there when y'all back home? Why does it take for you to have a parade to sit up there and show off your pride? Like that's crazy. That's crazy. Like I said, you should be dressed like yourself culturally every single day. Black Americans are dressed like themselves every day. Like, like I said, it ain't cosplaying. It ain't no fakery, directly up over here. Like, yo, that's crazy. Like I said, that's what I be talking about. Like, I don't like people who are fake. And the folks that you see directly up there, they are all fake. Like they up there talking like, what's that one actor that played they allowed that dude to play Dr. Martin Luther King. whoever that Nigerian dude is, accent directly from. It's not servitude and like and slavery or whatever it is that he wanted to sit up there and call. I'm like, brother, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. And then he wanted to also say that it's a Nigerian accent that's sped up. I'm like, no, we're not doing that. We are not doing that. At like I said, y'all just come over here and be so disrespectful. Y'all think as soon as y'all get a little bit of an education, y'all get your paper signed directly from the white man. You think that everything is all good. No, man. No, 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 no. And then on top of that, he's from the UK. You talking this disrespectful. And y'all always having these conversations amongst other Africans, and there's not a Black American in sight to give a counter to any of the argument or the disrespect that you put. Like I said, man, people get way too comfortable because if you put these people in a room with Black Americans, they're not about to be talking like this because they know better. They're not about to be talking like that, man. Yeah, thank you, Pink. I'm not even gonna butcher the last name, but I'm just gonna say Daniel. And like I said, and then on top of that, I'm like, dog, ain't that like his whole name is crazy. Pink was like, if they were to have a parade, it would most likely be just as bad as the Essence. Yo, matter of fact, what happened to the Essence Fest? Weren't they supposed to do something this year, or is that like in July? Because I could have sworn they had this whole thing that they were supposed to have like some celebrities. I think like Cardi B was supposed to be there. I think Patti LaBelle was supposed to be there, and a few others. Like that is crazy. Fixing up here rolling. It's like, yo, I'm telling y'all, like, yo, it is crazy. Okay, it's in July. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna see how that the Essence Fest, how they gonna pull up to the Essence Fest. We're gonna sit up here and see that. So now I'm trying to get this other video real quick. Also, I do got some videos where you had these MAGA kids that were on a field trip and they went to the what was it, the African Museum. I'm like, why would y'all like what's even happening here? I'm like, so all of a sudden, like again, we're still doing the whole thing with like the MAGA hats. Like, isn't that like for me that's played out? I'm like, y'all don't got nothing new. I'm like, all y'all got is the MAGA hats. Because like I said, you like this is what I want people to understand, right? Out of everything that's going on right now, it's like you got people that want to instigate and cause problems in situations. The reason why they pulled up with the Make America, and I see in one of these clips right now, there's a white boy here. He got a white version with the Make America Great, so it doesn't stick out so much. But I'm like, they doing this in order to get like a reaction. They want the stares of the reaction, so then they'll sit up there and record it and be like, "Yo, I showed up to basically come to this museum, and all I'm getting is like looks and stares. Like this is further proof of the anti-white sentiments in the United States." It's like, yo, it's that. I'm like, dog, y'all are so bored. Y'all are so bored. Like I said, you don't see them pulling up to the Holocaust Museum deciding to antagonize or cause problems. They know better. They know better. And that's 100% facts. They can per capita whatever they want, whatever they like to say, but they're not about to, sit up there and do that. They are not about to do it. Let me get past that. Yeah, I think it was this one. Yeah.
Cookout, but there's also a block party component on the street. You can dance and just be in community with people out there. My name is Cynthia Gordy-Giwa. I'm the co-founder of Black Owned Brooklyn.
My name is Dr.
All right, let me just, because I already know what's going to happen in the back. I already know. So give me a second. It's going to take a minute. Music was just there. I was like, all right. Oh, go down to fix that real quick. Give me a second. It shouldn't take that long. Hopefully. Automatically, I saw the woman's name and I know she's African. I'm like, yeah. and y'all gonna say that this is black owned. No, 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 no. You say that this is African or Caribbean. You're not. No, no, no. We're not. Like I said, we ain't doing that. Like I said, it's a difference between when you got like folks who are directly on the same page, and like I said, during the civil rights, you had some other people from other areas that were directly on task. Like I said, I don't got no problem with them folks. All completely cool, right? Because they know exactly what it was. All these other new folks, I was about to pull a Uncle Ruckus real quick. Don't trust them new people over there. Like all of these new people, right? That's pulling up to the scene. Again, a lot of these folks never wanted to sit up there and say that they were black. It was like me no black, me no black, me no black, me no black, right? It was always that type of thing. Or I'm African, I'm a proud African, I'm a proud Nigerian, Liberian, I'm a proud Ghanaian, I'm a proud this, I'm a proud that, right? That's normally how they would move. Now all of a sudden, all these folks want to sit up there and say, like, yeah, we're black owned business. No, 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 no. We're not doing that. Because at no point in time would they sit up there and be an agreement or an allowance if a black American went over to Africa to live there and start up a business and said that this is an African owned business. They ain't doing that. They ain't letting you do that. You ain't sliding with that. First of all, they're gonna be like African owned. It's like, what does that mean? Like you're in Africa. So right. So moving away from the Africa part, you can never, as a black American, decide to go over there into Nigeria and say, well, like, hey, this is a straight Nigerian owned, Nigerian created a business, support us. They're gonna look at you up and down and be like, you're not Nigerian. You're a cotton picker. You're a slave. You're this, you're that. This is your history. This is what you are. It's like we are Nigerians. You could never be us, American. Like I said, it'd be like that, but you can't tell people nothing at all. Y'all saying nobody coming to the SSFest? That's crazy. Somebody said black Americans are lazy. That's wild, knowing the fact that you got a lot of tethers that are fleers and runners and track stars. It's crazy to say that we're lazy, but yet we fight every single day, and we fought for this country. No matter if it loved us or not, we fought. Y'all run directly from your countries and come directly to the United States. And again, you're able to come to the United States because black Americans made it possible. But yet we're lazy? Okay. Don't y'all still got like civil war? Matter of fact, over there in Nigeria, didn't I do a video about like 2, 3, or 4 months ago about the grape festival that happens over there in Nigeria? That's crazy. That's wild. We don't got stuff like that here. We don't got these yearly festivals where this type of, come on, brother. What? Like I said, there's videos out there of gangs of these African men just like surrounding one woman. Like, what? What is this? Like, y'all treating this like it's India. Like, that's crazy. I thought India were the ones that really sit up there and like get down like that. Nah, nah, nah. You be having the African dudes over there get down like that, which is crazy. You would have thought that they'd never seen a woman before in their life. Like, that is crazy. So now let's go directly to the video. Hold on, let me pull this up there for y'all real quick. 1 split second. Whoops, nope, that's not it. And I think this is it here. Yep, there we go. Up. Hold on, give me a quick second. Let me get rid of those two videos. Go back. There we go.
Part cookout, but there's also a block party component on the street. You can dance and just be in
Look at all
community with
those
people out
flags.
there. My name is Cynthia Gordy-Giwa. I'm the co-founder of Black Owned Brooklyn.
My name is Dr. Raymond Codrington. I'm the president and CEO of Weeksville Heritage Center, and we are at the 5th annual Juneteenth Food Festival.
The Juneteenth Food Festival was really designed to be an intergenerational space where all of Brooklyn can come together to celebrate Juneteenth in community.
It's an incredibly important history to know that this exists in central Brooklyn.
The earliest celebrations of Juneteenth were recorded as early as 1866. That is a testament.
But let's go back real quick. So you're showing, stuff from back in the day, right? Cool. And then you see 1866. I don't. Where the Africans at right here? Where they at? Where those flags at? Like I said, I saw like Haitian, Jamaican, African flags. I don't see that in these pictures. So I'm like, what y'all doing sitting up there celebrating like Juneteenth if that had to do with slaves? But more so specifically, right? It had to do with the slaves that was down there in Galveston, Texas. So I'm like, what did Africans have anything to even do with that? Like I said, I celebrate Juneteenth in a way to acknowledge what it is that happened, for those folks directly down there, right? By being within the same place in the same area, having the same history. What do Africans have anything to do with that? Not jack squat, zero. So it's like, how are you celebrating anything that has nothing to do with you, but yet at the same time of celebrating Juneteenth and doing this on Juneteenth, all I see is immigrant flags. Huh? Y'all out there flag banging, but you saying that you did this, it's intergenerational, we're all one, but you flag banging. What's happening? I ain't seen not one black American flag directly about it. I ain't see one Solon flag directly about that. Matter of fact, I don't even think I even called a Pan. Let me see if they had a Pan African. Let this play again. Hold on.
1866. That is a testament to Black self-determination, Black sovereignty, but also the ways that we express ourselves through food, through celebration, through joy. The festival is rooted and grounded in African-American foodways. You'll also find vendors who reflect flavors from the Caribbean, Africa, and Latin America as a reflection of the breadth and depth of all of Black Brooklyn's community. So the first year we did the Juneteenth Food Festival, we only had 15 food vendors who sold out very quickly. But it was a good problem to have. In the 4 years since, the only thing that's changed has been the numbers of vendors and visitors. I think it's really important to note that Black businesses are always about more than just selling goods and services. Black businesses are a reflection of culture and
let me roll that back real quick.
Vendors and visitors. I think it's really important to note that Black businesses are all.
Let me just fuse it. Let me just do this real quick. She said Black businesses. Let's read this together, class. It says the best Puerto Rican and soul food vegan fusion. How did we get here? How did we, excuse me? There's no such thing as Puerto Rican soul food. How do we get no. Me no black, papi, me no black. Hey, me no black, me no black. No. How did we get here? This is, like I said, this is how we got problems. This is how people start trying to wake up and decide that, oh, I'm going to claim this because actually some of these ingredients are directly from our culture. So actually it's a shared culture. So technically it's not. No. Soul food is ours. Nobody else on this planet has anything called soul food except for Black Americans. I ain't trying to hear nothing from nobody on nothing. You don't got no historical, nothing. Like I said, soul food came from what it is that we went directly through. And then from that, it evolved and got elevated into what we currently have. Like I said, like, yo, this is, man, brother. Woo! This is wild. This is wild. She really said Black businesses and popped up on this. But let's continue.
Always about more than just selling goods and services. Black businesses are a reflection of culture and community. They are gathering spaces. They hold a lot of richness and texture and traditions. So it's like not just about what they sell. It's really about what they're bringing to the community.
This is our history. This is Brooklyn history. It's a history that everybody should know and hope they come visit.
Yeah, what's going to happen is that you'll probably have like a lot of African immigrants that will come directly there. Like the four African dudes are already sitting up there saying earlier, they were like, hey, if we sit up there, throw a party, if we do this, if we do that, like, yo, everybody pulling up is going to be the biggest. They ain't ready for it. Yeah, okay. Like I said, it's only going to be y'all. It's only going to be y'all that's going to be pulling directly up there. Like I said, it was a video that I had before where it was like these African dudes, probably Nigerian or whatever, somewhere in New York. And they were, wearing, their natural African clothing and showing off money and all this other type of stuff. I'm like, dog. I'm like, okay. Whatever. Like I said, you doing your celebration, that's cool. But like I said before, I'm looking at a lot of stuff that is reflective of Black Americans. But these be the same people that sit up there and say that Black Americans don't got this, don't got that. We don't got no cultural influence and all these other types of things. But I'm like, so why are you masquerading? Why are you not dressed like this every single day? I'm like if Black Americans had a better relationship, like if all of it, let's say all of this stuff wasn't naturally going on, right? And everything was everything. You know, you would have like Black Americans that would not have a problem sitting up there wearing like a lot of African clothing daily here in the United States, would not have a problem. You've naturally had some Black Americans wearing that clothing out of a form of respect or trying to quote unquote reconnect and all this other type of stuff. But a lot have stopped doing that because we've come to the realization that there is no type of respect that is there for us. Right? Like I said, it is crazy. It is crazy out here. What was it? Somebody said, "Oh no," said America is a melting pot. So it happened a little. Bushido said, "I just got back in here. What is this?" Yes, wild work. That is what it is, good sir. Wild work. Tippy says she didn't say Black Americans. Y'all notice that? Yeah, she ain't gonna say Black Americans. This is why she just said Black on bed. Oh, and that's you know what, Tippy? I'm glad you mentioned that. There was a Black lady on TikTok, and she stated that Black Americans need to be very cautious because you have a lot of Africans swapping their what's the name, dealing with the business. So they want to call it either a Black owned or a Black American business, and it's not one. I think, if I remember correctly, I'm trying to figure out if I actually did that video for you guys yet. I don't think I did, but I'm trying to remember the actual image of the video because there was a recent video. I want to say it might have been like over a week ago now, so I got to look through this. And what inevitably happened was the fact that a woman was interviewing an African on TikTok, and she was calling her out for trying to label her business as a Black American business, knowing that it's not a Black American business. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. I'm like, there needs to be like laws against foolishness like that. Because that's a horrible misrepresentation. So because you don't want to lose out on money, you want to decide to go through and you want to relist your business as something that it's not. I'm like, that's crazy to me. That should not be a thing that is allowed to happen or to exist at all. Like that is that's 100% egregious. 100%. Let me see. I'm trying to remember what it looks like because I remember the still image that was a part of the picture. That was the other one. That was the honorable minister. That was the truck driver that was talking about Black Americans in a boycott. Let me see. Do you use some racial slurs? Man, I would have to. It will probably say, the craziest part is I would probably find the video after I'm off of the live, which is crazy. Okay, that's the stuff about DJ Kool Herc. It's the lady with the guys walking directly through the park here. It's going to take me a little bit. Let me see videos on Black-owned businesses. Right. Man, I actually have a lot of videos. Let me tell you. If I could sit up there and show y'all how many videos I got back here, it is wild. Okay, wait. Okay, yeah, I think I found it. It'll probably be like some cursing in here, but it's whatever.
I'm really grateful for the people who have definitely jumped on supporting small brands or small Black-owned businesses.
So yes, people are jumping on and piggyback off of our Black movement, and now what people are trying to do is trying to be opportunists.
However, I'm truly disappointed in the ones who don't, just because some of us are from a diaspora.
So I don't think black Americans are doing that because specifically you're from a diaspora. They're doing that because they're trying to do their own group economics. That's what they're doing.
I have never in my life grew up where I've seen people so segregated and so separated. Then you want to separate the blacks from the people who are the immigrants or whatever the case is.
So I hate when y'all come up on here and lie. So we're going to break this down right now and stop all the lies right now. All right, so this is Little Ghana in the Bronx, so Little Accra, right, where people came into our community, separated, and made their own community.
Yep.
This is Little Senegal, right, in Harlem. Go to Harlem, you see Little Senegal, where they came into our communities and separated and hired their own friends and family and did business with each other.
Yep.
This is Africa Town. Actually, they just had officially made this Africa Town where they, again, came into our communities, separated, and hired their own friends and family and did business with each other.
Yep.
I got something for y'all too, Caribbean. We got Little Caribbean in Brooklyn, right? Where, again, they came into our communities, separated, and hired their own friends and family and did business with each other. Little Guyana in Queens, again, came into our communities, separated, and did their own business with each other, with their friends and family, and the Indo-Caribbean community. Little Haiti in Brooklyn, again, come into our communities, separated, and hired their own friends and family, and did business with each other, and also Little Caribbean. What's going on? I don't see nobody crying about this. So again, what black Americans are doing is what everybody been doing for the last 65 years, where they came to our communities, separated, hired their own friends and family, and then did business with each other. Nobody complained for the last 65 years. Now, finally, when we peacefully and respectfully saying we're going to kind of do the same thing, hire our own friends and family, and make sure 85% of our average monthly...
So we got another clown that decided to pull up to the party. Said, "Black American culture is so much different from African culture. Black culture is extremely violent in America. I would segregate from you too if I moved there. Chances are you're not even here. You more than likely have never been here. On top of that, a lot of you runners and fleers from Africa, you guys decide to run and flee because of the civil wars and the chaos that is going on directly over there. Didn't y'all have like Boko Haram?" Where you had all of these school children or schoolgirls directly disappear. Don't y'all have a culture directly over there where you, in a sense, do like a reverse circumcision directly on the females over there because you don't want them to be sexual at whatever ages and all this other type of stuff. And then you also sew them up as well to make sure that they are not going to be active, right? In different things of that sort. Nigeria had a grape festival. What it was, Orozu, Nigeria. Yeah. Like, it's crazy, how you want to sit up there and talk about you would separate directly from us. Over there in Nigeria, they defecate in the streets. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? And then I also heard that over there in Nigeria, they have practices where people are like zombies. Zombies like to, go after people and, make meals. That's a little bit crazy. And people don't want to talk about that, which is a bit weird. So it's like I said, it's crazy to me when people want to say this, that, and the third when it is with Black Americans and how it is that we're some type of stereotype that we're this and we're that and all this other type of stuff. But in a lot of these other countries, like there's a whole bunch of madness going on right now. Right now, there's a whole bunch of madness going on, but people don't want to sit up there and talk about that. But let's keep going.
Income outside of utilities and savings are going into Black American-owned businesses, and we're not shutting you out. What we're saying is only 15% is going into other communities, right, that respects us. The goal is to remove leakages and keep the money within the community. Black Wall Street wasn't Black Wall Street because they had this community, that community, this community, that community, and the communities. It was Black Wall Street because they shopped at Black American-owned businesses and Black American-owned businesses only. This is how they had the economic Iron Dome, where Cadillac had to come and ask for Black Americans for help, where during the Great Depression, they came to us for money, right? So Black Americans saying, is it Black American owned? It's not xenophobic or xenophobia, because if we want to go with xenophobia, let me walk into any Jamaican store anywhere and see if you see a Black American. Go into an African store, see if you see a Black American. Go into a Caribbean store, see if you see a Black American. You won't see it. So you're not going to gaslight us and force us to spend our $1.9 to $2.6 trillion and try to gaslight us with boogeyman names like xenophobia, hatred, jealousy, phobia, all these other boogeyman words. It's not happening. We see y'all trying to hide under the umbrella of black owned. This is why we asking for the background, your names. And I want more black Americans ask for the background, their names. A lot of people trying to hide their accents. No, we looking for black American owned business. And again, peacefully and respectfully. Got no hate toward nobody or nothing. We got to make sure we good. Our saying is charity starts at home. That's our ancestors saying. We trying to make sure we keep that.
And that's the craziest part. So the thing that a lot of these other folks, like these Africans and whatnot, don't want us to do, they don't want us to do the same thing, practice group economics. Everybody's fine with black Americans, liquid money, spending money everywhere else amongst whatever. Everybody's kumbaya and completely fine with that. But the moment in time, like I said, pay attention. The moment in time that black Americans are like, hey, we're going to boycott, we ain't spending money with nobody, everybody getting mad and angry. I'm like, dog, but y'all said that y'all didn't need us. Y'all said that y'all got your own communities. Ain't that why y'all made your own communities? Because y'all finally stabilized yourselves. Y'all built something. Y'all have something established for yourselves. So y'all don't need us. That's what you came up with your own communities for, right? Because you got your own culture. You hire your own people. Black Americans are not there and all this other type of stuff, right? So cool. So that means that y'all should be patronizing all of your own stuff, ordering from your own stuff and everything. Y'all are self-sufficient and should be able to sustain that from now up until the end of time. You do not need us because y'all never needed us, right? So like I said, keep it that way. It's that simple. Like I said, y'all get mad because you feel entitled to our money. Who does that? Like what? Do y'all forget where y'all at? Y'all in the United States. You're not entitled to anything to do with black Americans. If you happen to get something, you lucky. Be blessed. Godspeed. That's it. But to get mad and then you got all these other ethnicities getting mad at black Americans, like, yo, that's crazy to me. I ain't never seen so many people out here have an opinion on black Americans having a boycott. That's crazy to me. But when black Americans call out the government, notice how all of those ethnic groups, they start switching to being conservatives. Like, oh, you guys are just you guys are claiming slavery and you guys just want reparations. You guys want anything for free. Huh? Excuse me? Wait, what? We're pointing out problems and issues with the government, and you're basically saying that we're the problem causers. Okay. All right. Shout out to the job loss. Shout out to the low economy. Shout out to people of now and their children and grandchildren and children after that not being able generationally to actually own a home. Shout out to that. Shout out to all of the college debt and the lies that they set up there and sold directly to people. Shout out to the healthcare system, lack thereof. Shout out to the EMS, response teams across the United States, which are poor all across the board. Like I said, man, it's whatever. Y'all got it. Y'all got it though. University said it's funny that someone in here says the black American culture is finished with, and we are continuing to create the modern day culture. Yep. Yo, Krabbit, what is up? You said black Americans have created a culture that every race copies. As bars. 100%. Matter of fact, let me do this other video because it'll fit directly within this. Now I gotta really, because I got over 100 videos, but if I can focus my eyes on the African woman, because I sort of remember her face, because yeah. Let me put this clown directly up here because this is just gonna fit directly with it. Let's listen to this.
Issue with the Asians was uniting Africans, Caribbeans, and Black Americans. But I'm seeing videos where, Black people are showing their beauty supply stores, and there's those weird FBA people in the comment section talking about, you're not Black, you're African. This is only for FBAs. We don't need y'all. So I'm telling Africans and Caribbeans, leave them. You see how all the Asian people united to go against Black people, and Black Americans still hadn't picked up on that. We are stronger united than divided. Leave them. Stop defending them. I'm going back to supporting the Asians. Fuck them niggas. They so fucking disrespectful and nasty, and they try to act like they better than everyone. Leave them. The bitches already can't leave that fucking hair alone, so the boycott is a lost cause anyway.
So I want y'all again, like I said, I got a lot of videos in the background. People don't believe me when I sit up there and I got videos in the background. For a lot of the topics I bring up, I got videos in the back. I got clips on clips on clips. Like, this is crazy. So, like I said, this woman is obviously she's a melanated immigrant, and she's basically saying a giant fu to all the Black Americans, and she started going directly in on Black women, automatically looking like a predated slave. Like, it's crazy. It's 1,000% crazy. If you were to put her picture black and white with how it is that she don't got no makeup and how she got her hair tied up, you would have thought that she was some type of like housemaid from back in like slavery days. But she got the nerve to sit up here and be talking about Black women not leaving some hair alone. This is what I be talking about. This is why, for the Black women out there, this is why I sat up there and told y'all, y'all gotta be careful. Y'all gotta be careful with a lot of these other women up out here, because give them the shot. They will sit up there and let you know how it is that they truly feel about you and how it is that they really see you. Like I said, that's crazy. But let's keep going.
Now, bitch, you know damn well we wasn't talking about you. What the fuck? I don't eat no slave food on Monday. And I want you to come shop in my shop on Thursday. Bitch, what the fuck? I want to make sure you have fucking reminders, okay? I'm going to give you some reminders why the fuck we not going to shop at your shop.
Cups of what kind of sweet potatoes? Sweet potatoes, candy yams. Candy yams? How much sweet potatoes am I making? You feed how many? Cooking channel? You feed how many people?
Huh? Oh, you said stop dragging us. We went through the same exact thing and we just have different accents. No. Like I said, when it deals, we got books. I got pictures. At this moment, I got a pictorial book of the pictures of what it is that Black Americans have to go through and face. I got other books that talks about the Black American towns and cities that we had that were burned down by the white folks directly here. We did not go through the same thing. You said you're an agent. If you disagree, you got no proof that I'm an agent. And then on top of that, also remember, you're in my comment section. I'm not in yours, right? Again, like I said, this is why we got delineation taking place and happening, right? Wait, do we got a Johnny come lately directly up in here? Yeah, no problem. See, it's not even fun no more. I'm not even going to entertain it. So this is when, because you're late to the party, when you wanted to throw up the stats in the 1380 or whatever it is. Yeah, cool. You can throw that up in the shadow realm. Throw up them gang signs and those gang sign numbers in the shadow realm. You got that 1380, right? Because that's what y'all like to do. I'm surprised because y'all love those numbers so much, talking about Black Americans, that y'all don't have them tattooed on your body somewhere, because that is your God, right? That's what you believe directly in. But anyways, back to this person here that wanted to say that everything dealing with Black Americans, wanted to try to say that I'm an agent. Prove it. Prove that I'm right here. We've been sitting up here streaming for a good 6 hours. Prove to me right now that I'm an agent. Just let me know. Let me let you know, to the person in the comment section talking about you will support the businesses no matter where they're from. Do you? I'm not sure why you're trying to sit up there and like let me know something as if you're like standing defiant against me. Like, dog, I don't care. If you're actually really about that, you wouldn't have to tell me nothing. You'll be going out there doing it right now. It is clear cut. Let me check the time real quick. It's 11:09 right now. You could be supporting any one of those businesses right now. Go order some Uber Eats and shut up. How about that one? Go order some Uber Eats and shut up and sit quietly in the background and watch this live stream. That's all you got to sit up there and do. Don't come up here and sit up there trying to tell me, acting as though you're defiant, like I'm trying to give, or like, dog, shut that. Yo, let me get you up out of here. Let me get you up out of here. Let me get you up out of here. Get you up out of here real quick. Like I said, I ain't even have coffee right now because my coffee machine is technically down. So, like I said, you come up here like talking stupid. This is like the umpteenth person writing like a whole paragraph, letting me know something. The other dude, he was like, yo, my wife is Japanese. My kids are Blasian like Tiger Woods. So what is this? What is this protest about? I don't know, dummy. What is it about? And then you want to sit up there and come up and be extra dumb. And you be like, yo, I don't care where these people come from. I'm sitting up there still. I don't care. Take it up with God. I do not care. I keep telling y'all. And like I said, if any type of disrespect or anything happens, like, bro, it is on you. Like I said, y'all do not sit up there and get that. And I mean exactly what I sit up there and say. Let something sit up there and happen to y'all some type of disrespect. I do not care. And I'm going to use you as an example, 99 different ways to Sunday, in order to let other people out there to wake up and be conscious and logical and be like, hey, you need to start moving differently. Other people moving differently around you, you need to start also moving differently. Like, that's crazy. That is 100% crazy. I'm Black American. Like, it's crazy how people want to sit up and say you're African. If I've been saying like 99 different times, 9,900 different times, on all of these videos that I'm Black American, what about that do people not understand? It's disrespectful when you come up and you try to tell a person what it is that they are when they're stating to you verbatim to your face what it is that they are. That's disrespectful. Number one. Like I said, that's crazy to me. Like, who do y'all really think that y'all are? To try to dictate. If I say that I'm Black American, that is what it is. You can't tell me nothing. Unless by looking at me, you can sit up there and point blank with 100% accuracy, sit up there and tell me, oh, this is where you're from in Africa. Unless you can do that, you need to shut up. And you can't do that because it's impossible. You're not going to have 100% accuracy and tell me anything. You're just not. We got another person talking about was it you coming in late with all the races. Like it would have been fun earlier, but y'all start showing up late. So now we get you up out of here. No. That's not how that works. You said white people get called racist for supporting white people. No. It's in the type of ways that they support white people. So let me put it to you like this. When there was a GoFundMe, and I already know how this is going to sit up there and go when people want to use examples, but I'm still going to do it. So whenever there was instances, especially during the pandemic, where white people were found to be racist, it was recorded verbatim. They were just saying the N-word and all this other type of stuff, all these racial slurs. You know what white people did? They decided to sit up there and help out or send a GoFundMe or Go, and they were giving money, donating hundreds of thousands to other white people who were being racist. And that told a lot right there. That racism makes them rich. That there's enough white people out here to make somebody else rich directly off of being racist to another group of people. So do black people get mad that white people support other white people? No. It's the types of white people that you happen to support, which is 9 times out of 10 the wrong types every single time. We're not talking about like, hey, you sit up there and you helping out like some white dude that's, down on his luck or supporting a white mom and pop shop or all this sporting's good. We're not talking about none of that. We're talking about where y'all be sitting up there supporting these racists and y'all know that they racist. Like I said, y'all were supporting Chud the Builder, Cheddar Bob. He sat up there, went around a black dude and shot himself. Like, what are we talking about? Kyle Rittenhouse. What are we talking about? George Zimmerman. What are we talking about? I'm pretty sure, y'all were supporting Dalen Ruth. Remember him? Remember the white boy that sat up there and shot up the church? And after he shot up the church, y'all took him to Burger King? Remember that? Crazy. I bet y'all don't remember that, but Petrus Farm remembers. It's crazy work, though. Took that boy to Burger King. Y'all was like, yo, you did a good job today. We about to take you to go get a Whopper meal real quick. You did a better job than we could have ever did. What? That's wild. That's wild. 100%. 100%. Yeah, like what was it? Zimmerman was sitting up there signing like Arizonas and Skittles. Like that was the corniest thing I ever seen in my life. I'm like, really? Like, really? That's okay. Like, what? Who signs a bag of Skittles? Like I said, only y'all just be doing anything about here. What was the other person up there? Somebody said, bro, Black people always talk about division, and white people always talking about a race war. What community talks about a race war again? Nathan? Nathaniel? Who is that? Hark, who goes there? White people. White people who? The racist. That's what be happening. You want to sit up there and pull up here and start talking stupid. Talking about black people always talking about division. We learn from the best. How about that one? How about that one? If race as a construct in the United States is a problem, and y'all tired of black people talking about race, why did y'all even create it to begin with? Black people normally look at people as human beings. We never originally looked at people as a color. We never did it. We always just, hey, we can be equal, we can harmonize, we can be together. That's the whole thing with integration. That's the main thing that black people always just wanted to do, is like, hey, we can harmonize, we can be one, we can actually like make this the whole thing great together. Y'all was like, nah, we good, we got this. We don't actually need y'all here. We about to sit up there and try to ship y'all, send y'all back somewhere. We don't know where, but we want to try to ship and send y'all back somewhere. Like I said, what's the group of people out here that's always talking about a race war? Just trying to figure that one out, because I've talked to my grandfather before, and he ain't never sit up there and tell me that it's a race war. Comes a race war. My great grandpappy before your days, he back in the days of Moses and the Nile. He sat up there and told me the three wise men said a race war was coming in between the blacks and the whites. Never heard that. Y'all the only ones. Y'all the only ones. Y'all the only ones that sit up and say it. Like that is diabolical. Y'all the ones that created a race war. Y'all the ones that created this construct of black, white, and all this other type of stuff. And now y'all want to sit up there and complain now when it's getting used against you. You can't sit up there and like profit and use it the same way that you used to be able to use it. Now you want to sit up there and cry foul, and you're like, oh no, see, look who's the racist now. And then you got black conservatives following and licking all of your belts and your boots for some nickels and some change. Crazy. They got the pearly white Zatarans. They doing all of that on every single platform. And like I said, white people are not laughing with them. They're laughing at them. But, like I said, once you sell your soul, it'd be like that. You can't tell the difference. It is diabolical. Like I said, I done seen quite a few of these black content creators who were just doing some normal type of content. Then they automatically started going conservative. I'm like, this is crazy. And then a lot of them all in common deal with the fact that they date white women, which again, I'm not too surprised at how it is that they want to talk, and then they want to try to separate themselves from the rest of the black community and say that they're better than or more educated or know better and all this other type of stuff. I'm not hood, I'm not ghetto and ratchet. Like I grew up in that, but I elevated. I moved beyond that. I'm off the plantation. I'm not a slave. I ain't never been a slave. None of my white friends that I know ever had slaves. I'm like, okay, dog. Like you're doing way too much to try to fit in with white folks, and they don't even take that much. But you're doing some extra steps for no reason. You jumping through all types of hoops and loops that white people didn't even tell you that you needed to jump through. All you had to do was just say 2 words, and it was like, okay, you're in with us. You're still on the outside, but you're in here with us. Like I said, you got so many black conservatives being proud to eat out of like a doggy dish. Like it's crazy out here. That is 100% crazy. 100% crazy. But like I said, you can't you can't tell nobody nothing. That is some diabolical work. But like I said, shout out to the people that always want to come through and say that I'm racist. And like I said, y'all can never prove it because like I said, I got to keep repeating myself 9 different times. I'm not. But it don't matter because you're going to believe what it is that you want to believe because your feelings be getting hurt. Because like I said, if we were to go tit for tat and talk about historically who is the racist, it's not going to be looking good on your side. It is not going to be looking good on your side at all. I could sit up there and bring up this woman that I've brought up before because she's going to talk about the whole thing with like Rick Chow and everything. But I want to really get to the video of the African woman who was actually speaking some comment. Oh, matter of fact, because we're going directly through the videos, let's just do this.
Accent like this, and you slow it down. You put a lot of slavery in there, and then you start to put a little bit of subservience in it. This is what starts to happen to the Nigerian accent.
Man,
it goes this because literally, if you're down here and you start to speed it up, and then you start to take all the thing out of it, then before you know it, you're talking like this.
Now we are free again.
Now we are free. We are released.
Hey,
that's how you do it.
Smooth transition.
You see that?
Damn.
You have to study it. You have to study it.
No. You usually
no. I
do a southern accent.
No, the way he just did that whole thing. Go ahead.
Clear your throat. You know when you.
No. I gotta stay in my lane on that one.
Okay. A black dude from L.A.
Easy now.
Oh, yes.
Easy now.
Yeah.
Easy now.
A black dude. Are you from
just
LA?
say Born and raised in L.A.
So after
Crenshaw.
So I've got to be like you.
Nah.
Well, I don't represent.
Definitely don't.
I speak too proper, so
I don't know. That's too loose.
You gotta be like cuz.
Cuz.
Hold on.
Get in the car, cuz. Get in the car, cuz. The car, man. I was in the car.
And we don't overemphasize like that.
You say core.
No, we don't say. We say.
You say for and core. Get in the core. It's not that for.
We do not.
You're gonna be a store.
I can't match that. That's too specific for me. I would need my dialect coach for that.
It depends on where you are in LA.
Exactly.
But I'm a little bit confused because ain't this dude supposed to be, classically trained or something like that, like Juilliard's, whatever it was. Like I said, I'm not, I'm not up there, but ain't he supposed to be like trained so well that you should be able to do that? Like you just literally said that the Southern accent was just Nigerian. That's what you said. South don't got nothing to do with Nigeria. Like I said, the disrespect that is directly out here is 1,000%. I ain't never in my life heard foolishness like this. Never in my life heard any type of foolishness like this. But this is what they do though. How do we get directly on reparation? Like, what do we? I need y'all to smoothly just shut up real quick. I had to edit myself because I had to remind. It technically don't even matter because there was a whole bunch of cussing going on in this live stream either. But it's crazy that you sit up there and say Jewish community, they get reparations. And in the U.S., in the United States, handles those, right? They help them, get, handle the money and all that other type of stuff, right? But yet America had nothing to do with the Holocaust, right? Native Americans got a form of reparations, correct? Asians, Native Americans got two forms of reparations, actually, if not a little bit more. Asians got a form, both the Chinese and the Japanese got a form of reparations. Slave masters who had to let go of their slaves, their property, right? They were paid reparations because of damages that were done. Not only that, slave masters were also paid money if their slaves were damaged goods, right? So let's say you lost a toe, you lost a hand or whatnot or whatever, you were able to get some, a few $100s, which was a lot of money back during that day. Right. So it's crazy how you can look throughout history in the United States, how other people are able to get reparations. But when it deals with times, for Black people to receive something, this is when people want to start saying, no, you don't deserve nothing. That's crazy. That's 1,000% crazy. That is wild work. 100%. 100% wild work. And then not to mention that the United States gives money to other countries as well too. Like I said, technically I look at that as a form of like reparations or repair or whatever you want to sit up there and call it. But like I said, y'all got it though. Like I said, during looking at I added up a lot of the money, during like the pandemic and all this other type of stuff that were just being thrown at other countries. I'm like, ooh, America, that's what we're doing? That's wild. But y'all just said during the pandemic that y'all didn't have money for Black Americans for reparations, but y'all was able to get like $2 trillion out of the sky, out of the thin blue sky. But we broke though. We in a deficit. We suffering out here in these American streets. We don't got nothing on nothing, to the point that the government was trying to think over making a $1 trillion coin to what would they basically call it, to offset the debt or something like that, like to something crazy. I'm not even sure how you would even print that. I'm not even sure how one coin could even be worth like how do you like what? Like I said, man, it's wild work. Matter of fact, right? Let's go to something a little bit more recent, right? Let me showcase this video.
So I decided to take this chair apart and redo it. Well,
So for the white people that's here, right? When y'all say that Black folks don't deserve reparations, I need y'all to sit up there and give me a reverse of this video real quick. And it's an easy video, right? So because y'all like to, film and talk about per capita 13% and a lot of stuff didn't happen and didn't exist. I need a reverse of this real quick after you watch this video.
okay, so I decided to take this chair apart and redo it. Well, I knew it was old, but I didn't know how old it was until I got in, realized it had been put together with twine, burlap, and this. But then I noticed this black stuff that was used as padding. Can we please? It's human hair. Human hair and cotton.
And then they're all like, why do you make everything about race?
So let me just pull that back. So white people, historically speaking, what point in time in the United States history did Black Americans, use your blonde hair, as I don't know, like something for like some fur coats, because we got nothing but like pimps directly in the Black community, right? Pimps and gang members. So like, when you used to see like the pimps with like the fur hats and like the fur coats with the trims and stuff, like when were we like using like your hair for like coats or any chairs, right? Like when did that when was that going on? I'm just trying to figure out something. I'm just trying to figure out. And then somebody was like, yo, how do you know that it was human hair? I guess you don't read history books. Like I said, I was taught this back even in middle school. Like it's a shame that the American education system is actually so dumbed down that a lot of this stuff is not even taught. And also on top of that, that history is now being rewritten because they're trying to rewrite slavery and basically say that whites and Indians and everybody else came together in order to collaborate in order to create this country. And that's never how it works. It has never worked like that anywhere around this planet. So to try to say that America was the first place that all these groups came together in order to benefit one another is a straight bold-faced lie. But like I said, y'all believe anything as long as it doesn't portray y'all in a bad light. Oh, look at this. Somebody's trying to sit up there and write some stuff, say some stuff that they normally wouldn't sit up there and say if they're around Black people. That's cute. That's 100% cute. And the craziest part is people want to move the goalposts of like, oh, you Blacks, you think that you were the only ones. I don't. Let me make this very clear. I don't care about the Irish. I don't care about the Scottish being indentured servants. I do not care about that. Indentured servitude is different from chattel slavery. I got books and pictures on how Blacks were treated. You don't have books, pictorial books sitting up there showcasing how you were treated in this country. How your black, I'm sorry, not black, how your Irish towns and your Scottish towns and cities were burned to the ground. Y'all don't got that. Y'all don't got that. Please shut up. Please shut up and sit down somewhere. Have 1,000 seats to the left in space in the Van Allen belt. Be all the way out there in the radiation. Like I said, that's crazy to me. Like I said, that is crazy. Let me see. Oh, snap. You said the Irish were starved? Oh my goodness. And black people were eaten. So what are we talking about? Which one is worse? Now we got to do a comparison. Now we got to do the Olympics on who went through it more. Which one is worse? Because it don't matter how far you want to sit up there and take it. I'll take it 10 times farther. Matter of fact, I'll sit up there and start reading from a book, depending on how far you want to take this. It all did. It's however you want to do it, Tom. The choice is yours. Yeah, Tom. We can do this the easy way. We can do this the hard way. The choice is yours. Like I said, for y'all, it's like a reverse Fleece Johnson. It's like racism is more important than water. That's how y'all be moving out here. Hey, yeah, that's crazy. You said, do you have books on how many white soldiers died to end slavery? Let me be real with you. I don't care. Let me be real with you. I don't care. Do you know how many slave revolts that we had before people decided that they wanted to get up and right the wrongs of the people that they are initially a part of and families of? Sit down somewhere where you talk. Why you trying to tell me to sit down? Like I said, you want some claps for a problem in a situation that you caused, that you supposedly fixed, but you just evolved it into something else. So quote unquote slavery ended, right? So then you took the slave patrol, made them cops, and then you sat up there and took the whole plantation field and turned that into like the jails and the prisons. Like I said, look up the exoneration rates when it deals with Black Americans, specifically Black American males. Like, that's crazy to me. Like what are we doing? Like, y'all were literally cannibalizing Black Americans. I got books that sit up there and detail how the white men during slavery would cut off the parts of Black men and they would use them. Like, what are we talking about? You talking about, like, do you understand how many white people sat up there and died to sit up there and end slavery? You started it. Like, what are we talking about? You acted like you just got here to America and then you saw Black people doing slavery. And it's like, yo, we see the wrongs, guys. We just came from Europe from fighting these wars and freeing ourselves. We're going to free these Blacks. That's not how that worked. That's not how that worked. Didn't y'all say that y'all brought us over here on slave ships? All of these slave ships that y'all keep track of records of everything else, but y'all don't have no type of anything of the slave ships. All of these ships that y'all use, y'all don't got nothing. But y'all built them though, along with the pyramids. So the pyramids outlasted the ships, even though y'all got wooden infrastructures in some of these pyramids that are older than them slaves. Like, yo, man, whatever, dog. It's gonna start getting on my nerves. It's gonna start getting on my nerves. That's great. That's crazy. That is crazy. You say your ancestors were part of the Underground Railroad. Okay. All right. So what? And we got my grandfather sat up there and fought in one of the wars. So what are we talking about? And that wasn't even his war to sit up there and fight. You understand how many Black American men fought in World War I and II? And that wasn't their war to sit up there and fight. Y'all started those wars. That don't got nothing to do with us, but we still went there. We sat up there and sacrificed our lives and went to the Vietnam War That wasn't our war, and we lost. Case in point, matter of fact, you understand how many black men went over there to Vietnam and they weren't even supposed to be up over there? But we ain't gonna talk about that though, right? You understand how many wars? What was it? The war on terror? Look at how y'all like to sit up there and just be in these wars. What did George Bush sit up there and tell y'all? We're fighting an invisible enemy. Huh? How do you fight something that's invisible? So you mean to tell me that you just go out there and you just start swinging at wind? You know that air exists. You know the wind is coming from somewhere, but you just swinging it in every direction because you'll just knock the wind out. Huh? That's what we're fighting an invisible enemy. That's what a sitting president of the United States during that time sat up there and stated on national TV. And I did not hear not one white person question that. How do you fight an invisible enemy? Somebody that technically doesn't exist, somebody that you cannot see. How do you fight that? What? And y'all were just like clapping that up. And this is why the joke was directly on you during that final dinner. The weapons of mass destruction. We never found them, but they got to be somewhere. And all of those rich white people laughed at you, poor middle class white people, for sacrificing your kids for no reason, sending them directly over there. You sent them, they were whole when they were here in the United States, and they came back broken. And y'all still suffering with that. Some of your kids ain't even here because they couldn't even last through the mental torture and the pain that they had to suffer and go through, and the things that they had to sit up there and witness. And all you got is a flag and a thank you for your service. But you want to pull up to the scene right now and you want to sit up there and be disrespectful to black Americans. Okay. That's crazy. Somebody said, stop complaining and do something. I thought y'all were the ones that were supposed to save this country. Wasn't that? Who was that? Top Shelf? Aren't y'all the ones that's supposed to be saving the country? Y'all supposed to be, correcting it? What happened? Because the craziest part, the one thing I love about white boys is that they love talking, right? Every single time y'all get directly on a scene, basically meaning every time y'all get on social media, y'all love running your mouths about how y'all armed, how y'all trained, well versed in a lot of stuff. Y'all make your own bullets and all this other type of stuff. But why is it that every single time a school shooting happened, y'all were nowhere to be seen? School shootings were happening all across the country. White kids getting affected. They were scared out of their minds. I expected to see a whole bunch of militant white dudes outside with like M16s, M4s, and all this other type of stuff, patrolling these schools and taking turns, making sure that these kids are safe. Y'all ain't never show up. The hardest that y'all ever showed up, y'all were at Starbucks with an RPG, with a machine gun directly on your hip, with a 50 cal directly on the back of your car while you're going to sit up there and get coffee or going to Walmart. Like, that's the hardest that y'all pulled up. Y'all want to pull up to all of these places where ain't no action taking place. But when you knew that these school shootings was happening, y'all was nowhere to be seen. That's crazy. But y'all always talking about something about war and how y'all going to do this and how y'all going to do that. Y'all wasn't doing nothing to save those kids. What happened? That's crazy. I'm not talking about within the school. Like, let me make something very clear, right? In Texas, you're able to carry weapons, right? Now, to the extent it's whatever it is. The main thing that I'm sitting up there stating is that if people realize that school shootings were as prevalent as they were in Texas during the time, I'm pretty sure that the lawmakers, Republican, and the people that vote for those Republicans, conservatives, would be like, hey, we're going to allow the men of our communities who are armed, who are trained, who are maybe ex-military or cops to patrol these schools to make sure that our kids are safe every single day. That's not what happened. Y'all had a multitude of shootings directly in Texas. And I ain't never seen none of these gun-toting, true blue white boys pull up there talking about 20 deep that we're about to sit up there and patrol this. But you know where y'all did show up? Anytime that there was a black, Black Lives Matter protest, oh, y'all showed up with guns. Y'all was outside of the neighborhoods on the fences. Everybody had their guns and stuff because y'all just knew that something was going to pop off. Y'all was just waiting. Y'all was staring them down. Like I said, wherever there's not actually some action happening, that's where y'all pull up to. When everybody's completely calm Insane. Y'all want to pull up there and be the hardest ones there. Y'all want to have like those sunglasses, backwards cap. Y'all want to have a vest. Y'all want to have 99 different magazines on you. Y'all want to do all of this stuff. But when it deals with where action is actually happening, y'all know where to be seen. That's crazy. It's diabolical. Diabolical. And then, like I said before, y'all the only ones out here that's sitting up there looking for and asking for black people to start some type of race war. Like I said, that's weird. And y'all say that blacks are the only ones focused on race. We're so focused on race. Y'all see everybody as human beings and da 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 da. Like I said, y'all the only ones focused on this race war. We don't wake up every day in the black community and make videos and talk about a race war. Like I said before, y'all the only groups of people that do this. Because y'all don't know how to live at peace. You can't even be at peace with yourself. For you, that's like nails going across a chalkboard. For us, it's a Tuesday. Like I said, you don't know what it is to be without chaos. You don't know what it is to actually live in peace, to not be at war. You don't. Like I said, it's crazy. Like, yo, that's some wild type of work. Y'all the only ones that keep throwing this whole country directly into war. Like, what? That is crazy diabolical. Crazy diabolical. Like I said, you know the crazy part about a lot of these white boys showing up and they was talking about like this is an echo chamber. Whenever I happen to talk about, like the kids and the safety of kids and all this other type of stuff, they always move the goalposts. They always move the goalposts every single time. They never get serious about that. They never talk about the fact that a lot of their own within their communities are the ones going after the kids and the families. Never want to talk about that. Shout out to Tim Tebow. Shout out to Chris Hansen and the many others directly out there that highlight this and shows how problematic and how prevalent it is and how it gets swept directly under the rug and how those guys receive little to no time at all. I've even covered stories as well where a judge continuously let a dude off, not once, not twice, but pretty much 3 times to go out there and commit the exact same acts that he was originally arrested for. That's crazy. Like, what are we talking about? Like I said, y'all the ones sitting up there putting up all of these AI plants, sitting up there taking up all of the water, creating these surveillance states and all this other type of stuff. You got a few of the small towns that's sitting up there fighting back. That's good, but it's not enough. Like I said, y'all allowing Coca-Cola and all these other industries to sit up there and pull water directly from the Great Lakes. You allowing the government to sit up there and use water bladders to send water over from America over to China. Like, what are we talking about? And again, that was a story I covered before too, some years ago. But y'all talk about y'all got all of this great control and all this other type of stuff over the country. Like I said, America is making sure to get the poor and the middle class white people directly out of this place. And when I mean out of this place, it means one way or the other. It means by your own doing or by their doing. Like I said, population control. Y'all ain't even paying attention, but it's still happening. Like I said, y'all numbers are pitiful. Y'all birth rates are pitiful. This is why you got to pass laws in order to make sure that a lot of ways that women normally have contraceptives and stuff of that nature to worry about pregnancies, that they don't got it no more. Because y'all like, hey, y'all going to have these kids one way or another. We got to get these populations up. Like I said, when all else fails, y'all go right back to control. Like I said, that's why y'all got rid of that affirmative action, because white women were able to get the jobs and the positions that y'all normally will sit up there and have. And y'all didn't like that. You were like, no, we need you barefoot in the kitchen. We need you pregnant, popping out, 4 to 6 kids. Like I said, that's crazy. That is diabolical. Somebody said throw stones at glass houses. What you talking about? This dude was up there like the white fertility rate is up dramatically. How is that? How is it up dramatically when a lot of y'all are not even in a sense dating the way that y'all used to? Like I said, remember this is at a point in time where y'all used to have a hype. There used to be a television show called I think what was it? I think Pink or somebody can sit up there and remind me. It was on like MTV VH1 where all these teenage white girls were like pregnant and they were pregnant by white boys. They weren't married or anything of that nature, but this was something that was celebrated directly in their culture. So remember, because Patrick's Farm remembers, that was a television show that prioritized trying to pedestalize young pregnancies. They were trying to turn that into like a positive, like the same thing that they sit up there and talk about the black community, like, oh, you guys are unwed mothers and that. Yeah, they were doing that too. They 16 and pregnant. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, that's crazy, and that's your culture. 16 and pregnant made that into a TV show, and y'all thought that was like the greatest thing. Y'all had season on season on season of these young girls out there just going out there and getting pregnant. And y'all didn't really have a care in the world. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. I'm like, who's advocating for these young girls to get pregnant like this and then to celebrate it and then make it seem like this is a good thing? But I forgot you did it because psychologically, if you give this type of advertisement that it's going to proliferate through the community in this way, it's hands off and the kids are doing it themselves without you trying to force them or tell them to do it. So they're going to see what other kids, they're going to see what other kids are doing. They're going to sit up there and copy it. That's the power of media. That's the power of advertisement. That's the power of psychological warfare. And like I said, I was young during that time watching that, and I realized that. I'm like, yo, this ain't nothing good. And I realized during that time that other girls are going to sit up there and copy that and deem it as a good thing because they're looking at these other girls get popular, get celebrity, and all this other type of stuff during the time. Like I said, it's crazy. Like that is 100% crazy. And this dude was sitting up there talking about the white birth rate is up dramatically. Where? It's not like that in Europe. So I can for sure tell you that. And it's not like that in Asian countries. I can tell you that. And it's not like that here in the United States because I recently did a live stream on that and it is not on the increase. Like I said, just all of a sudden, you just got like white men just going out here and they're just able to get any and every woman that they want. No, you got a lot of dudes out here. They become recluses. They're pretty much tired. You got a lot of white men out here. They've been honest. They be like, yo, we're not, seeing the exact same way that we were in the last like 20 or 30 years. And that put people into a type of mental state where it affected them. The jobs ain't the same anymore either. A lot of white men are not able to get the jobs that they were able to sit up there and get because it's gotten to the point where it's like being mediocre and white is not sitting up there paying off. It's gotten to the point where it looks like things are not exactly an even playing field, but it's even enough where it's starting to show that if other people are allowed to, in a sense, run the exact same race and they don't have any type of unforeseen hurdles and all this other type of stuff, things are going to be a little bit different. The outcome is not going to be the same as you would normally see it, quote unquote, historically, where people invisibly intervene. Like I said, the third was like, he means uppers and they're cooked. Game over. It's game over, man. Game over. Dark said, black fatigue. I mean, I guess. But see, this is the thing though. If you really got black fatigue, why would you be here? See, that's the confusing part. That leads me to think that you're obsessed. Like you came here in order to sit up there and tell me black fatigue, which then you're leaving a comment to let me know that you exist. So that you can basically get attention because you're obviously lonely. Right. So you can't get attention from the desired areas of which you want attention from. So you come directly here at what is it, like 12 o'clock p.m.? Well, 11:49. They still serving pancakes at McDonald's. So it's still morning time. Like I said, that's crazy to me. Like I said, I've watched over the last 5 to 10 years, especially on TikTok, I don't watch a lot of white women basically state that they are anti-men. And I'm talking about they mean men of all races, not just specifically white males. So if they're, not being with men of any race, that means that they're being with women, which means that if you got more women that are on that type of like feminist idea where it's like, hey, we're anti men and all this other type of stuff and rah, 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 that means that your birth rate is going to decline because you're not going to have the specific amount of women to up the birth rate and to jump that directly up because you don't have enough women to help out with that. Ooh, just, I don't know. Somebody said, black people thinking that we're dying out. You do realize that the whole of the West is heading to violence, and it's the white people who are being enraged on purpose. Hold on, wait. Comments started flowing and I can't even get to it. And you said that violence, and it's white people who are being enraged on purpose for this very reason. They organize very well. I don't care if white people organize very well. What does that mean? You can't organize. I don't care how organized white people can be. You can't organize against the United States government. How about that one? You can't organize against your own government. The government will sit up there and send your own family and your own kids to take you out. What you talking about? You talking about well organized? Yeah, well organized against a lot of these multi-million-dollar jets, these stealth bombers that they got. Like I said, let it be a point in time. You'll really see how the United States is really going to sit up there and run. Y'all, like I said, y'all keep thinking this fairy tale where the government and United States is yours. Nah, it's a corporation. It's bought and paid for, and you ain't a part of it. Like I said, y'all keep spinning this fairy tale to yourselves like you really got this country. You really don't. You don't even have the money. You don't have the facilities. The rich and the elites do, and they look just like you, but they really don't care about you. Hack said they've also been quiet about the amount of white-owned farms being foreclosed on. I mean, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. People didn't want to sit up there and they didn't want to work their own farms. They voted for this administration, which then got rid of the labor force, which then means you needed somebody to replace that labor force, and they didn't have nobody. But then they tried to come up with this whole thing of like, yeah, we got these black jobs out here. Yeah, nah, you can miss us with that. We ain't doing that. So like I said, for those white families that got those white farms, you better be having like 30 to 40 kids to replace the workforce that you voted against and had them get packed up. You better sit up there and have your kids out there sitting up there doing all of that work. But like I said, they don't even have enough to sit up there and handle that work on all of that land. So like I said, it'd be like that. Let me see here. Why not ask the colonizer who keeps stealing murder? Da, da, da. Somebody said wrong. Somebody said liar. Okay. Yep. I've said that quite a bit. You said to experience the American dream, you got to be asleep. That's bars. Um. So I see that you're an anime fan. I get that part. Wait, let me go back up to your comment. Let me see. You said race has nothing to do with sexuality. Well, we're talking about white folks procreating against with their own and the birth rate either increasing or declining. So this aspect does have to do with race. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Alex said they have the dumbest insults. LMAO, you sound medicated. And what in the dum diddy is that ish? Third said I'm back. Back in the zone. I'm blocking trolls on both of the channels. D Money said the Lord's work. It be like that. I keep telling people like, yo, we got moderators surfing, swagging and surfing directly all through these streams. Somebody said reparations for what? I'm not going to go over that again. I'm not even about to go over that again. Like I said, it would have been fun at the very first part of the live stream, but people be coming like some Johnny come latelys, man. It's crazy. If people are just more on time. So now let me see if I can get the video of this African woman here, because she had a very solid point. So I made it to the bottom of this. Let me see. It's gonna take me a minute to get there. It's not that. It's not that. Oh, that was the other one I was sitting up there talking crazy about Black Americans. She was in her complete African garb too. Let me see if I can find her. That's a black woman right there talking. Yeah, I think it might be a little bit further up, possibly. Because I know what the lady looks like too, and that'd be the craziest part looking through these videos. It's like you know what you're looking for, and because you know this is when like your eyes don't specifically focus on that one thing. Yeah, this is wild. Let me see. Was it? Yeah, it wasn't yesterday and wasn't today. Yeah, it's here. I am just not seeing it at this moment, which is incredible. This is incredible at this moment. I probably should have just threw the video up as soon as I saw it again. Okay, that was a video about mulattoes and how they were created and everything of the sort. Okay, there's black women practicing with their guns. Like I said, I got a lot of videos directly up here. It takes a minute. Especially when you're trying to go over some stuff and find very, very specific videos here. There was a woman stealing from Walmart. What was that one? Lost her best friend in like 13 years. Yo, this is crazy. Oh yeah, that was a whole thing dealing with like ice. Yeah, for whatever reason, I can't specifically find it at this moment. Let me tell you something. That is wild. And now I'm just going to be incredibly fixated on it because I know it's here. I think black women standing on business. Yeah. I do also for some of the normal viewers as well too. I do got some other videos where it deals with black businesses and everything of that sort. That'll be posted in a compilation video. We will have that directly for you as well. Right, I remember. So, honorable minister, that was the African girl that was talking about black Americans. That was the Karen calling the police on black dudes in a park. That was the random tether. Tether Nation. Yo, this is wild right now. I can already sense I'm going to find this video after I'm off the stream. Yep, that's what it's going to be. Made it back down to the bottom. Yep. Never mind. Don't got it. D-Money said, wait, what? It is completely left. This is all Africa should pay American blacks reparations. Da da da. Oh wait, what did somebody say? Said you post the meme of the disgusting with the caption. Oh, I don't think I got that one. Oh, you already got him? All right. Yeah, dude was sitting up here. How you gonna say you're too advanced for this and you want people to block you, but yet you can go and block? Somebody said it's weird to see fake Asian accounts insulting black men. If you compare, if I compare you to some of the butchery that goes on in Africa just because they're black, you won't be happy. Like I'm a little bit confused. I'm American, black American to be exact, so I'm a little bit confused on how there would even be a comparison. Because I'll just like simply, if you're going to put it over there to Africa, if we're going to take it that far, we can look at King Leopold of Belgium, what the second, and it was stated that he slayed what anywhere from about like 15 to 25 million of the Congolese. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Talking about you? We won't be happy. Yeah, we don't got those numbers. Show me where Black Americans in the United States somehow magically did that exact same thing to white Americans. You can't, because it doesn't exist. 15 to 25 million, brother. Come on now. Whoa, 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 whoa. Calm that down. You was like, a huge portion of the population on the planet are white. No, actually, it's not. You do know the white population is a minority on this planet. I'm not sure what calculations. I don't know what calculations you've been looking at, brother, but you might want to check that again. Might want to check that again. Mm, mm. And you know the craziest part? So, okay, so let's look at this real quick, right? So they said, quote unquote, approximately globally, it is approximately 1 to 1.2 billion people that identify as white, right? So again, remember you also got other folks as well, right? But beyond that, right, they said that as white or primarily European descent, this demographic accounts for roughly the 13 to 16% of the world's total population. Why does that sound? Why does that number sound so familiar, guys? Why does that number sound so familiar? Ain't that something? Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Cause now this is where stuff gets a little bit interesting, right? Can I highlight this? Yeah. We'll just highlight that whole main thing. No. Actually, it won't even be the whole thing, right? Yep, of the population. So let me just highlight this. Let me pull back. Let me scroll all the way down to the comment section. Right? Oh, wait. That was a comment section, actually. Let me just put this up there, right? Because the guy wanted to see the what's the name. So I want for the Black Americans. So for the Black Americans, let me take this comment directly down. I want y'all to pay attention to this, right? What does that say? It says that the white demographic accounts for roughly 13 to 16% of the population. Why does that sound, Black Americans, why does that sound so familiar? 13, 16. Why does that sound so familiar? Because it's like, hey, don't they normally sit up there and say that Black Americans are 13 to 16%, but yet we commit all the crimes. But then if we sit up there and look historically and we look at the world and how things tend to go, wouldn't that be the exact same thing when it deals with white folks? That's interesting. That's very interesting. Like that's so now I understand why you guys like to use the terminology, right? The 30-80 and all this other type of stuff, and you want to sit up there and talk about 13% does the majority of the crimes in the United. Now I get why it is that y'all like doing this, because it's you. You've been talking about yourselves the whole time. You've been talking about yourselves the whole time. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. So Grim, let me know who when it deals with the United States, who's the ones that enact and goes directly to war? Who are those people? Would that be Black Americans that have the power to do that? Like we're just moving the military to and from and intervening and going directly into these wars, dropping bombs, creating these multi-million-dollar planes or these trillion-dollar lifespan planes. Like let me know. Let me know, Grim. Who specifically is the group that's the causation for the wars that decide to intervene when they should be more worried about the United States? What group is that? Let me know. Oh, you said I vote. No. I hold my vote. So again, what group are we talking about? Who are the faces of the United States government? Please don't make me go up there and pull up stats and numbers. Please, let's not do this. We don't have to make it that difficult. We don't got to do that. Because it's crazy how people want to make this answer so difficult, and you know exactly what the answer is, but you don't want to be honest. And that's the problem. That's crazy. Y'all really love that number 1380, and y'all are a reflection of the exact same thing that y'all talk about, and y'all press upon Black Americans every single day. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. That's wild. That is diabolical. Sham has no patience. She was like, "You can figure this out." Oh, yo. Let me tell you, shout out to the mods doing the Lord's work every single day. Wow, Sean is really mad. He was like, "Yo, shut the cursive up about crimes, you loser. Jesus expletive Christ. Like you really think expletive something as stupid as skin color determines a person's worth? Expletive out of here." Why are you so triggered? Why are you using the Lord's name in vain? Like, aren't you a Christian? Isn't that against your religion? Are you not supposed to do that? Using the Lord's name in vain. That's crazy. You said low info, poorly educated people think that. I mean, I guess. But we're not the ones that enacted race riots directly in the United States, Sean. We're not the ones that burned down white towns and cities as they were progressively trying to build themselves up. Nor did we sit up there and flood your towns and cities or pave roads or other things directly upon them. We didn't do that. You know what Lake Lanier is? I bet you do. I bet you do. You know what Alligator Bait is? I bet you do. You know where picnics came from? I bet you do. Like I said, it's crazy how, people want to talk about all this stuff. And again, I'm mentioning stuff that was around during the time of my grandmother. And that's the craziest part. Like if we talk about stuff that's happened in recent times, they always want to like, why are you guys in the past? Well, because we still got relatives that are like 98. So they were around during a lot of the stuff that we are talking about. So it's still relevant today. So yeah. That's crazy. Shit was like, Sean, True Racism came out and activated my trap card. Bushido says, Seji, I'm trying, but everyone else's confu is too quick for me. I'm not living up to my name. Yo, it'd be like that. It 100% be like that. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. There was like, yo, Champ, let us do our part. Yo, that's crazy. That is crazy. Let me see. Somebody said, be for real, no one controls anything. We just attempt to understand it while all being paranoid when at the top. Who is we all? What are you talking about? who is where at this moment in time in the United States are Black Americans at top? But I know what the racists are going to say. You're at top when it deals with crime and murder. Oh, you're at top when it deals with EBT. Oh, right. That's what they normally like to sit up there and do because they don't know nothing else. They don't know nothing else. Or they'll be like, well, the peanut guy, or Jay-Z or Oprah, right? You know what they like to sit up here and say, the stereotypical, stuff they can't really name anything else because it doesn't matter to them, because they invented everything. Right. So, like I said, it's crazy. Now I'm trying to figure out where you talk about, where you talking about like everybody's at the top. Everybody who? D Money was like, oppression in the chat is fun and educational for everyone. Yeah. Yo. You said we don't know who calls the shots. Okay. That's crazy. You said regardless of the race, we can't play the victim card. What? You know how many videos I've sat up there and seen of white folks getting online on their podcast talking about Black people are oppressing white people? And I'm like, I'm like, huh? I'm like, hold on, where? I'm trying to figure out. I didn't have white teachers, white female teachers, and I'm trying to figure out going through school when have I like oppressed them? Was it my presence? Was it just me like being there? Like what? How did that? Like even right now, I'm trying to sit up there and figure out how do I have the power as a Black American to oppress white people? And I'm just like, I can't give you anything. Like I'm really thinking. You got several thinking caps on, and I'm not coming up with nothing right now. But yeah, somehow, some way, we're oppressing white people, and we're making America, worse for them or something. Like I'm like, I've never seen this before. The people who basically own the country, who established the country, who founded the country, who are make the laws, rules, and the regulations in the country. You are the military, the police, and everything. We are oppressing you. You got more bullets than the population in the United States, but we're oppressing you. That's crazy. That is diabolical. Somebody said Black people are delusional. No, middle class and poor whites are delusional. You're delusional because you believe that the United States is directly for you and about you, and it is not. Like I said, the government is doing everything possible to dwindle down your population, but you got your acolytes in the comment section talking about like, no, our population is actually quite up. You're actually wrong, Black. I'm like, okay. Okay, yeah. So whatever you say, like I said, whatever chemical bombs that be going off. Shout out to East Palestine, Ohio. However it is that white people are getting burned out of all of their homes, $1 million homes or basic homes. Shout out to California. While Newsom is over there talking about we're about to make a California LA 2.0. Shout out over there. You know, or the fires that happened in what was it, Maui, how it took out all of the natural land that the Hawaiians owned, the indigenous people there, and then it didn't touch the rich people homes. It just magically stopped there. Crazy. It's wild. But like I said, I'm a conspiracy theorist, so don't take anything that I'm saying as fact. It's all lies. It's all lies. Somebody said no one is oppressing anyone. Sarah, are you question Sarah, this is an actual question. Are you a male or female? Real quick. Take your time to answer that question, champ. Like I said, it's well, technically it should be early afternoon. So, good afternoon to everybody that's currently out here pulling up to the live stream at this moment in time. This is actually one of our longer live streams, because normally at this time I would actually have a video up, and I don't have a video up, which technically I was supposed to do. So I'm actually I'm running off of life at this moment in time instead of food. It'd be like that. I'm trying to see if I can get something real quick because I know who I'm looking for on this video, so I should be able to get this to you guys. Hopefully, fairly quickly. Hopefully, I said quickie. Quicker. There we go. Okay, so we're going to leave right there. Oh, sham. Well, I'm gonna play the video anyway because I actually had something directly for Sarah because she was like nobody oppresses anybody. So I'm like, all right, cool, no problem. Hack, shout outs for the $5 dono. You said stay blessed, sir. B1. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Brother, much love. So this was a video that was gonna be dedicated to Sarah. Like I said, I already know what the comments are going to be. Just bear directly with the video. There's a point directly there because Sarah wanted to talk about nobody's oppressing anyone. So let's just listen to this video real quick.
Women hate men as a system. Men hate women as people. And it's like when we say we hate men, we are really saying we hate the patriarchy. We really hate the system that keeps men in power and keeps men harming us. Men hate us as people. Men hate us individually. Yeah. And sometimes people are like, why are you so angry about the patriarchy, Kristen? I don't think people are aware of like the level and the quantity of things that their fathers and brothers and grandfathers and friends and boyfriends and husbands have been saying to me for like 13 years, constantly, every day. I am not overreacting. I am reacting appropriately.
So basically what she's saying is that men are oppressing her. But yet, Sarah wanted to say nobody's oppressing anybody. Yeah, like I keep telling people I got videos. I don't know why. I don't know why people think I be sitting up there lying when I be sitting up there saying this, brother. Like what are we talking about? Like she literally basically said that the men out there that are in her community that see her and talk to her every day for 13 years are oppressing her, are doing this and doing that's oppression, right? That's what she basically explained. She said, hey, down with the patriarchy. This, that, and the third, because this system keeps men in this, certain type of level, and it keeps women directly down here. Again, oppression. But Sarah, dear little Sarah, was like, hey, nobody is oppressing anybody. Okay. That's wild. That is 100% wild to be like that, though. Oh, that was third that got her. Third was like, yeah, I'm about to get up out of here. Yo, that is crazy. That is crazy. Somebody said change the clip down, man. You gotta let the clip be. You gotta let the clip be. Right? You gotta have her looking directly at you to let her know, to let you know that it's serious. She said patriarchy. You gotta pay attention. Right? She said that that women don't naturally just hate men, they hate the system. But then she was like, but men do hate women. Huh? How do we get there, brother? Like that was a major leap and a jump. That's crazy. What? I ain't never in my life sit up there and hate women. That's crazy. I ain't never been a part of that life. Third was like, I hate you now. No, like yo, just think about it. Third, like yo, she's giving you the smoldering eyes. You see the way that she's like pouting her lips. She's giving you like the smoldering eyes. She got the shoulders directly like out. She's looking at you. She's like, I'm here. See me, understand me, read my lips. Oh man, yo, let me tell you. Like I said, it all this stuff just magically it comes to me. Every time I see these clips. Let me tell you. The money was like, this is troubling my soul. I mean, it'd be like that, you know. Recovering say you can only be mentally oppressed if you allow it. The patriarchy sees individuals about is the exact same system that puts the rules in place or at least curtails actual oppressive acts. Sham said, not really. You name it entertainers. I've said people in power. I don't think they're in that much power, to be honest. Third said, Seji, your phone port is all wiggly and it can only charge in a certain position. That's crazy. That is crazy. University said, I feel like if men picked her, she wouldn't have. And that's the thing that a lot of dudes have said. Like a lot of these women that have these type of takes when it deals with men, if they were able to get a guy that would genuinely like see them as the person that they are, I'm talking about like internally, right? And they would actually love them the way that they want to be loved. These women would not exist. And that's the whole key main thing. Now, unless they're just like strictly lesbians, then that's different, right? That's completely different. But in a lot of instances, a lot of these women out here, they have these opinions because they can't specifically get to or find the guys that would actually love them the way that they want to be loved. But again, I got to sit up there. I've stated before the population is different. So they stated before that the population of single women that's going to be out here by 2050 is going to be half. I'm sorry, not 2050, 2045. My bad. By 2045, the world's population, half of the world's population of women are going to be single. So what does that then entail? That means that there are more women, like I've been saying for the longest time possible, there are more women on this planet than there are men. Wow, Gail, that's crazy. Gail woke back up and chose violence. Yo, Mr. Cardenas, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is up, good sir? What is up? Gail is crazy. Let me tell you. Shout out to Officer Haku. He said, good morning to all. Yet another day. Stuck at work. LOL. Here comes a new challenger. Much love, respect, and appreciation, brother. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Tippy's like, dang. Third was like, if you ever wonder what Al Bundy's stepmother looks like, this will give you a basic idea. That's crazy. That's crazy. Somebody said, what is it? Tola V, you said it might just be that person personally. Yeah. Like I said before, in a lot of instances, a lot of women hold themselves back from actually finding the person that they want to be with. And for whatever reason, she also said that for 13 years she's been dealing with some type of conversations or comments. I'm like, why would you deal with that for 13 years? Like that don't even make any type of, why wouldn't you like move around? Why would you even still deal with women who are around those guys? Like that's stupid. It's like, do you just like, taking on those type of like negative comments like directly, on your person like that? Like that's weird to me. It's like usually in most cases people would just move around. They wouldn't just stay in that one spot. Like that's crazy. Somebody said maybe women are getting too many SNAP benefits. That's crazy. That is crazy. Sham said, no, a lot of hormone problems from contaminated foods is happening to society in America. Darth said, no one is oppressing anyone. I guess we'll just ignore the world's most powerful drug empire. I mean, hey, you can't tell nobody nothing, though. You like I said, and I done covered a few stories dealing with, some of these these drug corporations. These drug corporations directly about there. Like I said, it's crazy. And those have highly affected the white community. Like it was a point in time that it still is technically epidemic, but it's a silent one. But it was more out loud because you had just fields of like white folks just like going to the wayside because of like all of the drugs that they were ingesting and the amounts that they were taking and stuff that was in the streets. But like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. You can't tell nobody nothing. Somebody said, let me get those digits. That's crazy. Somebody said, imagine if she tried to do a refusal to eat protest. That's crazy. That is crazy. That's crazy. Somebody said women like her addicted to trauma and oppression and need that type of drama. I believe it. I believe it. Because like I said, a lot of the talks that and again, for some of y'all who've been here long enough, I done did some videos talking about the feminists and all this other type of stuff, and I've showcased the guy who originally created it, which is crazy. When it deals with feminism, it leads back to a guy, and then you got the women after that that basically followed. And you can, I went over all of their quotes. I think it was about was it like 30, 25, 30 quotes? Somewhere up in there, maybe it might have been 20. But it was a nice number of quotes, and all of them were highly negative about men. Like, it was crazy, some of those comments. I'm like, man, I'm like, yo, that's they was sitting up there talking like some 1930s, 1940s, like Germany type stuff. I'm like, yo, that's wild. I'm like, what would even make you? I'm like, hey, whatever. I'm like, yo, like I said, the way that folks be talking out here is crazy. Matter of fact, Tippy, so you did say that you didn't see, I don't think. Wait, Tippy, were you here for the first part of the stream? Wait, what was it? Gail said Seji ends the live with his pink counterpart doppelganger. That's crazy. It be on people. Okay, so Tippy, let me show you, because you didn't see this first video. So let me play this directly for you. So listen to this real quick. And again, I you can't make this stuff up. Can't make this stuff up.
I'm gonna say what the I want to say. If you don't like it, get the around me. If a female think they need a man, you're miserable. Cause you don't need you need yourself.
And the bird chirping in the background.
Okay.
You don't think that? Do you think your mother need a man?
I do.
For what?
For everything. I mean, it makes it easier. Life.
You think females need men?
Yes.
I could use my rose and get my nut off. I never needed a man.
But everything is not about sex, though.
Everything not money-wise. I'm a whole pharmacy technician. I get money. Man's money. I have a salary out here. I don't need no man. Men don't do but you over. Take your life. Beat out you. Kill you maybe.
So you heard that, right? You heard her say everything. I want y'all to pay attention. You saw the attitude. The dude had to move his body around. I mean, he did it for the camera purposes, right? So he can get her directly back into the shot. But also, she's acting very aggressive, and she's really like moving erratically, right? Then on top of that, she says she don't need a man for nothing. She can sit up there and get like a, whatever toys directly about here, and that can do whatever a man can sit up there and do. And she said that she don't need a man for money because she got a whole salary. She's a pharmacist or a technician or whatever it is. So she's basically the man herself. That's what she's saying. She's saying she don't need a man because she is the man herself, right? So let's listen to what the brother got to say.
Come on now, real men. Let me find a real man in the city.
So do you ever plan to get married to a man, or like, are you with a man, or?
I want to get married.
Huh? And she didn't say I want to get married. I want to get married. So after all of that hatred she had to say about men and not needing men, and that she can do anything and everything a man can do better, she was like, yeah, I want to get married. No, you want to get married to a lesbian. You want to get married to another woman. It is you. This is what I'll be talking about. This is, but let's continue.
I do want to get married.
So you would say the same thing to your husband?
I'm blunt. I'm very honest. I'm straightforward. I'm blunt. I'm going to say what the I want to say. If you don't like it, get the around me. I'm very aggressive. And my husband going to know I'm aggressive. My husband going to love me. Because I'm so straightforward and real. No nigga like no friendly ass
Brother, let me just type it right there. You see the smile that the dude had on his face? He's like, perfect. This is gold. He's like, I know I got a viral video right here. He's like, yeah, keep talking. It's like, yeah, you say you aggressive. Yeah. Be aggressive. yeah. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Yo, this is crazy. And she said that too. That was her own words. Notice he never called her aggressive. He didn't say that she was acting like a man or acting masculine. He didn't say nothing. He said a few couple questions, and this is the energy that she brought directly to this dude. Like I said, man, I don't know what else to tell y'all. I don't know what else to tell y'all. But like I said, when I sit up there and put that video up today, I'm expecting, some nonsensical comments either now or later. Shout out to the candy. That's crazy. She was like, I'm very, not getting married. I'm getting murdered. I'm like, wow, all right. You got that. It'd be like that. And then you had the birds directly in the background that were sitting up there chirping. Yeah, you speak that. Yeah, keep going. Let them know. I'm like, wow. I'm like, and this is why they single in the background. But I want people to know how those women ain't really her friends or it's no sisterhood because they're charging her up to be stupid. And they making sure that they're off camera while they're charging her up. So can't no dudes out here identify who those women are. So they're going to allow her to sit up there and crash out like a dummy on this whole thing instead of trying to save her from herself. And they're going to be in the background sitting up there cheering her on. But then when it's time for them to go out there and date or to get some drinks from the club, now they're going to sit up there and do the reverse of what she's doing. Like I said, man, like, yo, I keep trying to tell a lot of women out here, a lot of women ain't your friends, dog. They will set you up for failure. They set her up to be a straight test crash dummy, and she did it. They put a super energizer in her back. She was charged all the way up. Nothing can stop her. Like I told y'all earlier, she is the one because of how she is. I promise you, she's the one that's fighting in the relationship. She is the Ike, and her boyfriend is Tina. That's how that's working. She's the one taking the first swing. The police are getting called on her. That's the one that's happening. The boyfriend is going to have to be the one hiding in a closet. That's what's going to happen. She's going to be the one trying to pull up to the scene, threaten somebody with a gun. That's going to be her. She was like, I'm very aggressive. We know you are. You real aggressive, and this dude just asked some simple questions. That's crazy. That is crazy. And the other part is I do got a video with a woman that pulled up to a dude's house with a gun. And she's sitting up there waving it around, talking about what you about to do for this pregnant baby. I'm like, oh, this is not going to end well. I'm like, I don't know. You're too emotional right now, and you're pregnant. Yeah, you too emotional to be having a gun. I'm like, I need somebody to get that from her. I'm like, you do not need to have the right to carry at this moment in time because you're not only a danger to yourself, but you're a danger to your child. Like I said, I almost want to put that video up, but I don't know how that's going. I would really have to work on trying to. I might take my time later on and edit the video so I can at least blur out the gun. But yeah, that other video that I'm talking about is crazy by itself, just like this video is crazy. And then at last but not least, she sat up there and said that no guy basically want a nice woman. I'm like, who are you lying to? Who are you lying to? Like I said, at most, she probably had dudes that slept with her, but she never had dudes that really stayed. I can tell you that. Her mouth is too reckless. Like there's no toning that down, and there's no nothing directly for that. Like I said, there's not any deity or God out here that can sit up there and get her to shut up and get her to change. That's not happening. Like that is well built in. And I promise you that same program and coding is going to transfer to her daughter. I can 100% bet money directly on. There is no hope if she has a daughter. There is no hope directly for her. It's over. It is 1,000% over. Talking about, and my husband is going to love it. Notice how you got to talk in theory. You got to talk in a place of fantasy because it's not reality. You being as aggressive as you are, you ain't getting no husband. He would have to be like a straight fool to do that. Or better yet, he got to be one of these dudes that was in prison for 99 years and that been always putting hands on women. That's the only way that she'll shut up. She's stupid enough with her mouth. She's stupid enough to probably still try to tempt fate just because. But 9 times out of 10, she ain't going to sit up and try to test him. Like I said, when he deals with dudes who normally put hands on women like her ain't running their mouth like that. when they know it's a guy out here and he don't do anything like that, he ain't about that life. Oh, this is how they're gonna start moving. Like I said, that's crazy. Her mouth is just ultra reckless, dog. Shan was like, that girl's eyes are all bite. No, it ain't all bite. She got rabies. That's what that is. That's what her eyes looking like that. She crazy. She beyond crazy, hyper crazy. Like, yo. Swan, what is up? You said she sound like she been hurt, man. See, this is my thing. I can't. No. Because let's just put it like this, right? If a man ever appeared this aggressive talking about women, nobody's giving grace and talking about like, yo, it just sound like that dude been hurt. Nobody's saying that. They were like, no, that dude just hates black women. That's what they're gonna say. We all know this. We all know what it is. People are gonna say that he just hates black women. He hates his mother. He hates his sister. He hates his daughter. He hates his grandmother. He hates his aunt. He hates his dead female relatives. That's what people are going to sit up there and say. But when it deals with this woman here, it's like, nah, she was hurt. What? Nah, I ain't doing that. Like I said, I done seen girls act like this in high school that were virgins and they never have a boyfriend and they were acting like this. I'm like, yeah, there's no excuse. There's no excuse. there's no excuse. Like I said, I can't like for me. Like I said, I can't do it. I've seen too many girls, too many women directly about here have attitudes like this, and they didn't have no traumatic experiences with men. So it's like somebody got to explain it to me. If you ain't had no boyfriends, you ain't have traumatic experiences. Like what would be your purpose of acting like this? Like that don't make any type of sense. The common thing would basically be like, that's basically something that's innate. Right? She watched like her mom or whatever, got the attitude from her, and then she took on that persona and attitude, took on that whole weight, took on those negative characteristics. You know? Nah, therapy ain't helping that. She's done. You know. Wait, I'm confused. Wait, Tippy, what you talking about? You said you don't like that he calls black women lazy. Wait, who called black women lazy? I'm confused. I'm highly confused. I'll let Tippy respond directly to that. Somebody said she get it from mama. Swan said mental health is real. No, mental health is real, but it's like also at the same time you got to take responsibility for yourself. Like I can never sit up there and say and blame like any actions that I've taken like on women. I can't sit up there and say that. Like that'd be crazy. And first of all, and ain't nobody gonna sit up there and believe that either. It's like, yo, you're a man, pick yourself up. You know, pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Stop blaming everybody else and fix what it is that you need to fix and then carry on. That's what people are going to sit up there and say. And rightfully so. I'm a grown adult. What did it look like for me as a grown dude sitting up there trying to like continuously blame women throughout my life for why it is that this ain't working and why it is that this ain't like, yo, that looks crazy. That looks 1,000% crazy. Nobody would sit up there and say like, yeah, that's still a man at the end. Nah, like, dog, you look crazy. You look 1,000% crazy. Like, dogs, pick yourself up and fix that situation, brother. Like, don't be sitting up there doing that. This is why I sat up there and said is that you will never have like equality out here because you'll just have certain things that women can do, men cannot do, men can do that women can't do. Like it's just gonna be like that. Like that woman is gone. Swan said, I know, crying emoji. Ew. You said, Curtis said, I recently dealt with a self-subscribed aggressive woman who is perpetually single. No grown man wants that. Yeah, it'd be like that. And nobody want to sit up there and deal with that. Like I said, I wouldn't advocate for any woman to sit up there and deal with a dude that's consistently, blaming women for all of his life choices and how everything went wrong. Like, dog, you sound crazy. As a man, you sound completely crazy. You don't even sound like a man at all. And I wouldn't advocate for men to sit up there and be with women who do the exact same thing. Like, that's crazy. I'm like, dog, no. Just be by yourself. Get a cactus. That's it. It's hard to kill a cactus. So, like, if you just don't water it, I mean, water, they can go without water for a minute, but y'all know what I'm saying. Like, yeah, just get a cactus. Don't even get pets. Like nothing living should be around you. Just get a cactus, or get some ferns or something so you can have some fresh air or something, or something with some pine needles. Like I said, get any one of those and a pet rock, and you good. Just let that be your therapy session for like the next 100 years, and then maybe you might, get somewhere. I don't know, but it's all crazy. So I said, try to take accountability. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like I said, I've even done it directly on this live stream. Like I done sat up there and took accountability for like parts I played directly in relationships and stuff, went wrong. And, I probably sat up there and missed some red flags and all. Like I said, I'm not going to sit up there and fully blame them directly for it, because the biggest part that I played was, allowing them directly into my life. you know, like I said before, I don't got no time to be sitting up there doing that. Like it makes no sense. I'm not going to be able to have any type of like real growth. If I still like if I was even in that place or decide to stay in that place, if I was at that mental level of understanding with that, so like I said, it's crazy out here. Yeah, bonsai trees are dope. Bonsai trees are dope, even though we're supposed to be having an Asian boycott. Cactuses are we got those in America, so that's why I listed cactuses. Pet rocks, we got rocks everywhere. It will depend on the type of rock that you want. You may have to pay something for it, but we got rocks in the street right now. If people are in Colorado, y'all got boulders, so your pet rock is going to be there forever. Generational pet rock. Pass that boy down. Like I said, have everybody talk to the rock to decompress and get rid of all of their hurt and their trauma. Shout out to Colorado and their boulders. Think said the only aggressive thing a woman can do is aggressive. You can do it aggressively for me is listen and take directions. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, I get what you're saying though. Third was like rocks on rocks on rocks, bars, straight bars. Stan was like, I got a rock garden I maintain for some peace. Yo, the funny, I wanted to actually have one of those, or like a sand or whatnot, whatever, type of garden, just making like the shapes and all that other type of stuff, because it's dope. One of these days I'll do that. Somebody said, I wonder. Question, Bob, are you what nationality, what ethnicity are you? Let me know real quick, because I have a question. It's just an honest question, because I commonly say that I'm Black American. Sam's like, I got a rose garden too. I put some rain drums in it recently. Very peaceful. That's dope. That is actually pretty dope. Pretty dope. I'm waiting for Bob to reply with a message. Let me know what ethnicity he is. I'm guessing he's American. America. I'm trying to see if this Xbox got any updates at this moment in time. Wait, ain't today what today's day? I forgot. Oh, it's the 22nd. Dave the Diver got another update, dog. It's about like 5 gig update at this moment in time. I guess Bob ain't coming back to the scene. That's crazy. Diabolical in nature. But anyways, like I said before, man, at the end of the day, when it deals with this whole, situation, you got folks out here that want to be hugely aggressive for no reason. And you got some folks out there that don't want to be accountable. And like I said in my other videos, because like I said, I can say this during like a live stream, because people don't usually make it to the tail end of the videos, the standard issue videos that I do. To the Black women out there that's staying on task with the boycott, standing 10 toes down and making sure that other folks are moving the way that they're moving, or you're informing them of the boycott and why it's specifically happening. Shout out to y'all. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, I do happen to get a chance to say that within videos, but people never make it that far. And normally what people tend to do is they'll hear the first few minutes of like the commentary and they'll just go off on that and then just start writing whatever. So, like I said, I'm going to say it now because I know for a fact that those exact same women are not going to make it to through the totality of the videos that I'm going to upload today. Because I originally was not going to do back-to-back videos. You know, the craziest part is I should have uploaded those videos. Well, I can do it after the stream. It don't even matter. I can just do it after the stream. So I'm going to have 2 videos back to back of which that we've covered from at least the several videos that we went over today. I'm going to have those directly on the channel. So we're going to, those are going to be some possibly potentially low view videos. They're not going to move as quick to, you know, to sit up there and say that. Let me see. Shams at LOL, not this again. Wait, explain what? You can see. Oh yeah, I think I know what Sham was talking about. Yep, I knew it was gonna go there. I knew it. Let me just reread what Sham wrote real quick. Wait, what? Ah. I gotta remember. I'm not a kid. I gotta remember I'm an adult. Because I sit up there, I read comments. I'm like, I know that's not what it is, but I'm like, it looks like. Jesus. Oh my goodness. I'm probably, you know what? I've probably been up too long. I'm probably tired. I'm probably tired. Wait, what was it? No, Tippy. I was gonna say something too, but you know, what's the name didn't sit up there and respond back. What was it, Bob or whatever? He didn't respond back, so you know there was no reason. Trust me, I was already ahead of you, Tippy. Trust me, I was already ahead of you. I was already ahead of you. I was already about to go there, but you know, Bob didn't want to respond. He didn't want to explain what type of American is he. didn't want to, didn't want to respond to that. You know, which is crazy. Like I said, you want to write a comment real quick, but you know, the moment of time, people ready to give you some attention, you pull directly out of the scene. That's why either that or one of the mods got them. It's it's an either or situation. Yeah, no. Oh wait, I misread that. That was actually, you know what? I misread it because I thought that was Sham that wrote that. It was actually Sham that wrote this. Oh man. Oh my goodness. Y'all in these comments, let me tell y'all something. That's wild. That is crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Diabolical. It's too early in the afternoon. I was about to say the morning. But yes. So technically, that's crazy. Y'all terrible. See, now you got Shauna out here sitting up there like talking like Tippy and Gail. Like this is not how it's supposed to. We're supposed to be positive, directly about here. Talking about very serious topics and issues, people. Very serious topics and issues. But yeah, so now, Tippy, as you've commonly stated, you've always wanted me to have the longer live streams. This has actually been one of them. This has been the longest live stream that we've done in actually quite a long time. If I actually was more prepared, we probably could have pushed this to about like 12 hours. Just about. Could have probably pushed this forward to about like 12 hours. And also shout out to the over 80 some people that are actually here at this moment in time. Shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me see some numbers real quick. Overall, we've actually had about a good 12,763 people pull up to the live stream. So shout out to y'all. And shout out to the folks that pulled up and that dropped some donations, directly up in there. Shout out to DSB, member for 8 months. Shout out to Hack, $5 dono. Shout out to Brandy V World for the $10 $1 donor. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I'm about to sit up there and check something else real quick because I like looking at numbers. Let me see. See what else we got on the side. Hey, okay, so we might have about a good 7 on this side if I'm actually correct. Yeah, so if I'm looking at this correctly, I think on the other side we had about a good like 6K that pulled up. That is not bad. Let me just make sure. I gotta go to the analytics. Okay, I was incorrect. Actually, it's about close to about a good 9K. So that's actually pretty good. Fairly good. Fairly good. That's what happened. That's why Bob didn't respond because Tippy got to him. That's crazy. What was it? Tippy said, I remember in 2022, it was a 24-hour stream or well close to it. Yeah, I think we made it. It was about close. It was like 23, 24. Something in there. You said it's been that long? Yeah, it's been a while. Shout out to Stain. It's been a while. Dun dun dun. Hold my head up high. Not a singer, but it'd be like that. It'd be like that. But yeah, I ain't trying to keep y'all here any longer. Also, shout out, much love, respects, and appreciate. Wait. Let me look at this comment. Somebody type Seji. Keep putting videos out because when they're saying stop, they mean okay, I got you. Yeah, we had some other people when this video made. That was like a day ago, so that's a little bit older. Yeah, shout out to the people that's still pulling up to the video that I put up yesterday. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So I'm pretty sure just ahead of time, some people are going to feel like the videos that I'm going to pull up is basically hit pieces, and you're going to have some women that may be offended because you may have 2 or 3 directly in a row. It'd be like that because of the topic that we just so happen to cover, and I especially have to talk about the fact again that we got a black woman that decided that she did not want to be on code with the what's that? Tippy, you saw that video, right? Just making sure. Because I think we might have covered that in the middle of the live stream, possibly. Wait, did I take that video down? I might have to sit up there and put it back up. Yeah. Oh, no, I didn't take it down yet. Okay. I'm just going to sit up there and see. Okay, you didn't see that one either? Okay, so Tippy, remember the other videos that I did before where I was talking about, you got women that's not supporting. Again, we do have black women that's supporting the boycott and they're doing what it is that's supposed to be done. But again, we got the counter side where you got other black women that are just like, hey, I don't care. There was a video of a black dude that walked through a beauty supply store and you just saw like fields of black women in there. I'm like, dog, what are y'all doing, dog? I'm like, if any, like I said, I don't know. Like I said, I guess stuff just needs to happen, I guess. But so Tippy, here you go.
This bakery and a Chinese bakery actually. Every time I come here, it's always a race issue with me. I come here every day. I get taro buns every day, and their customer service towards me sucks. When I just walked in the door, you didn't even hold the door for me, and I was right behind you. But I'm a lady. That's ladylike, right? So once again, it's a race issue. I guess because I'm black, and then the workers behind. So it's workers behind now, all of them. And this man right here, it is a race issue. And I'm telling you, I come to this store 3 times a week. I come here all the time. You telling me what the I do and what the I don't do. It's a race. And there is a Chinese man telling me that I have a race issue because I'm stating that I'm a black girl and I don't feel that I'm receiving good customer service. And he's saying it's not a race issue. And he's calling the police on me, y'all. This man right here calling the police on me because I'm saying I'm not receiving good customer service.
The other irritating part, I don't think I pointed that out before. I'm like, dog, why are you still trying to like follow this dude? Like, why are you doing this? Like, what was actually stopping that dude from deciding because you wanted to keep following him? What was stopping him from swinging on you? Nothing. It was just the fact that he wasn't that type to sit up there and do it. There are other Asian men out there that it's like, hey, if you keep following them, it's over. It's 100% over. It's done. And now you're on the floor. Now you sitting up there dealing with a situation. Now you're dealing with a problem where it's like, I'm in the hospital, or I got some cuts, I got some bruises, I got this, I got that, and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, my main thing is this. I want the boycott to work for a multitude of reasons, but one of the main reasons is that for my hope that this will empower Black women to understand, like, the type of power that they got when it deals with their money and everything of the sort. Right? And then on top of that, they'll decide that, all right, I'm going to start patronizing Black female businesses and all this other type of stuff, and rah rah rah, and all the other type of good stuff, right? Everything that's positive. And then you'll also be highlighting those businesses and doing this and doing that and everything of the sort. And then when you decide to pull your money back, those people are like, man, all right, maybe we did, sit up there and mess up. Maybe, we were problematic. Maybe there are some things we need to look at and fix. But like I said, that's already too late for them to come to that realization, because what's done is already done. Right. So then that also means that they're going to have to close up shop, which means that that's another space for another Black woman who wants to start up a business to be like, all right, let's put our money together in the community. Let's sit up there and get this shop or this business to get this up and running, renovate it, and make it do what it do. That's simple. But like I said before, if you get mistreated, like, that was a perfect pullback at, oh man, no. That's the screenshot right there. And that was just by mistake. That's perfect. She was like, I come here every day. Perfect. Like I said, stuff behind, and I'm like, I think half asleep. That was beautiful. Beautiful. Like I said, you can't get it any better. Can't get any better. So you come to this Asian spot 3 times a week and you get the same treatment 3 times a week. You got to be the most stupidest one directly probably to ever be seen at this moment in time. I got directly on that other woman being in that store and getting barricaded in. Oh boy, at this moment, like I said, it was nothing but all Asians directly in that store. Nothing was stopping them all the way up. Nothing was stopping them from mollywopping her. Nothing at all. And everybody would have jumped in. It would have been a stump the yard. I don't know if y'all ever seen that movie. It would have been just like that. It would have been Riverdance. It would have been everything. You got served. Whatever you can sit up there and listen to. That's exactly what it would have been if those were like the types of people to really sit up there and start doing that. Because you were being invasive for no reason. Your camera has your phone got 2 cameras. You got a face camera and you got a camera on the back of the phone. Use a camera on the back of the phone and stop trying to make yourself a star and putting yourself on the front of the video just to sit up there and get people directly with you and like, come on, you're doing too much. You're doing too much. And then when I tried to look to see if she had like really another part directly to this or whatnot, it wasn't nothing up there. So I'm like, this just seems like quite performative at this moment, because I promise you, she probably still going to go there, which is the stupidest part. And this is why I keep showing off these videos, because yes, it goes without saying, you got Black women directly up out here and they're doing what it is that they're supposed to be doing. Again, shout out to them. Much love, respect, and appreciation. But again, it doesn't matter if you got Black women out here doing what needs to be done, as long as you got women out here like this that are not standing on nothing. The progress is going to be very, very slow. It's going to pull the progress back every single time. And that is the point that I keep bringing up with these videos. Like I said, I don't care how many times I got to bring these videos directly up. Like, this type of stuff needs to be fixed. If we had less of this happening, I could just focus and talk about other stuff. But it's way too much of this still. Like, it's 2026. Like, we're not talking about back during the pandemic. This is 2026. Like, that's crazy. That's 100%. Trying to say, yeah, get some sleep and then come back. So you want me to treat this like Twitch? Go to sleep real quick, sit up there knocked out snoring, and then I just wake back up and get into the stream. I can't do that. I can't do that. Nah. I feel like just like how people got like a ugly cry, people got like a probably like a ugly sleep face or something. And I'm like, yeah, I can't do that. Sometimes I don't even know how I look when I sleep, but yeah, I'm like, yeah, I can't do that. I cannot do that. But yeah, that's crazy, man. Shan was like, they never eat and shop at our business. Yeah, 100%. 100%. They never do. They never do. That's why I was like telling people earlier. Oh yeah, that's right, Sham. You had missed a lot of the stream too. I had said earlier, I'm like, yo, for any of the ones that was listening, I'm like, list me 20 black businesses inside of Asian communities in the United States. I'm like, you're not gonna be able to do it. It's impossible. You're not going to be able to do it. You're not going to be able to list or show me 20 because they don't exist. Now, on the reverse end, if you were like, hey, show me, like a certain number of stores directly within the black community that are Asian running on. Oh, yeah, we can do that. We can run directly through pretty much every black community throughout the United States, which basically means that black Americans are patronizing those businesses, right? But on the reverse end, when it deals with the Asians, they're not, patronizing black businesses. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. It is diabolical. Shan was like, you should never traverse or shop in places that would never do the same for you. That's facts. That's facts. Swan is laughing. Shan was like, they've been spending all in her bread and biscuits. Probably so. That probably so. Wait, what did Mo say? He was like, man, this man. This won't be. That's why I can't be sitting up there like reading Mo's comments. This man. Let me see. What is it? Let me see. Tom said, this is why I don't eat in Chinese restaurants. All they want is your business, and they are very disrespectful. Yep. Mo was like, hurry up and buy. Facts. 100%. Shan was like, we doing a blackout, and you're still shopping with them? Yep. That is what she's doing. Yep. Shan was like, I thought y'all was gone. Don't bring y'all racist bots out now. Stay gone. We was having fun. Hack was like, get some sleep. It's a work in progress. How long I've been up right now? I forgot. Wait, what time is it? Jesus. I've been up since like 12. No, I'm sorry. I've been up since 10 p.m. yesterday, I think. I can't even give you a language, words, English. Oh my goodness. I can't I can't even sit up there and give you words right now. I can't even do quick maths on that right now. And I'm technically I'm hungry. I was like, and I'm hungry too. I mean, I got food, but I didn't like heat it up because I was doing like the live stream and whatnot. So I'm like, yeah. So I'm gonna probably like eat that and then go to sleep. But I'm gonna make sure to put up the 2 videos first because I ain't trying to, do that and not have the videos up. But I don't even know what the math is. But that was it. No. Wait. No, that's more than 8 hours though. The live stream started about like 4 to 5, right? So 4 to 5 to now, yeah. But I was saying like I've been awake since oh my god, I just said it too. About like 10 yesterday, 10 p.m. yesterday. Let me see. What time is it? It's 1. Let me see something real quick. Quick maths. 10 p.m. to see. Oh, so I've been up for 15 hours? Oh. I mean, technically that's not now that I look at how many hours I've been up, now I can feel it in my eyes. That's crazy. Yo, I shouldn't have sat up there and looked at that. That's crazy. That is wild. That is crazy. Let me tell you something. Like I said, if anybody else has been up, yo, get some sleep. Get some sleep. Yo, what is up, Keisha Green? What is up? What is up? You said McDonald's, Chick-fil-A definitely don't like black folks. The whole world is like that as well. That's facts. That's facts. Somebody said something ain't worth the hassle. Shem said we don't like cracked Jack in the Box eggs recipe. I think the key was to double the wrapper, but don't use the thicker one. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. I guess for like the crispiness, I guess. Phyllis said Korean and Chinese business owners are rude to me too. Oh no, my bad. You said I misread that. You said your Korean and Chinese owners are rude to you as well too. Yeah, like I said, I know about that too. Like, it be like that. But when it dealt with, stop the Asian hate, everybody clicked up real quick and they were like, yeah, it's the blacks. Yo, people did that real quick overnight. Like I said, I don't know what paperwork, what invisible ink that people were like using directly on social media, but every Asian clicked up overnight and it was like, yes, the blacks. They the ones doing this. And I'm like, that's wild. That is wild. That's wild. Sean was like, nobody likes us, but they love our money bars. Yep. That's crazy, man. Mo. That's wild. That's wild. That's wild. What is the jukebox said? Why didn't that dummy walk out? Hey, cause she about that life. She trying to see what it really is. Everybody sitting up there agreeing with Mo. That's crazy. My goodness, that's wild. But yeah, shout out. I know Tippy went to sleep. She had to. I know what Sham just woke up about a few hours ago. Tippy been up since 2 o'clock her time. So she's probably like in and out of sleep at this moment in time. I wouldn't be too surprised. Wouldn't be too surprised. But also, the live stream will be up for anybody that want to re-go over, live stream or have something to look at, during your work hours. It's almost about close to about 8 hours. So that's roughly the main duration of people's work hours and things of that nature. So, hopefully people enjoy their time. Oh no, Tippy there? Okay, I got you, Tippy. Okay. I see you. I'm proud of you. Proud of you. Demoni said, yeah, that's crazy. That's yo. That's why I can't read comments, man. Let me tell you something. Yo, that's wild. Man. And then if this lady was wearing glasses, or even if the Asian dude was in the background wearing glasses, she would, even though he would have more looked like Drew Carey than anything else, Gail would have popped up on the scene out of nowhere, but like, yo, that's your doppelganger, said you. Yeah, I swear to goodness. Shan was like, they mad about the blackout. Yep. Man, this dude. Tippy said, just listening while sleeping. Of course. Bad influences. Shan was like, you're too much. No one can read your comments out loud ever. Yeah, it'd be like that. Yep. Shauna right up there. It's better. Shauna's right up there too. It's like, man, bad influences out here. Like I said, I remember Shauna was a Christian woman when she came here, and then that just all went downhill. It went all downhill because of bad influences. Crazy work. Diabolical. It happened instantly, just very quickly, just directly downhill. Let me tell you. Phyllis said, what happened anyways? I missed the video. Yeah, you probably gonna have to rewind that, because let me tell you, I've been up for about like 15 hours and did this live stream for about 8 of those hours. So yeah, you're gonna have to rewind that. Not that I don't have the patience or the wherewithal. My body is just tired. And technically I'm hungry, so I'm about to, technically eat this breakfast / lunch / dinner from yesterday. And do that. But shout out to you, fellas. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Sorry that you ended up, coming to the stream late and and everything of the sort. Hopefully if I happen to do another live stream, you might happen to be there, so that way you'll be able to catch things on time and be a part of the conversation and everything of the sort. So yeah. Yeah, I don't want to try to like come off as rude or nothing like that, because I know how people, some people can like read into some stuff. Sometimes it might throw them off. Let me see. What was it? This man said, "Man, we're not going back to those times. Can't return to those times. You know, we're a whole different class of people now. We have progressed. We've upgraded ourselves. You know, stand up citizens. Stand up citizens. Wait, what? Shana said what? Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I got to end this straight. That's crazy. All right, so much love, respect, and appreciation. You know, shout out because I'm trying to, you know, get my ending part. Shout out to all of my mods for doing the Lord's work. Also, you know, again, shout out to y'all for always supporting and you know being here. Um, you know, being a part of the channel for the longest time possible, sticking through this whole thing, you know, thick and thin, no matter what's going on with the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Also for, you know, having belief and faith, you know, directly in me. Um, Shout out to any new members. Much love, respect, and appreciation to any of y'all directly out there. Shout out to the current members as well, too. Shout out to any new subscribers. Much love, respect, and appreciation for everything that you do. Shout out to any patrons out there as well. Much love, respect, and appreciation, and love for the support that you give, you know, on an everyday basis. And also shout out to the viewers. Shout out to y'all for pulling directly up. Like I said, almost technically close to about like 20K because I think one of the live streams is at like 12. I think it is 12. I mean, yeah, technically it's about like 20. Should be about like 20K altogether that pulled up. So yeah, shout out to y'all. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Phyllis said, "LOL, can't wait till the next stream. I'll definitely have my opinion on it being Korean." Okay, I got you. I got you. No problem. No problem. No problem. What was it? University said, "I feel like she is a Black American." I mean, I guess that is possible. I guess that's possible. Sham said, "Eat well and be safe." Man, the money and more. Let me tell you, these guys out here. Tippy said, "Wait, Suji. We got a Korean in the chat. Is he friendly?" I mean, he ain't saying nothing wrong. So it's, you know, like I said, I'm cordial. You know, it's all good. Shauna said it's all love. Much love, respect, and appreciation, Shauna. All love, all love. Much love, much love. Have a good day as well. Imani said after dark is diabolical. Yeah, that's the old days. Old days. Old days. Shauna said me too. I'm wait. First member. Oh wait, he got a membership up there? Wait, didn't I? Wait, let me check something real quick. Hold on. Now I gotta go sit up there and now I gotta go look at YouTube real quick. Didn't I hit that up real quick? I could have sworn I did. Or at least I thought I did, right? Let me see. Now I gotta go to D Money channel. I gotta check real quick. I can swear to goodness. They got a knockoff trailer. What is this for? PlayStation? Oh, that's indie games? Wait, let me just I can't favorite that. That's crazy. All right, let me go to D Money's channel real quick. Let me see something. I got some notifications. Oh, Brother Rains got a video uploaded. Okay, I see the brother out there. Everyone I knew in Texas didn't celebrate Juneteenth. Actually, a lot of them did not know what it was. I live in Denver, and as long as I can remember, something. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm subscribed, and okay, yeah. Okay, I am there. Yeah. Hey, okay, so I've been up there for a minute. Okay, so yeah. I had to make sure. As soon as y'all, I'm like, wait a minute, didn't I sign up too? I had to go check real quick. I had to really go check real quick. Mo said you're slow. Wait. Yo, I told y'all I've been sitting up here like y'all been up for 15 hours, man. Like, yo, I don't know what else to sit up there and tell you. Like, yo, hey, I'm done right now. Let me tell you. Man. I've been sitting in this chair for 8 hours. I don't even think I got up to stretch. Yeah, also for a lot of people that's been watching this live stream, please get up and stretch. Don't do that. That is a you can have a lot of health problems. Like, please don't do like I did and just sit in one place for like 8 hours. Please move around, just like they tell you on airplanes and everything of the sort. So yeah, please do that. I don't want nothing sitting up there happening to y'all. Man, Lord have mercy. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation. Wait, what is it? Trying to say where you at? Oh, which one? Wait, I'm confused. Tippy said, "Oh, speaking of games, I saw the Wolverine trailer. Oh yeah. We've been seeing that, Tippy. This man. Tippy was like the video game looked cool. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, some crazy. I don't even know what Shauna's talking about. Let me tell you something. Wait, what? All I just see is the end down there. What is this? What is people typing in code out here? I gotta start reading like cursive. I need like the Rosetta Stone. I don't even know what's happening. But yeah, much love though. Much love though. So again, hopefully y'all enjoyed. Oh, you said was talking about, okay, I got you. So yeah, hopefully y'all enjoyed the stream. And again, this is about a good solid 8 hours with a little bit of filler at the tail end due to the facts 15 hours. So voila. But I'll see you guys in the next live stream and video, and I will have a video uploaded directly for you guys to I have 2 videos for you guys to watch today. Right. All right. Peace out, and you guys go have a great day as well. Peace out.